Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. Promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go!
It's intermission. Rise and stretch time. Time to refresh yourself and visit our snack bar. Got a yen for hot popcorn? Your favorite soft drinks are sparkling cold. The juicy Frank sizzling hot. There's delicious coffee, freshly brewed. And all kinds of ice cream and candy to tempt you. Showtime will be announced loud and clear to get you back to your car in time. So stretch your legs. Come to the snack bar now.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
And now, on with the show.
Mr. Projectionist, stop the show. Here's great news you ought to know.
Oh, the time is now, the time is here. Now's the time for a bite of cheer. A tasty light where the price is right. Well, look here, you'll dig this sight. The moment's handy for a piece of candy. Just name your brand, they're all so grand. Hey, what do you think of a nice cool drink? Or a big box filled with a popcorn thrill? Let your taste buds meet with an ice cream treat. Refresh yourselves, it's time to eat. So come on, folks, let's join the band as we all head for the refreshment stand.
We hope you're enjoying your visit here this evening. Now, on with the show.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. Promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go!
It's intermission. Rise and stretch time. Time to refresh yourself and visit our snack bar. Got a yen for hot popcorn? Your favorite soft drinks are sparkling cold. The juicy Frank sizzling hot. There's delicious coffee, freshly brewed. And all kinds of ice cream and candy to tempt you. Showtime will be announced loud and clear to get you back to your car in time. So stretch your legs. Come to the snack bar now.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
I timed that so wrong. Hey, everybody, welcome. Sorry about the late start. This is the episode part 1 of our winter solstice special, our double feature. They Came From Beneath the Sea Party Beach Creature Feature. If you're just tuning in for the first time, or if you've never seen They Came From Beneath the Sea, I think you're in for quite a treat. Both of the stories that are being told tonight are contained in the respective jump starts for They Came From Beneath the Sea and They Came From Beyond the Grave. And both of those go on full sale with POD and PDF over at DriveThruRPG tomorrow. Yeah. So that is part of the reason for the season. Also, just because we wanted to get together and tell some fun stories. In case you don't know, I'm Travis Legg. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. Either is fine. And I will be the story guide and master of ceremonies for this lovely adventure that we are about to go on. And I'm just going to go ahead and do a round robin of introductions. We'll go in an arbitrary order that there's no point in explaining. Gilbert, if you could, please give us who you are, what you do, pronouns, who you're playing, and their pronouns.
I am Gilbert Ramos, he, him, playing Dr. Humberto Perez. I stream on Twitch every Sunday, a Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition Chronicle, called Like Hydra Come. We're in season 3, but we're on break for the holidays. So really, for the holidays, I'm not doing jack shit. But after the holidays, we'll be resuming everything we do on Sundays for Vampire the Masquerade at 11:30 Eastern Time, and then that goes for 3 hours. I'm just going to do everything in my time because that's what I can know. I'm so sorry. 9:30 Mountain Time to 12:30 Mountain Time, and then in January, a half an hour after that, starting at 1 p.m. Mountain Time, we're going to be doing Scion on Onyx Path. We've decided on a title. It's going to be Scion Godsend. Not as cool as Become as Gods, but we're gonna introduce some. I'm intent on melding the world, so you may see some familiar faces. Kitsune, perhaps a certain werewolf deity patron guy, all that good stuff. That'll start up in January, on January 2nd, if everything goes smoothly. That's what I do. I also write sometimes. Travis is kind of the reason I write, because I take on projects that are too big. So I've done nothing on my own. That's what I do.
I appreciate the work that you. That was a great job. That was a great job, Gilbert. And you were worried about monologuing earlier. So next up, continuing on in the arbitrary order, Chaz, if you could, please give us all of your pertinent details.
Hi, so I am Chaz, PhD student who studies video games and music and storytelling, and how they all kind of like work together to make bigger and better and funner things. I don't do much on the internet. I think it was maybe 3 years ago where Travis was like, you should get a Twitter. Sure. And I was like, I do have a Twitter, and I have never logged into it since. But I am on a few things. Like I have done some streaming with Gilbert on Friday nights, which we will reconvene at some point. I have written some stuff with Travis that has been super fun. I have story told some stuff on the Onyx Path, which I will be doing soon. Travis, we should talk about that in the future.
Yes, we should.
And I will be playing the one and only Kitty White. I think this is the greatest character that has ever been created in any story ever made. Kitty White is the mama bear who was the cheerleader and also on the swim team and who went to Harvard and has come back and is just like full of love and also sass. And this is the only thing that really matters to me right now.
Well, I'm glad that you have such enjoyment for Kitty White, and I hope you are able to continue that enjoyment as you bring her to life in tonight's story. Next up, that brings us to Mare. Please go ahead and give us your pertinent details.
Hello there. My name is Mare. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Oh Hello Mare. Typically, you can find me over on Vorpal Tales channel. I play in the 5 o'clock game on Thursdays, where I am playing Vampire the Requiem, which we just changed over to. We're playing a Belial's Brood campaign. And then you can also find me on Fridays over there at 6 o'clock playing Masks of Nyarlathotep. I have to actually pronounce it correctly here because over on Vorpal Tales we pronounce it Masks of Nya. So so I've been playing everyone's favorite newsie over there with that one. I am so happy to be here playing other kinds of games. I got my first brush with that they came from games with Onyx Path playing They Came from Camp Murder Lake, which was really fun. So when this came up, I was very, very excited to be able to have the chance to come over here.
Well, we're excited to have a chance to have you here. So it's always nice to get visitors from over at Vorpal. I love the whole crew over there. So I'm glad that we're getting a chance to play tonight. And I guess an arbitrary order that gives us Alex, right? That's what's left.
Hi, I'm Alex. I'll be playing Joel Mitchell, the disgraced cop who's just looking to clear his name. I'm a filthy casual who seems as becoming a cast mercenary regular over here for Travis.
You are, it's true.
As I will continue to lay myself on the altar of sacrifice and suffer for your enjoyment. With me, as always, is Baxter, my co-pilot in life, and Doc Diver extraordinaire, who apparently wants to sniff his butt right now. So we're going to let him go do that. I'm excited to see what actually came from beneath the sea.
I'm excited to show you what came from beneath the sea, but first I'm going to let Mare tell us about her character, because I totally jumped beyond you.
I completely forgot that I was playing a character at all. I thought I was just sitting here to look pretty. I'm playing Mary Jane Emery, just your basic nerd, loves all things like being nosy, knowing stuff, being terrible at social situations, word vomiting, basically myself, but as a character.
Well, I look forward to seeing her brought to life as well. And with that, let's dive right into our story. So, for those of you who may not know, They Came from Beneath the Sea is a tabletop role-playing game of B-movie greatness that I have a lovely hard copy of right here. And the premise is that we are telling a story that is much akin to the sci-fi and horror of the 40s and 50s, full of sort of inaccurate Americana and anti-communism propaganda and all the wonderful, funny things about McCarthyism. No, just about the about that era of cinema, and really sort of diving into that aesthetic and bringing that to life through the game, in which everyone is playing the character that they're inhabiting in the story, and to a degree, the actor who is playing that character. There are certain mechanics through which you can affect the outcome of the story. Each character has a list of quips that if you can work that into your dialogue in a scene, and everyone in the group agrees that it was amusing or appropriate or just it worked for whatever reason, you can gain an enhancement on your next dice roll, and that enhancement can be stacked as well if you're able to get multiple quips off into a scene before you use it. So have fun with those. There's also a mechanic in here known as cinematics, which are a list of effects that you can kick off by using rewrites. If you're familiar with StoryPath, That's sort of the similar to the momentum mechanic that you would see in other story path games. You can spend these rewrites to activate your cinematics. And remind me, each of you does have a copy of the Jumpstart PDF, is that correct? It will be available fully on tomorrow, Arthur?
Yes, sir.
I believe your cinematics are in there. They are located. Looking for the page number. Forgive me while I scroll. I know it's the most engaging thing in the world to watch. As I'm digging those up, the cinematics are basically ways that you can affect the world by expending those rewrites. So, for example, one would be, you can sub out a stuntman to take damage for yourself rather than you taking it. Things along those lines. But beyond that, it is a D10 skill forward system. So as you're deciding what your character is going to do to interact with the world, you will choose which skill you're trying to use to do so. And then we will select the attribute that most makes sense for the situation. We'll pool those together into a pool of dice, of 10-sided dice. Roll those, target numbers are 8, and your difficulty of your roll is the number of successes that you need. You may have some equipment or other things that will give you enhancement, which if you get a material success, that means you will get you get to add those enhancement as extra successes. And you may have a roll that has a complication, where you succeed, but if you don't buy that complication off, you succeed at a cost. So that cost might be taking damage, that cost might be getting lost, that cost might be a narrative penalty down the road. That's the very, very basics of the system. Did I lose anyone, go too fast, miss any salient points? Anything leap out at anyone?
Roll dice, lose. Got it.
Yes, that is exactly the plan.
My dice have been betraying me for the past 2 weekends, so
They really have. Oh, yep, page 39 of that PDF, if you happen to have it handy, has your cinematics on it. Anyone want to volunteer to run through what those can do, the ways that you as players can edit the game with your cinematics?
You asking for a read along?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Call the understudy. Cost 2 rewrites. A player can use call the understudy at any point during the scene, but once she does, the understudy portrays her character until the scene ends. The player can then rearrange the character's skills as she sees fit. Anytime an understudy suffers damage, she's incapacitated and removed from the scene. The actual actor shows up for the next scene unharmed.
All right. The next one is cheap set. At the cost of 1 rewrite, a player with this cinematic can, once per chapter, call upon some object or set piece to break or fail.
That's awesome.
A character might crash through a wall, pull a door off the hinges, shatter a car window with a single punch, or bend a metal bar with ease. Alternatively, the character can target a device or prop in the hands of another character. A gun misfires, an evil device malfunctions, or a heavy extra falls through the floor. Gilbert, you got it open?
Yep.
Yeah, give me a deleted scene.
Deleted scene, cost 3 rewrites. Once per story, the player with the cinematic can declare a deleted scene. This allows the character to replay or add on to a scene that's already happened in order to introduce a new element, set up a future advantage, or provide enhancements to an action. The character using the cinematic must have been present in the scene they wish to replay or make an appearance in some direct or indirect way in the now expanded scene. For example, the scene might now include his phone call or a cutaway to the character using the cinematic.
Rock and roll. And then you got scene missing. Do you have yours open, Chess?
I do.
Yeah, give a scene missing, would you?
Scene missing, 3 rewrites. A player with a cinematic can use it once per story to get out of whatever sticky situation that character is currently in. The character and any other player-controlled character in the scenes cannot be harmed, killed, or otherwise made to suffer direct damage. The scene ends, and the appropriate title card flashes on screen. And then the film resumes with the characters unhurt and in a new situation sometime later.
Exactly. And then last but not least, Mare, do you have your copy open? Can
I
you give us
do.
Summon the Stuntman?
Last one is Summon the Stuntman. Cost 2 rewrites. A player with the cinematic can once per story call a stunt performer to undertake a physical action or a series of physical actions on their character's behalf. The stunt performer isn't being paid to act, so they cannot speak on camera. As such, their utility is limited to physical feats: running, jumping, swimming, diving, and fighting. Stunt performers can suffer horrific injury, but no wounds or damage transfer to the character.
Excellent. All right, so yeah, those are the cinematics that you can all draw from. As long as you spend the appropriate rewrites, you're good to go. You start with number.
So is that like some momentum then?
Similar, yeah. Yeah, rewrites spend like momentum otherwise. Okay. And you can, whenever you want to spend a rewrite, you would call for a meeting in the writer's room, and you all have to discuss whether or not this rewrite is going to fly for the script. If you come to a unanimous consensus, the rewrites can be spent. If not, nope, can't be spent.
Just to be clear, we're the writer's room, right?
Yes, you are the writer.
Not you.
I am not part of that decision-making process. No.
Well, good.
And
I
in
don't need
fact,
you making any decisions.
If you use one of your trademarks and you succeed, you can exert directorial control over a scene, which lets you effectively, if you're familiar with Trinity Continuum, it lets you dramatic edit. Lets you make some changes.
Where are the trademark descriptions? Where's that stuff?
The trademarks should be laid out.
Are those on the character? Wait,
in the character background, right?
Or is that no? Tropes are in the character background.
Oh, yeah. Let's see here. Your trademarks are going to be laid out. Should be, I think, the bottom end of the story path system chapter.
Right, stunts, directorial control. So it mentions activating a trademark. What does it mention? What they do? Do they have a systematic thing, or are you just like invoking them?
You're invoking them, so you're using them to. They're actually broken down on starting on page 6. Each of your trademarks, the way that it works, and how you gain directorial
there they
control
are.
from
Okay,
it is all broken down there. Yep, no problem. Any other questions before we get into the meat and potatoes of what we're doing?
I'm just highlighting my mess so that I'm ready.
Rock and roll. So we have a pre-production meeting we have to do, and the pre-production meeting is this. First off, we want to make sure that we're providing a safe and fun environment for anybody. So I use the X card, generally speaking. It's easy. You can drop one in the Zoom chat if you need to. Otherwise, you can make an X on the screen, or you can just say X. Whatever you need to do to communicate it, it's fine. We'll pause. We'll figure out if there's any clarification that we need about what needs to be excised. We'll figure out what it is, and we move on with our day. I don't foresee it being an issue, but better to have it not need it than need it not have it. I do want to just go around and ask everyone if you have any yes goes, which are things you definitely want to see, or no goes, which are things you definitely do not want to see. And we'll go in the same order we did our intro. So Gilbert, yes goes or no goes?
Just have my one big rule, but I don't see that being a problem.
Right on, fair enough. And the sort of standard I often offer as a example is no essay. That's just So Chaz, any additional yes or no goes?
Nope, nothing to add here.
Okay. Mayor, anything you'd like to add to the list?
I'm good. I'm just here for the ride. I'm planning to have some fun.
All right. And Alex, anything else to add to the list?
Yes. Though trained killing animals are allowed, domesticated pets are to remain unharmed at all times.
All right. We will not kill any domesticated pets. You pull out 20 pages of script. That's fine. All right.
There are children present. Okay.
Right,
There goes the
sensitive
whole
ears.
John Wick. It was the whole John Wick subplot.
No, absolutely.
No refrigerating them either, please. Refrigerator my pets.
Yes, and then each character also does have a list of tropes, which are covered in your character description, and we'll engage with those as we play. And now that we've got our safety meeting out of the way, the other thing we need to figure out in pre-production is what's our budget going to be? Would we like to focus tonight on a low-budget environment where the emphasis is placed on the quality or lack thereof of props, sets, performances, cinematography? Do we want to go into something where we're looking at a big budget where the costumes are over the top, where there are explosions at every opportunity, and the creatures are very well rendered, masterfully crafted? Do we want to go art house with it? This was my brother's sister's girl. You know, something along those lines. I mean, that is an option. And then like the exploitation vibe where it becomes like, you know, more like Hamburger the Motion Picture meets Horror of Party Beach, as opposed
to like meatballs from the Black Lagoon.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So any thoughts on our budget and genre? I think we broke Alex.
I can see you, Chaz.
I'm still like Porky's the 13th. Like they just keep happening in my head.
Oh man, I would never get out of line at the movie theater.
I'm sorry.
Porky's the
Okay.
13th. Are you kidding me?
And scene. All right, we're good. Oh, it's warm.
Honestly, and I'm down with whatever, but there was like gosh, I'm trying to get back to the proper name for it, but like the low budget one, just so the campier the better, honestly.
Okay.
I am down with playing that way, but if we want something that's more like if Kitty White has specific needs for her wardrobe, then I totally understand if Kitty has some specific needs right now.
Kitty White can make anything look good. I will also put in a vote for low budget. However, I heard you say explosions, and then my mind was just taken away. So like, still the vote is for low budget, but if we just happen to do
We dumped all our budget into explosions.
Yeah.
So we were at one point a decent budget film, but then everything went into exactly 2 big explosions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, 1000%. We got like that one guy in the region who knew how to make things blow up.
Yes. Like anything blow up.
We had to
Hot
pay
dog stand.
SAG. Yeah. Like, we're eating hot dogs out of a crock pot. We had to get rid of craft services. But
alternatively, like he's like the director's cousin or something and just has a lot of explosives laying around. Safety first on film sets, kids.
That's the thing.
That just means we're filming at the Gulf. Like that.
Wilmington, North Carolina.
All right, so Gilbert,
I'm down for low budget.
Any thoughts on budget? You said you were down, Alex, for low budget. Any thoughts on budget?
Yeah, I'm down for low budget.
I'm down for low budget.
Okay, excellent.
Like, there's a part of me that wants to do War of the Worlds, but like, we're fine. It's fine.
Oh, there'll be opportunities for War of the Worlds down the road, but that's not the story we're telling today. The story we're telling. We open on a highway road sign reading, "Welcome to Darien, population 11,767. The camera pans across U.S. Route 124, revealing the small New England town of Darien, Connecticut. A slow dissolve reveals Main Street of Darien, a simple 2-lane road with storefronts on both sides. It's a warm summer Saturday, and people mill about the downtown area, enjoying the fine weather. A young mother hands her 2 children ice cream cones purchased from the service window of the Dairy Shack. A group of teenagers fork over 2/4 each at the box office of the town cinema, loudly debating the fate of their favorite hero in last week's serial. Though they do not yet know it, the peaceful recreation of the afternoon will soon be shattered by creatures from beneath the sea. Fate is about to place a small group of locals on a collision course with calamitous calamari, salacious shrimp, and seaweed-crazed submarine entities.
I'm so hungry now. Can you just say
Movie theater
salacious shrimp
popcorn?
one more time?
Salacious
Hey Alexa, order a poke bowl.
I want movie theater popcorn real bad now, and I don't know why.
So, that's the highest compliment anyone's ever paid me while I was running this game. So, what would you be doing on this average everyday afternoon? As that scene is panning over.
I'm currently making my way over to the hobby shop where I'm able to go and buy some more film for my film camera.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm currently the prices went up and I'm a little upset about it, but I don't know how to express upsetness other than just uncomfortable, constipated face expressions.
Nice.
I'm at home on the phone calling up all my girlfriends, see who came back from college, to see if we can hang out, go to the mall, hit up all our old spots.
Okay. Excellent. What is Detective Mitchell doing?
Well, having been on administrative leave for an indefinite amount of time, I find that my mornings tend to be a little slow as the nights have gotten longer. However, I am still of one mind and one mission: to find the truth. So after I wake from my stupor and have my 4th cup of coffee, I'm going to go over my notes again and figure out what I got to do to clear my name.
Excellent. And then last but not least, Dr. Humberto.
Probably beachside, introducing what I feel are low amounts of pollution and toxins into the seawater, just to see what it's like in its natural habitat. What occurs in what occurs naturally. We've done lab tests. Now we need to see in the wild.
What sort of pollutant, or is it just like a tub that says pollutant on it? Like what?
Is our budget? Yes. It's a spray painted Folgers can.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So we're that kind of low budget, and
I've mixed battery acid with.
So we're moving the production to Tromaville, New Jersey.
Sludge number 7.2.
All right, so you're pouring pollutants into the ocean just to see what happens.
Just a little bit.
Like a responsible scientist does. That's fine.
Do you also carry a wooden spoon?
So
now he does.
I'll get back to you on the beach, destroying the environment in a moment. So, Kitty, as you're calling around, you actually do discover that, yes, there is, in fact, a gathering happening this afternoon at the beach. There's a big party going on. A band called Rod Hodder and the Hot Rods are playing. So people are pretty stoked about that. And in fact, your sister has a bit of a thing for one of the guys that's supposed to be hanging out up there today. So you've heard.
Is May around? Is she in the house? Is she out and about right now?
She is not around. Like you realize she was up crack of dawn out the door today.
Well, I mean, I guess I should go. I don't want to impose on my sister, but if I just happen to be there when she's getting into trouble, then I just happen to be there.
Excellent.
So I'm going to slowly look around for a nice, unassuming bikini,
Sure.
1950s bikinis,
Right, yeah.
and just think about all the things that I won't do if I see May getting into shenanigans.
Right on. So like, seeing if you got somewhere to like stash brass knuckles and like your
like
sash or something like that. That's fair.
I'm not always prepared, but like for May, I will be prepared.
Fair enough. Excellent. All right, so you start getting together your things. You're getting ready to head to the beach party. Now, you're going back over your notes, Mitchell. You know there's a guy in town, Sonny McGee. High school dropout, has a cabin not far from Weed Park where this beach party is happening today. And you think he's probably, as of the moment, your last best lead. He kind of has his finger on the pulse of the ne'er-do-wells and brigands around town.
So what you're saying is he's a local degenerate.
Yeah, one might even say delinquent.
Is he a minor?
Not anymore, but he's had a record ever since he was canned from his paper route at the tender age of 12. He's made his living as a pusher.
Okay. All right. Well, I will take a glance at my my Jacket Sands badge up on the door. Probably unconsciously throw my belt on, check my pistol, put my hat on, finish my coffee, and walk out the door.
All right.
Heading to this Sonny's cabin.
Are you going to head up to Sonny's cabin?
Well, where's he supposed to be?
You're fairly
what
certain
time?
you'll catch him at the beach.
Okay. What time of day is it, by the way? I'm just curious.
It's like noon.
Okay. Yeah, on the way there, I'll quietly grab myself a Danish at a local bakery, but I will avoid making eye contact with these suspicious locals. I know I tend to make them uneasy right now.
Not hard. They're all kind of looking at you out of the side of their eyes anyway.
I pay for the Danish.
Very good. Mary Jane.
Yeah.
You've acquired your needed supplies.
Mm-hmm.
You are aware that there is a party going on at Weed Beach. There's a band playing. And that's probably where everyone, from everyone from the age where they can drive to the age where they can't anymore is probably going to be at having a good time. That may be the best place to head to get some interesting shots.
Oh, yeah, especially with a band coming into town, for sure. I'm wanting to go there. I know that I've been trying really hard to try to work with getting lighting and stuff right. So the sunset, trying if we're like getting like noon, daytime, trying to get at all that action shots if anyone's playing volleyball. Not that I would ever do that because it was sports. But ew. And sand, I'm actually, even though I'm going to the beach, I'm having my socks are going to be really pulled up high because I can't stand sand in my shoes. And there's also a decent chance that I may have some plastic bags on hand just in case to try and really tie them down because I really hate sand. Is nasty.
It gets everywhere.
It gets everywhere. Yeah. Thanks. I hate it. But yeah, no. With sand, yeah, basically going there, but dressed in my usual kind of like overall jumper type deal. I like being able to move around pretty quickly, kind of climb up on some rocks and stuff if I need to get a really good like above shot. I'm not afraid of getting too physical, but I'd rather get up in people's faces for fun.
That's fair. That's fair. All right. And are there any stops that any of you want to make on your way to the beach?
I want pop.
All right.
We're up in Connecticut. Is that what they say up there?
Sure.
Everything down here is a Coke for me. So like
be a pop or a soda. Can't remember.
Yeah, soda pop. I'm gonna grab one of those. Yeah, I don't know.
You go hit a soda jerk and have him make you some root beer float.
I'll go and grab something. Probably just like a regular bottled soda with one of those nifty little swirly straws for the road, like the little red and white ones.
I love it.
I've got everything I need on my person and in my car.
Beautiful. So as all of you are sort of pulling up there, besides, of course, you, Doctor, who see this or are interacting with this from the side, I assume, are you pouring it right where people are swimming, or are you standing off to the side?
No, I'm off. Likely dealing with a specific patch of algae or barnacles just dripping with the scientific name, whatever they're called. There you go. Just an eyedropper, just seeing the reactions if its coloration has changed or if it starts to. There we go. Just a whole. Yeah, no, I'm careful to not scare off the beachgoers. I've had the police call on me a few times.
That's fair. So you are trying to focus on this experiment, of course, but there is the rather loud rock and roll music that is being blared by Rod Hodder and the Hot Rods. You see a couple kids out sort of dancing, having a good time. And you do notice that Troy Gavin is kind of walking up the edge of the beach, down close to where people are swimming. But he seems to be like looking for shells.
I will set my stuff to the side, just away from the tide, and start to wave him down. Mr. Gavin! Mr. Gavin!
He comes over. Yes, sir.
I've been meaning to discuss with you about my findings, the newest leg of my research, the beach's pollution problem.
Yes, sir.
I have some samples at my lab whenever you have a chance. I've been meaning to get a hold of you for some time. Your secretary is, well, just like a brick wall. Has she been telling you that I've been calling?
I don't think I have gotten those messages.
She is your secretary, yes?
No.
Oh, then I suppose I owe her an apology.
I mean, my mom's okay.
Oh, I am. I see. I've been right. If you could come by the lab later, that would be immensely wonderful.
Sure. When?
What time of day is it now?
It's like noon 30.
Gotcha. Perhaps after supper.
Can do. I'll bring some of my samples. He holds up a bucket. It's got a couple of different shells in it.
Excellent. Excellent. I think that one still has the hermit crab. He's calling. Pick it up and put it back in his bucket.
Are you okay?
Yes, why?
You seemed like you were a little disturbed by the crab.
No. It's just fascinating. This creature's Just fascinating as all.
Indeed. While that exchange is happening, Mitchell, you pull up.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if I can spot Leroy Lyon, my gang informant friend.
Sure.
So if this is party is hopping and hopping, I'm sure that the presence will be here.
Yeah, you in fact see he's hanging out with this clique of kids, the Greasers, led by this kid named Donnie Dorsey.
Okay. Well, I'm not looking to ruffle any feathers quite yet, but I will park and then stroll my way on over to their group.
All right. Say anything as you approach?
No, I basically I'm making eye contact with whoever their ringleader is, because my awareness of even the haphazard etiquette of the local gangs allows me to know whether or not to put myself in a position to be perceived as threatening. So I will mosey.
All right, you mosey. You notice girl come walking up to the leader of that gang. Cute younger girl. Looks like maybe she's just out of high school. You're far enough away that it's a little difficult to make out what they're saying. But right about that time, Kitty, you pull in and you see May, in fact, having a conversation, a chit-chat, if you will, with Donnie Dorsey.
It's more polite that I go and say hi to my sister and her new friend.
Sure.
Now, my informant, obviously, it's not public knowledge that he's my informant, right?
Right.
Right.
He's just sitting there kind of looking nervous, looking around. He kind of looks at you, kind of looks at the bathroom, looks at you, looks at the bathroom.
I will look at him. I'll look at the bathroom, and then I will say, Dorsey, right?
Perhaps. Yeah, what's it to you?
Oh, just a local curious party. Y'all having a good time out here? Sounds like a hell of a party.
As good a time as we can.
I was hoping you could help me find someone. I'm looking for McGee. Sonny McGee, you know him?
What's it to you? Now, Kitty, you've pulled up as this conversation is happening.
I want to give my sister a nice, big, sisterly hug.
All right, so you just walk up and hug her while they're talking?
Yeah.
I will observe.
Like, how are you doing, May? And then whatever the opposite of smizing is, like, mate you, I want to do that to Donnie and say, oh, hi, Donnie. How are you doing? Just like whatever poker face Kitty has, just completely gone. Just like,
nice.
I fucking hate, yeah.
Love it. He says, well, I was doing fine. Now I got this guy asking me questions. And,
personal interest, really.
I know questions are hard. If you just answer them, then they might be easier.
I'm just trying to talk to my girl, if you don't mind, if you would excuse us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know talking is hard for you too. Do you need help?
About this time, you pull up Mary Jane, and you see this sort of exchange happening. Like, the Greasers are kind of like almost semicircling out a little bit.
So,
like, is he about to throw down with this chick?
I would like to. I'm going to invoke my first trademark if I can do that. Can I do that?
Sure, absolutely.
I'm going to use cut through red tape. Because I have no idea what's about to happen here, and I want to get to the meat of the matter, and then if something is going to go down after the fact, I'm here for it. but I have questions that need answering.
Sure.
So I'm going to activate my cut through red tape. It says Joe's familiarity with police procedure, emergency services, and even the mockery of etiquette practiced among street gangs and militias allow him to bypass redundant processes and get answers or resources quickly. And it says I gain 2 dice on a related roll. So I'm guessing this is a.
You go command, you go persuasion. You're gonna have to overcome so much. You're gonna have
I'm gonna go presence. I'm gonna go presence command. Okay.
Right. So his attitude towards you is a negative of 1. He doesn't like the cut of your jib, and you're actively getting in the way of him talking to this girl he likes. That's going to be another complication. So you're going to have a complication of 2.
Okay, I understand this. I'm also going to utilize as I say this bit, I'm going to reach in my pocket, put my sunglasses on, and I'm going to look/not look him in the face. I'm going to say, "Look here, Dorsey. I don't know what you're into or what you're getting, what your issue is here. These ladies clearly have a beef they need to settle with you. I'm just here looking for Sonny McGee. Tell me where he is. I'll get out of your greasy ass hair."
Poor Dorsey, goddamn.
I know, right?
Vicious. Oh my god, he just got here.
We're into this poor man.
Okay. So the sunglasses, I believe, give you +1 enhancement when interrogating someone. I think this counts.
Oh my god.
Sure.
Okay.
And then you get +2 because you're using a trademark, right? Is that how that
Yeah. All right. So I'm just rolling, and then it's target number 8, right? And I have how many complications?
2. The one for him not liking the cut of your jib, and one because you're
I forgot to roll those other 2 dice. Hold on.
Interfering with his socialization.
Sure. Okay, so I got 5.
All right, that's enough to get past it.
Okay. Can I do any stunts? Hold on.
You look at stunts. While you're doing that, though, I would also like Mary Jane to please roll a integrity cunning for me. Do you have artistic talent as edge?
Let me see. Okay, so remind me again what I'm rolling.
That might be. It'll be integrity and cunning.
Integrity and cunning.
And I'm actually probably never mind what I asked about artistic integrity. That's the wrong system.
Excellent.
Oh, I'm gonna use do what you're told.
Oh.
The character may, because I know Kitty's going to keep working this guy. So it says this character may reduce the difficulty of all social related challenges against his target by 1 for each dot of presence he has more than his target.
Okay.
What's Donnie's presence?
Donnie's presence is not much. But yeah, it was just straight up integrity cunning. I'll give you an enhancement of 1 because you're using your camera.
Okay, so that's +1 to the final roll.
Yeah, if you get any successes, then you get to add.
Okay, and successes are 8 and up, correct?
That is correct.
Do we do 10 again here?
10s count as 2 successes in this. They do not explode.
All right, so that's a total of 4 successes plus the 1.
Excellent. As Mitchell is asking that question, you see movement over by the water line. Things. At first, you think people maybe that got seaweed on them, crawling up out of the water and making their way toward a person on the beach. Donnie Dorsey's it would be 4 would be the normal. So you said is -2 now?
Yeah.
1.
He's -2.
I'll have a 2 to resist that. So you see these creatures kind of moving in the distance. You're asking where Sonny is?
Yeah, Sonny, where Sonny McGee is. And
you hear a blood-curdling scream from behind you. Donnie looks up, his neck cranes up, looks over and goes, "Over there," in the direction of the scream. you see people start to part, and you get the first shot of this, Mary Jane, because you are, holding a camera and in that angle and sort of chasing it. And as you see the people part through the lens, you see like a dozen of these humanoid, but they have scaly green, bubbly sort of flesh. And their faces are sort of bent downward and open wide, kind of like a fish.
Oh, God.
And their eyes are kind of far set on the outsides.
Mary Jane kind of has that initial moment of just, whoa, cool, and is like trying to like scramble closer. In her mind, she's thinking it's like, what a prank, man! These guys are always up to something. And like running over and just like trying to, I'm gonna sell this. I'm gonna make millions.
All right, so you're running in closer. I love it.
Love it. Yeah.
What is Kitty doing when she sees this?
He is going to, not really sure what's happening, and probably Donnie doing some nonsense again. She's going to step in front of the commotion and may just kind of be like a human barrier. They look at Donnie and be like, so what is this, Donnie? Do you know what this is? Is this what you do now?
You should get her out of here.
Not really sure how to handle that concern. I'll take her May's wrist and like walk away, just like staring at him as I walk though, but like, yeah.
What is Mitchell doing?
Well, Mitchell, acknowledging that there is clearly some sort of panic to respond to, my hand will instinctively go to my side, and I will take my sunglasses off to get a better look.
It's noon. You're probably fine.
Yeah, one hand on your hip, the other one taking your sunglasses.
What am I seeing now? He said Sonny was over there, and then he pointed and there was screaming. Was it Sonny screaming?
Yes. He pointed at Sonny, was screaming. Sonny's like backing up on the beach, and there's like a dozen of these fish people coming towards him. The crowd is like parting as they're running from these fish people.
I am going to head in that direction with haste, waving and yelling at people to get away from them, get out of the water, get somewhere safe, get away from them, get out of the water, get somewhere safe.
Excellent. I'll get back
while
to you.
I head toward McGee because I need what he knows.
I'll get back to you in just a second. And Doctor, what do you do when you hear this scream not 20 feet from where you stand right now?
Obviously, it draws my attention. I see me and Troy see the fish people. Yeah.
Troy has left at this point. Troy like said, "Okay, cool," and walked away.
Right on.
In fact, you look up the beach and you see him on the other side of where the fish people are.
Damn. All right. Well, we need an oceanographer, I think. They look interesting. I'm gonna. They're not. They're not attacking anyone, are they? Are they?
Well, they seem to be like groping out toward this kid that's in like a black leather jacket and torn up pants and a white T-shirt that looks like it's more like it was formerly white.
Gotcha.
It is it is no longer.
I'll rush up and try to move the greaser out of the way. It's
like watch for science.
Yeah, I also kind of want to get a little bit of a closer look, if I'm being absolutely honest.
All right. So let's just go ahead and we'll make one roll for focus here. And I just want to make sure that I am doing it right by the book for they came from.
I never remember how this roll goes.
It does go a little bit differently. And just a reminder, and they came from beneath the sea, when you roll a 10, that 10 counts as 2 successes. It does not re-roll.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Just double checking. Appreciate your patience while I keep all this straight. For your, while I'm looking this up, the pools that you're going to want to rely on, you're going to need to do a little bit of crowd control to get down to them, Mitchell, especially with a gun.
I haven't pulled my gun yet, but yeah.
Okay, then that won't count as a complication necessarily. All right. Here's what we'll do just to move this along at the moment. We're going to have, I'm just going to have you go in the order that you declared your actions for now. So, Mary Jane, you're just crawling in. You're not paying attention to what's going on around you. You've got your camera up, and you are just trying to snap more pictures, correct?
Yep, I want to be the first on the scene. I want to be the one that I've got the shot.
Okay. Go ahead and give me I would say probably athletics, unless you would like to rely on like your humanities or culture for the actual art form, the humanities, culture, or
Athletics,
academics.
humanities, culture, or academics. Double checking. I think I'm gonna go with not athletics, but I'll go with humanities at least so that I can try and get like a good shot because I'm trying to capture the moment as it is. So yeah, so just roll those, and they were combined with something else.
You just roll that skill, so it'll be your
the two.
Right. Which skill was it that you had chosen out of
humanities?
Those two? Humanities.
I have 2 dice.
Right.
Yeah.
So then you'd add that, and then whatever attribute you feel is most useful in this scenario.
I think I'd probably do humanities and maybe composure in order to keep myself like a resolve or composure to go with that, so that I can like steady the shot with it.
Okay. Maybe. Yeah. Composure I think would be good for that because it's keeping your
keeping my cool.
Your head. Yeah. Exactly.
All right. So I'm gonna roll that. That is 2 successes.
Excellent. All right. So as you're moving down and you're snapping these pictures, you get some very, very solid, very well composed. Your shutter speed is just right. Very useful shots. So you can take note that those will give you enhancement of 2. If you're investigating the scene later using those as evidence.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep. All right. So, Kitty, you're just trying to keep yourself between the crowd and May and get May out of there, right?
Yeah, May is too close to whatever is happening.
All right. She's going to try to resist you. So let's go ahead and give me like a command kind of roll.
Okay.
Or any other kind of persuasion, maybe. Which way do you want to go with it?
Let's do persuasion.
All right.
Excellent. Yeah, 1/10. So that's 2 successes.
Okay. She is kind of digging in a little bit and stubborn at first. And she's like, I'll go, but I need help him.
Okay. Fine.
I want to leave him.
No, you leave him. I'll make sure he's safe.
She takes off, running towards the cars.
No, I promised her that. Now I got to make sure he's safe. God damn it!
All right, Mitchell.
Yeah.
You're going to give us some crowd work, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to get the people away while making my way to McGee.
Right, yeah, presence command to sort of clear the way.
Sure. So 10's count is 2.
10's count
so
is 2.
4.
Excellent. You clear the way, and you can have 2 enhancement on your next physical action once you're over there. But as you're running up, you see the doctor is doing what exactly?
Shoving the greaser out of the way.
Excellent.
Simultaneously trying to get a better look at these creatures.
So you're going to try to look at them, sort of like do an assessment of them, right? And shove him at the same time.
Yeah.
So this is going to be so you'll be looking at like an insight, composure to figure out what's going on with them, and a close combat and whatever attribute you feel is best for the shoving. You'll take the lowest of those pools, and then you'll roll that, and you have to split your successes among those.
Understood.
And remember, if you slip in one of your quips from your sheet, as long as you tell us it's a quip, we vote on whether or not it counts, and it can give you some extra dice. It does not have to necessarily, like a good, funny, non sequitur quip is kind of the point. So,
I will use a quip. I've seen some aquatic nightmares in my day, but this takes the caviar. As I shove this greaser out of the way.
I love it.
Yeah.
That gives you an enhancement of 1.
Excellent. I have 1 success.
Right. So you have an enhancement of 1, so that's 2. So you can split those.
I will definitely.
The 2 actions.
Yeah, just 1 and 1.
Yep. So you can tell that as you push him out of the way, you see that they are like sniffing the air. And one of them falls to their knees and sniffs something that he dropped when you pushed him. But it becomes their turn. And on their turn, one of them grabs him. And they shove this jellyfish-looking sort of creature onto his face. And as they shove it onto his face, you see it like pulse up and like just a bunch of ichor spray into his mouth. Just like gallons of it. I mean, it looks like far more than should be able to be held in a human body. And he kind of goes limp-ish, and 2 of them start to drag him away. The one who is on their knees starts to stand up and try to catch up. And that will bring us back around. So, MJ, you're still snapping shots. You see this whole thing happen. What would you like to do when you see...
So the moment that I see that happen, I'm still trying to snap my shots and all of that. But seeing that, I'm just kind of like, it's a prank, right? Ha ha. This is so funny.
Meanwhile, he's like,
yeah, and it's just kind of like, this is okay, it's not funny anymore. It's just like snapping picks, but I'm like starting to kind of like get myself out of the way with it.
All right.
And I'm just double checking. I've been kind of like compiling all my junk together. I don't think that I have anything I can do just yet, but I'm keeping an eye on it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Kitty, what do you do in response to that?
Do I see the jellyfish, or am I too far?
Oh no, you can like that's pretty plain. Like it's very exaggerated. They pull it out, hold it up, like almost like they're holding it, trying to find a camera light for it. Maybe they do it a couple times, and then so everybody gets a good look at it, and then they shove it into the mouth. You've all seen it, very.
Okay, so I guess I will run past Donnie and, in less polite than I have been words, tell him that he is fake, but he should leave. Because I have because I need to protect from him, but I'll need to protect her from whatever this is. And I need to figure out what this is first before I can protect her from it.
right? So you're gonna try to make him leave. It's gonna be like a scaring him, like trying to talk him into it. What would you like to do?
I think it'll be a scaring him, but like I'm not really trying to scare him because I don't really care. As long as I try to make him leave, I feel like I fulfilled my promise.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. So let's go with persuasion, probably.
Yeah. We'll,
right.
we'll do persuasion, and that is 1 success.
Excellent. He is down a couple dice.
2, in fact.
Yeah, so he like totally botched it. He was like, you aren't sure if he's more frightened of them or you as he like backs away and like turns as white as his shirt.
That's a sweet spot.
And then you hear more snarling behind you, and you think maybe it might have something to do with fish people. Mitchell, what is that? What would you like to do?
So seeing the doctor, I will say kind of on the side, because I'm suspicious.
Sure.
Perez, you have something to do with all this? Hey, seaweed, drop the degenerate right now, or I will put you down.
I love that. I love that so much.
And if he takes another step and they don't respond, I'm going to draw my pistol.
Okay. You draw your pistol because they're absolutely not responding to you.
And I will say to the only person who's in range, the doctor, I never did care for seafood. And blow this thing away.
Is that a quip?
It's a quip, yeah.
All right, excellent. You have an enhancement of 1.
All right, plus the 2 from the thing, right? So 3 total.
Right, and then the 1 from the pistol.
Nice. All right. So we're gonna go. I need to be careful, right? Because he's carrying the boy, so I need to be.
Yeah, and 2 of them are carrying the boy. Just
can I shoot both of them?
Yeah. If you have to split your dice pool, so basically you're still rolling the same thing.
Okay.
You just have to split it between the 2 of them.
Sure. Okay. And I can split the enhancement too?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
it creates 1 pool that then you have to buy both.
Okay. 10's count is 2, so
yep.
3, 4, 5 plus 2 is 7. Right? Yeah. So yeah. With 7. So I will go 4 and 3.
Okay, the one that you got 3 on, you just nick their shoulder. The one that you got 4 on, you can inflict an injury on that person or on that gilkin, no problem. But you also may be able to purchase an extra stunt.
Sure. So I do have what do you call it? What is it? Is it? Hold on. Where are the trademarks again? I don't remember. Sorry.
Page 6.
Okay, so wait, no, not the trademark. It was there were some stunts that he likes.
Favored stunts? Those are listed on his sheet and in his description.
Yeah. Okay, so how many successes do I have? Extra 1?
You have 1 extra success on the second one.
Okay.
So you could try to
I can use a government trained sharpshooter.
Sure, and which does what?
Characters with this stunt can ignore 1 degree of difficulty when attempting to hurt the target for the remainder of the scene.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah.
Then that against that target?
Well, that's what it says.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Is there another one I could use?
Like you're shooting them to wound, basically, right?
Well, it says characters with stun can ignore 1 degree of difficulty when attempting to hurt the target from range to recede. It just says you're trained to shoot to inflict maximum damage.
Right.
Um,
Okay, so you're.
oh, here we go. No, I'm going to use your next. The survivor is cool under pressure, and her self-assuredness inspires fear in enemies as much as it instills confidence in her allies. This stunner survivor who succeeds in an attack roll can instantly turn to another enemy who can see, hear, or otherwise detect and threaten them. Doubt and fear rack the alien's mind and forces them to miss their next turn in the encounter. I say, that was a warning. Don't you friggin' move.
Excellent. The one who.
And I say that's the one I didn't hit.
The one who's actively carrying him stops.
Okay.
That brings us to the doctor. What would you like to do, doctor?
I'm gonna grab whatever the boy dropped.
Excellent. You grab what looks like a package of Lucky Strikes at first blush. However, there is a pungent odor that emanates from the pack that is not that of tobacco.
Oh, that's
the devil's lettuce.
These damn kids.
Yeah.
And that prompts the action of the Gilkin. So you have 2 of the 12 have been incapacitated. 2 more of the 12 are going to grab their target and start making their way seaward, which leaves 8 left. 2 of each are going to, 4 are going to go for Mitch, and 2 of each are going to go towards the other 2 to just sort of interfere with you. Kitty, you're not up there yet because you stopped behind to kind of back things up. Make sense?
There's 4 coming at me.
Yes, there's 4 of them that are coming at you.
Okay.
Sort of lumbering at you. They're kicking sand kind of like up as they walk with their webbed feet.
Because they're for some reason they're walking straight legged. Nobody knows why.
Right. Yes. They don't seem to have a lot of knee bend kind of movement.
Kick line walk, just like dun 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 dun. Dun
exactly.
Dun,
yes. They would make fine rockets. What would you like to do for your defense, sir?
So what were my options? I can opt to just take it, or I can dodge, shrug it off, or take it, right?
Yeah, so you can try to take it, which is just like a straight up stamina roll. Or you can use a defensive action, but then your next action is
So we're just I'm gonna need all of my actions to continue to pump rounds into these things.
All right.
So I am just going to flail about and attempt to deal with their onslaught.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your stamina then. How many you got?
Hold on, working on it.
Oh, sure.
3.
Excellent. So the first 2, you duck from the one and weave from the other, and they both sort of lumber past you. So. You're missing it, and it's sad.
Oh no!
They both lumber past you like so. The other 2, though, seem to be a bit more limber. Okay. And the one throws himself at your legs, and you jump over him to get out of the way of it, but you sort of land a little bit funny going forward as the second one open-handed slap uppercuts you in the face, dealing you 1 level of damage.
It's just a flesh wound.
Now,
so what are these +1 archetype die? What's that mean?
That means that the rolls that are considered part of your archetype get +1 to them, a +1 enhancement to them when you're at that level of injured.
Oh, so I'm mad.
Right. So the more hurt you get, the better you are at being your archetype.
Okay.
So yeah, you get kind of slapped across the bottom jaw. The two that are coming up toward you, Mary Jane, they're just going to try to grab you. So how would you like to avoid that? Now, you didn't actually take a die action this last time.
I didn't, right.
So if you wanted to rely on something like, like athletics to jump out of the way, you could do so.
So I'm looking at doing that, and then also doing my, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm doing this one right. My not soft trademark as well. It's a composure roll. It says, though a good and moral person, Mary Jane is perfectly willing to use violence, extortion, and other underhanded tricks. She needs to follow up on a story. So I might hold on to that because I didn't read the part where it said once per story. So now I'm like, didn't read that sentence. Reading is important.
It's fundamental, in fact.
Yeah, reading is fundamental. So yeah, I think that I'm going to, I think I'm just going to do a dodge roll of some sort, just the GTFO.
Let's do an athletics and dex.
Athletics and dex. Sorry, my Adobe Acrobat decided not to be Adobe Acrobat, so I'm like reading it off my print screen right now.
I'm sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. It'd be like that sometimes.
It do be like that sometimes.
It do. All right, so you said athletics and what?
Dexterity.
All right, so it'll be 4. Oh, thank God, 2 successes. Ooh.
Excellent. You like,
because the others were a 1 and a 2, and I was like, please don't let the rest of them be like that.
You leap to the side as the first one gropes at you, directly into the arms of the second one.
Oh no!
So you are currently grappled.
I am doing that and just kicking, flailing, making not happy gal sounds.
I love it. Then that brings us to the two that are actually going for the doctor. So you had just picked up this package that was dropped. Packet of marijuana cigarettes.
Reefers.
Come on, these children.
From madness, from madness.
So they're going to grab at you. What would you like to do as you're being groped at?
I'd love to dodge while lecturing the children.
Okay. What sort of lecture would you like to be giving while you're dodging?
Not a full monologue or anything like that. Just, don't you know what this does to you? Just holding the pack of reefer cigs. What is dodge?
So if you're going to use your whole dice pool to get out of the way, you can dex athletics. You just won't be able to take an action next turn.
Okay.
Or you can try to take it with stamina.
Raj, I would love to be able to take an action next turn. So just one of the...
Yep,
one of them, yes?
Yep, just roll your stamina.
Copy that. Nope. And it's a 7 and a 1. So
excellent.
I feel like
you only take 2 levels of damage. You gain 2 rewrites. No, you gain 1 rewrite, and you notice something. As even though you like tripped over your own feet into the hand of this one who slapped you rather vigorously in the chin. It wasn't anything sharp, but they certainly had some stank on that swing. But you notice that the other one, the one that missed you, has extremely bloodshot eyes.
Oh, the fish people are stoned.
Remember,
Oh my God.
you either love weed or you're wrong.
You see what you did, kids? You ruined the sea light.
I knew I hated the color green.
This is why you're not supposed to flush your seeds, children. All right. All right. That brings us back to the top of the order. That brings us to Mary Jane. Yes.
I'm currently screaming in the arms of my new boyfriend. I mean, the sea creature.
Excellent. Are you going to do anything to try to get away, or are you just going to scream?
Yeah, no, I'm going to try to do something to get away. I'm going to.
It's become a Del Toro movie.
Yeah, I know. It's like we.
This is a
I knew that I would get
tale.
known. I just didn't know if it was it was going to be the Oscar for this. I had a thing.
Here, hold my camera.
No, get a better angle on us then, please, sir.
Right.
You've never
Hold
seen
on.
a camera before. No, the lighting is terrible here. Turn. Okay, there we go.
We're at least 6 hours before golden hour. We can't. There's no pictures down here.
My nose looks like Big Ben in this light. I can't. Yeah, no, everything I have is like explaining stuff, and I don't think I can explain anything to the fish. So I'm gonna try to like
Kick him in the caviar.
that's about all I've got. Like otherwise I'm gonna be like, hey, Mr. Fish, put me down. And I just don't think that my persuasion's gonna be that high. Yeah, actually, so what I'm gonna try to do is I'm actually gonna try to like get the flash of my camera right next to one of its big old eyeballs.
Nice. I love it.
I'm gonna get the flash of my camera next to one of his big old eyeballs while simultaneously like trying to shove away. So that's
Why don't you give me a might and humanities roll?
Sounds right.
I mean, sure. Those eyeballs gonna be used. Oh God, is there anything?
And I am going to give you a complication of one because you are trying to maneuver a camera in a way that's not. So you might get the shot off and drop your camera if you don't resolve the complication.
Not my camera.
It's before selfie sticks.
No. These children these days with their. I'm trying to see if there's anything I can do to give me an extra die. Oh wait, no, I have got one. Not to be nosy, but do these eyes belong to you?
I'll allow it. You can have the enhancement.
I'll take it.
This game was made for Chaz.
All right, so that gives me an extra die on it, yeah?
It gives you
or just a plus.
Enhancement.
Plus one.
Yeah. So if you get a success, then it counts as an
A plus one on it. Okay, gotcha. Oh no. It didn't work.
Well, we can still use rewrites the same way we use momentum, right? So like,
yes.
Can she use a rewrite to re-roll her failed dice? Is that a thing?
Can use a rewrite to re-roll failed dice if the writer's room agrees that she can use the rewrite.
Please,
do it. It's too good.
I failed all of my dice, so I can roll.
It's too
all
good to
of
not
them.
let this happen.
It's one momentum per. It's one momentum to re-roll the failed dice in the pool, right?
I
believe that. I believe that it's what it is right now. I'm not going to.
So if I failed all of them, I roll all of them.
Go for it.
Yeah.
It's Wild West here. We're making up our rules as we go.
You didn't fail again,
Yes. I got an 8. She
That's all we
barely
needed.
made it.
That's all we needed.
Yeah,
Barely made it. Oh God.
So let me see if they can resist this flash to the face. Okay, so that means you got 2 successes, so you don't drop your camera.
Oh
in the
yeah, because
process.
I got the enhancement. Yeah, so that is 2 total successes.
No, they get flashed in the face and drop you.
I am scurrying away. Just
Fight like a reporter.
All right, so Kitty, you see this whole thing play out in front of you, like as you're approaching.
Yeah, so that I'm gonna gonna run up to Mary,
Okay.
and be like, and just kind of forget where I am and that there are like high as shit fish people trying to like kill us, and be like, "Oh my God, Mary, how have you been? I haven't seen you for so long. If I knew you were coming, I would have made you a sweet bread."
Ah, hi, Kitty. Nice to see you. Nice bathing suit. You wanna get back to town?
Back to town. Oh yes. Let's go.
We should go.
We should go. I have my. Yeah. We'll figure it out.
And as Mary's like running, as they're like running, Mary's gonna grab a towel that's on the ground and start to like also just like throw it around Kitty's waist, just to be like just kind of like, we can't go into the soda shop like this, like, you know.
Excellent. You're
It's like, for the love of God, your kneecaps.
making sure she's presentable for polite society.
Exactly. She like her midriff's going to be showing, so none of us can go to church on Sunday.
Right.
But it's going to be okay.
Excellent. So you two are just taking off in the other direction. Beautiful. I love it. That then will bring us to Mitchell. What do you got?
So there's 4 of these things on me, and there's one still carrying Sunny.
Yeah, and he's walking again now.
Okay, so I'm going to break away from the 4. Say, "Oh no, you don't!" And I'm going to charge the one that's holding Sunny, and I'm going to sock him.
All right, you're going to have a complication of 4 for this, because that's how many people are trying to tackle you.
I understand, but luckily I have the hand-to-hand training trope. So I get 1 extra die.
Wonderful. I love it.
And I'm going to be using the butt of my pistol to wallop him.
Nice.
Unless I have another. Well, you know what? I have tools of the trade.
Yeah, you have to be able to get to them, though.
Well, sure. But I mean, I have a belt. So if I have a gun, can I have a baton too?
Yeah. Yeah. I thought tools of trade's usually like, oh, I have a bandsaw in the back of my car. Yeah, why?
Well, yeah, that stuff, sure. But this says I'm looking for an enhancement, basically. I'm hoping a stick would help.
Yeah, I'll allow you to have a beat stick on you. That's fine.
Okay. Complication of 4. Luckily, Joe Mitchell is a fighting man. He's a better fighting man than he's a shooting man. 6. Complication of 4?
Mm-hmm.
Complications don't necessarily mean I fail.
Your rewrite.
How much rewrites do we have?
Well, it costs 3 for a reroll, apparently. I'm being told. It's being
No,
reported
it
in the chat.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. There's nothing in the chat talking about that at all. I've heard absolutely nothing.
Well, that's fine, because we got 2. So like we got 2 from something earlier. Or did we get 1 from earlier from something?
Yeah, 2.
It was 1.
Yeah.
No, it was 1 because I was going to do 2 and then I gave another.
That was 5, and then so now we're down to 2. Okay, that's fine. Let me see what rewrite options I have, just in case here. Just in case. Where are the rewrites? There's the section on rewrites, but where are the actual rewrites?
39, right?
39
Oh,
is
okay.
39 is your
cinematics.
Cinematics.
Okay,
that's my bad.
The section on rewrites should be where it's broken down. And they may be truncated in this jumpstart, by the way. Because this is meant to work entirely on its own without...
Sure. Okay. I would like to summon a stuntman to fight off the other 4 while I save Sunny.
The stunt man can like replace you, but they replace you.
Well,
so like you can't like leave the stunt man. If you were in a different scene, you could leave the stunt man behind, but like it replaces you.
Okay, I see.
You don't like have a clone.
Got you. All right. Well, then I'll just deal with it. But I got 2.
Okay.
For walloping.
2 successes?
Well, I got 2 material. So.
All right. So with all your enhancement, that comes to what?
4.
You don't make it past the group. You like jump forward, and they like grab you and like hold you back. They have a total of 6 successes to grab you.
Oh, so like I couldn't even. I didn't realize there were like opportunity attacks or something. Like.
Yeah, they're just grab. I mean, as you're moving past, they get a resistance to try to grab you.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Had I known that, I would have just started shooting them.
I mean,
but that's okay.
You can shoot them next turn. That's fine.
That's cool. Poor Sonny.
Don't worry, I'll let you fire your gun. It'll be all right.
Okay.
Doctor, what are you doing?
I'd love to hold up the Mary Jane has broken free, yeah?
Mary Jane is broken free, and her and Kitty are now running the other direction.
Gotcha. It's just me and Joel. I'm gonna hold up the I am gonna try to talk to the fish people. I'm gonna hold up the pack of cigarettes and just now listen here, you dope fiends, and try to lure them. Like, you unhand him and you can have your fix. You got me?
Make a persuasion roll. Yeah.
Oh no.
I should have been trying to give them the cigarettes, apparently.
I fucked this up. It's persuasion? Is it oh god, paired with anything?
Presence would be fine, or
excellent. Hey, that's like, oh shit, that's not bad at all. Okay, we still re-roll.
No, 10s count as 2 successes.
Okay, so that's 4 successes on 3 dice. Oh my god, nothing can stop me.
One of the 2 that's carrying him actually turns and like starts walking over to you and trying to grab the cigarettes out of your hand.
That's not the deal.
But the other is just making off with him.
Damn it.
All right, Mary Jane and Kitty, you are about to the cars right now.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
So if we're far enough away from the chaos at the beach, I'm going to be like, once I kind of drag us away and everybody else is running, I'm just going to kind of get there. And I'm going to start fumbling to try and open my camera so that I can try and take a look at the negatives that we have.
Okay.
And while Mary Jane is doing this, like very like focused, I want to slightly fangirl over her. Just like from what I've heard about her. So like just very intense. Oh my God, I've seen what you work, and you're looking so great. And that was a great shot. And just like get more and more in her face and kind of like in the way of like lovingly though, but possibly blocking things.
Yeah. So like Mary Jane is just like, oh, thank you. I didn't know you.
Yeah. And remember that shot you took
the
like
newspaper,
2 years ago?
I mean.
Yeah, it was so good. And I tried to get to
Yeah, that's awesome. Can you're standing in my light?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
So
great.
here's the thing about your camera, is it's a film camera. So you can absolutely look at what's on those shots right now in this light and figure out what it is. That will be the last time you'll get to look at the film.
Okay.
Is you're gonna need to go develop it. Otherwise, the light exposure is going to ruin the shot. You can do it, and you can use it for investigation right now, but it will destroy any evidence you have of this.
How long does it take to, like, I'm showing my age here. How long does it take to develop a photo apart from Walmart's 1 hour photo developing thing?
I mean, in the 1950s, between scenes, probably.
Between scenes? Okay, all right. So we could do that. I'm sure I could go and shake down the people. I've got like a loyalty card over at the photo shop, I'm sure. Like, yeah, okay, it's like, okay, we gotta, like, are you okay? Or like, okay, so
I'm okay. Are you okay? You punched that fish person and then you did a cartwheel kick? I didn't know you could do that.
I didn't know that's what I did.
Yeah,
I did that. Awesome.
Yeah, it was so great.
Yeah. Wait, what about the people you're with? Wasn't your sister there too?
while this scene of sisterhood is playing out as the two of you are having a conversation, in the background of the shot is just this horrible like carnage as the crowd is being ripped apart by fish people.
Oh my god, I love your work. Oh my god, your hair's so pretty.
Right.
Cut too.
So while that's going on, what would you like to do, Mitchell?
I would like to get Sonny is still being carried off, and I'm still surrounded by 4 fish people.
Yeah, he's just about at the water line at this point.
All right, so I will take aim past the 4 that are still messing with me. And I'm going to attempt to once again save poor Sonny from certain watery demise.
All right, so you're gonna try to shoot one of the fish people that's up by Sonny.
Well, the one that's carrying him. There's only one carrying him now, right?
There's only one that's physically moving him along. Yeah.
Yes, that is. Was that the one I hit before, or was that the one I grazed?
It's when you graze.
Does it matter? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to shoot it. See, I said to stop.
Right now, you will have to overcome a complication of 4 because
y'all
they're,
never
they're slapping at you. You know.
Sure.
Excuse me.
Y'all never listen. Told you a few times now. That is 5.
5? All right, and then the enhancement from your gun.
Oh, so 6. Yeah, 6.
So you shoot him and you tag him in the shoulder and he starts bleeding. And he lets go of Sonny. And as he lets go of Sonny, Sonny takes off running toward the water. Doctor, what would you like to do? And as Sonny's running toward the water, he's pulling at the squid on his face.
Well, damn. Joel's being accosted by 4 fish people, yes?
Yes.
Kids running toward the water. Oh, man. Choices. Well, the child is lost, and then I will rush up to Joel. He needs to face the law for his crimes of dealing dope to fish people. So I will try to free him. I guess I'm gonna attack one of the fish people.
You're just gonna rob and punch him?
Yeah, just hold on to your bunsons, kids.
Is that a quip?
It is.
And you may have a enhancement of 1.
Excellent. What am I rolling? Might and
yeah, close combat. Dexterity or might is fine.
Oh wow, I actually have close combat. Wow. Doctor, what have you been doing?
Probably some weirdo kung fu in the background.
That is 1 material.
Because he was bullied as a child.
All right. So you come up behind him and clock one of them in the head, and it turns and looks at you, and it like smells you, and starts groping at you.
Listen here.
It really is shape of water.
So at this point, Sonny dives into the water and just immediately goes under.
What the hell are you doing?
The rest of the fish people start making their way back toward the water. Except for the one that is the only one that doesn't literally like let go of what they're holding on to and start just turning back toward the water is the one that is now closing in on the doctor.
6 were made.
What would you like to do, Mary Jane and Kitty, as you're way up having this moment, which does get interrupted by gunfire?
Okay, so if there's gunfire and stuff, like, my visual here is that we've kind of like made our way up onto like a dune, like back by the cars. And if I hear gunfire and stuff happening, I might make my way back up to the dune to kind of see what's happening.
Absolutely.
Like, making my way there. And do I see Dr. Perez in all of this as well?
Yeah. So as you run up to the dune, you can see now like most of the people have taken off. You do see one of the fish people that wandered up, like seem to have broken from the group and made their way over to the band, and you just see them like laying dead on the ground. And the bass player,
band or the fish?
No, the fish. The bass player is over him, like still hitting him like repeatedly in the face with the bass guitar.
That's metal.
But the rest of the crowd is pretty much dispersed at this point. You see the one that is like right behind Sonny is leaking, very visibly leaking like this greenish blood out of his shoulder as Sonny dove into the water. And the rest of them are all sort of wandering off, except for the one that is groping toward the doctor.
Okay. With that, it's like, oh no, that one's about to get Dr. Perez. And like just kind of like hand on Bunny's shoulder. Bunny's shoulder. No, your name's not Bunny. Your name's Kitty.
That's my nickname.
The other fluffy animal. Kitty the beach bunny, not Bunny the anyway. Yeah, kitty. So I'm just the beach kitty. So I like grab like Kitty's shoulder for a second. I've got to go and help the doctor. Like just, and then I start kind of like making my way there, and I just start yelling, "Hey!" at the fish. And I'm also, while I'm running, I'm gonna grab like a fistful of dirt or a fistful of sand and make to throw it at the fish eyeball.
Excellent. You scoop up a sand ball.
Yeah, I was like, "Hey, fish face," and just that's the deal. I don't know if that's too much move in 1 minute.
No, you're fine. You start running that way. Grab the handful of sand. Yeah. What would Kitty like to do in response to that?
Oh, I might throw my camera at Kitty if Kitty wants to hang on to that for a second.
I mean, that's probably not smart. I'll catch it.
Don't touch the buttons. No. Ooh. You know what? For fun, let's do that. Yes, right. I'm gonna throw the camera at Kitty, and then make my way to go and help, because I didn't want the fish to break the camera. I figure I can totally trust my best friend Kitty here now, right?
Absolutely. So what's Kitty gonna do? I think you muted.
Take selfies, obviously.
When the gun is fired, Kitty will like snap back to reality and stop the fangirl for a second and be like, "Oh, we still have like monsters for people apart." So I guess I'll catch the camera. Like I'm assuming there's some kind of strap.
Oh yeah. There's a strap.
So I'll put the strap on, and then I'm going to book it down to the fish person going after Dr. Perez. And with all my gymnastics and cheerleading practice, I want to narrate how to do a proper cartwheel somersault kick while keeping a camera safe.
All right.
Apparently, because I have the apprentice trope, if I'm teaching people how to do this while I'm actually doing this, even if they don't give a shit, I gain 1 extra die.
Nice. I love it.
You should kick them like this, Mary.
So you got to make sure to put your hands down first and be sure to stick the landing, then come across and then drop the axe kick. Yes.
All right.
And so I want to.
Actually, like 2 hours later of Mary Jane just like log rolling in sand in her attempt.
So let's get a close combat and dexterity.
Mm-hmm.
And you can have an extra die for your trope.
That would be 5 successes.
Nice. Yeah, so
was I supposed to roll anything for the sand or not?
No, you haven't had to actually use it yet. You just have it in your hand now.
Got it.
Yeah, grabbing it's not going to cost anything. So you come down and like kick this dude in the back of the head, and you feel like a squish. It's I don't know if you've ever gone fishing, or like caught a fish, but like with like it's got like the give like a regular fish's bones would have when you kick it. It's not quite solid, so that's a little bit squicky. But other than that, you certainly have gotten its attention off of the doctor, and it sort of grabs the back of its head and looks at you like you stepped on his shoe or something, and starts to walk off.
Oh boy.
Doctor.
They're just walking back into the sea.
Yep.
And like Sunny jumped like sayonara us.
We need a sample.
We
need one of them.
Give me an
We need
integrity
one of
cunning.
them.
Give me an integrity cunning roll, please.
Got it. Where is my cunning? There it is. One.
That's enough to notice the dead one that's currently still being beaten on by the bass guitarist, whose bass is still plugged in, and he has inadvertently invented distorted bass.
Outstanding.
15 years before Paul McCartney.
I'll stop him. Just hold on, boy.
So you're running up,
just like he's had enough.
Are any of you trying to stop the rest of these fish people from escaping?
The last one that was messing with the doctor, that just got kicked and is trying to wander away. I'm going to put myself between him and the water, and say, no. I have questions. If you're going through me, you'll have to go through me to do it.
And then just Mary Jane with her fist full of dirt, just like, yeah.
And I'm going to grab that fish by the neck and punch it in its eyes until it passes out.
All right, give me close combat and might.
That was a quit, by the way, in case you're wondering.
All right, so you get an additional enhancement as well.
And of course, I get the extra die because Joel likes to punch things, apparently. What a cop. Oh, yeah. 6.
All right, so you hit it in its jaw, and again, like the jaw like kind of gives and like folds in, goes and it falls unconscious.
I'm still holding it. I'm not letting it go.
All right, so now it's just limply hanging unconscious in your hand.
I'm gonna grab it like you would a catfish, like by the jaw,
all right,
and sling it over my shoulder.
You do so, and you all
everybody
gather back up.
So I'm gonna just turn around and survey the damage, I guess. Like,
well, I hope you're happy, Joel.
No, the only guy that could have given me information that'll clear my name just jumped into the sea. I'm afraid I'm not very happy, Doctor. Not happy at all. I'm gonna punch this fish again.
Oh God, I don't have my camera because I threw it at Kitty. Never mind.
I think it's still safe.
Yeah.
That was a hell of a kick there, Miss. Who are you?
Oh, hi, Dr. Mitchell. I'm Kitty. I used to go to Kitty High School, whatever high school it was.
Kitty of Kitty High School.
Yeah, I was the head cheerleader, and I'm the captain of the swim team.
Darien High, I'll say.
That was Darien High, yeah.
Well, how could I have forgotten? Great job, Miss Jane. Did you get any? Did you see where those things came from?
The sea, but also, that guy dove in there after him. Like, not sure if this is like anachronistic or not. Like Aquaman.
Aquaman would have been contemporary, yes.
Okay, good. Yeah. He like just dove in there like Aquaman. oh my gosh, I've got to write this down. And I like start pulling out like my little like flip pad. Or I guess they wouldn't have the little, would they have had the little tape? They wouldn't have had the tape recorder things. All right, we'll go with that. And so like Mary Jane starts immediately start going, it's approximately noon at the beach. Sea monsters came from the sea, led by the one and only Sonny McGee. Sonny McGee, superhero or supervillain? And just is doing this. I imagine as well that Mary Jane is, I have on my character sheet is pretty sus of Joel Mitchell. And I think perhaps because I keep getting turned away from crime scenes and stuff in town.
Can't imagine why.
And it's like, well, I bet you Mary Jane's just like, hadn't you seen you around town much there, Mr. Mitchell? Been taking a break?
Administrative
does,
leave.
like fancy things. He's always busy. You can't. He's like one of the best detectives we have.
Not in the busy I normally see him in.
Because he's like a private eye detective. He can't tell you what he's doing. Like would like compromise his investigation.
Look, we're surrounded by dead bodies. I suggest you all get off the beach.
Yes, you'd like that, wouldn't you, Mr. Mitchell?
Look, doctor, if your credentials are in fact valid, what were you doing out here hanging out with a bunch of kids?
I was off to the side, not interacting with the children, conducting some experiments. So
What
it seems
kind
the
of
individual
experiments? Holds up speaker to his face.
So it seems the individual you were speaking with was carrying a pack of, and I'll dramatically just hold this pack of cigarettes up, an illegal substance, I believe.
I'm gonna snatch it. As is instinctive for me. I'm gonna snatch the illegal substance. What are you doing with those?
All right, you snatch it up. Like there's a waft of odor that comes off of them when you grab them.
This is evidence.
It is very clear that at the scene, the devil's lettuce was present.
Apparently, Joel has someone at the door.
Do you think? While Joel steps away for craft services real quick. Are there any investigative actions you would like to take in the area? Things you'd like to look at? You do have a couple people you can interrogate, witnesses that are there. And you can also do a little bit of, just like physical analysis of the area.
I would probably like to actually kind of talk to Dr. Perez a little bit more.
Sure.
Just like
weird time to get packages.
Yeah. So, Doctor, what kinds of experiments? Perhaps something with the ocean?
Well, yes.
Interesting.
I'm a phycologist.
A what?
That sounds made up.
Sounds like bullshit. Means I study the algae, Miss Emery.
Interesting. Algae, perhaps the same that was on the sea monsters?
The guild individuals, I didn't see any of my substances on them, though they, again, were quite interested in a particular substance, and I'll just shoot a look at Joel. I am in the process of creating an algae that will eat and process the pollutants in this very beach.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I was paying attention to the scene. What were you saying? Is this somehow pertinent to the investigation?
Well, aren't you supposed to be a police officer, Mr. Mitchell?
Not at the moment. I will drag my fish to the car. But nonetheless, I'm the only person here, it seems, with any sense regarding this stuff. How many dead bodies are there?
Oh, there's just one dead body.
No, No, I mean, as far as like where the party goers, any of the party goers get killed?
No, they just ran in different directions and panicked.
So Sonny's the only one that got dragged in?
Yes, and it appears as though they maybe tried to drag one of the bass players, or the bass player for the band in, but it did not go well for the person that grabbed at him. Because he's still beating on him.
So for some
And
reason,
Mr. McCartney, that is quite enough.
look, for some reason, these things wanted Sonny, it seems.
Does Sonny have any friends that were here today?
Look, he had a few, but as far as I can tell, the only thing unique about Sonny is that he's a drug dealer. I put the fish in the car. I punch it again just to be sure.
Where are you planning on taking that thing, mister?
Right now, nowhere.
That's gonna stink real bad in a couple
That's
of hours.
Why I'm rolling the windows down, miss. So I'm rolling the windows down.
Mr. Mitchell, I don't doubt your expertise in brute force, but I think that you better bring that to the lab. That is in case you actually want to get this mystery solved.
Look, we need to figure out what these things wanted and where they're from. So yes, I put this thing down so that we could do whatever we need to do to it, figure out where it came from.
Is there a
Actually,
rope?
I will. Yes, I will get a rope from my trunk, and I will. I'm going to hog tie the fish.
All right, you hog tie the fish.
Is there
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Sonny. Sorry, go ahead.
is there another rope just like lying around the beach anywhere that I could like stumble upon?
I mean, there's towels and whatnot. What is it specifically that you're trying to get?
That's not long enough. I need something long.
Like, what about like the volleyball? Like, if there's like the volleyball net or something?
Yeah, that could work. While this is happening, I like to go find the volleyball net and like kind of take it down, start to like rip it apart to just make it kind of as long as possible.
Sure. While you're doing that, why don't you go ahead and just give me like an integrity cunning roll?
Four.
Okay.
Is there anybody still lingering around from the party?
Yeah, there's a lot of people are still standing around. Like they just backed away, basically.
Hey, look, Miss Jane, if you want to be helpful in this investigation, you like talking to people, right?
Yeah.
Why don't you go talk to like some swimmers or surfers or people that come here on a regular basis?
And
See if they know anything. Ask them probing questions.
oh, okay, yeah, totally. I can do that. I can do that. And it's like
I know you
grabs her camera back from Kitty and is like getting really excited about it. It's like, I've got it. I'm gonna get the story. Don't worry about it. And I have a question.
Sure.
Just because I, did this crazy thing called looking at my character sheet. And on there, it had an aspiration of find out who's responsible for the drug smuggling in town. Is
Yes.
that something that was discovered with the idea of Sonny was in possession of the drugs in town? Or was he just in possession so far?
Hard, you don't know.
Okay, we don't know. Okay, gotcha. I was just making sure that I didn't miss the boat on this one.
Yeah, you don't know. It's possible.
So would there be anyone down at the beach that I may recognize as having been within relative proximity of Sonny shortly before all this happened?
Sure, yeah. You saw that the bass player for the band, a guy named
Nice.
Jeff Checker.
Jeff Checker
was down there.
Okay,
His
so I'm
last
gonna
person
go. I'll make my little way on down to Jeff Checker. And what's the name of the town we're in again?
Darien, Connecticut.
Darien, Connecticut. Gotcha. Yeah. It's just like.
One second. You had gotten 4 successes, right?
Yes.
I do also want to know, like, as you're taking that apart, you notice that Jeff Checker, the bass player who's eating the fish, has like a cigarette behind his ear.
Oh. Interesting.
It all goes back to Mary Jane.
This Mary Jane doesn't deal with that Mary Jane. Thank you very much.
So that Mary Jane is asking questions down. Are you going to specifically?
Yeah, I'm going to go and talk to the bassist. I'm going to make my way down to the bassist. Like, hey, excuse me, Mary Jane Emery with.
Stand back! It's splashing.
Darian.
What can I do for you? He's still hitting that fish in the head with the guitar.
Hi. I have a few questions for you. Also, can I get you on an upswing there real quick, sir?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Click.
All right,
Okay,
thanks.
perfect. Thank you. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Sir, what's your name, sir?
My name's Jeffy.
Jeffy, nice to meet you, Jeffy. I'm Mary Jane with Darien, Connecticut, and I would just like to ask you a handful of questions.
Okay.
First, could you please describe the scene that you saw here today at the beach?
Is this thing dead? He kicks it.
Mary Jane would look down at it a little bit and just see that, like, I imagine it's like body flat.
Right. It looks like it just spent 10 minutes in a private meeting with Victor Crowley. It's in very, very bad shape.
Yeah. I think you did good. I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's dead. Also, very nice bass, sir. That's very nice. What are you playing?
That's a Kingston. Yeah, these things are put together like a tank. There's
That's very nice, sir. Very nice. So before we get to some of the other information, I have a couple of questions. Can you please describe for my eventual audience the scene for today?
Yeah, there were a bunch of fish monsters, and they ran off with that dirt head, and people screamed. This one tried to grab me, so I beat him to death with a bass guitar.
And you did an amazing job. I mean, honestly, I'm really a fan of your work right now. It's wonderful. So I do have a question though. Did you, in the moments before the monsters came from the ocean, what were you doing other than like before playing the bass?
Getting ready to play the bass. Usually what I do before a show.
Fascinating. I would like to roll something just so that I can figure out what the hell to ask.
Sure. Go ahead and make a, we'll say like a persuasion or command or enigmas.
All right, I'm going to do persuasion for sure. And then persuasion, command. Yeah, all of those are the same. And would I do that with cunning?
Cunning would be great. Yep.
Okay, all right. So
while you're rolling those, as you like roll up, get that whole thing together, Chaz, that you were pulling, you see like a jellyfish type thing like on the beach nearby. Like maybe it got dropped. Looks similar to the thing that got shoved in Homeboy's face.
So then I would like to abandon my create a makeshift rope for someone to hold for me to go swimming into the water with the fish creature plan for now.
Okay.
And walk up to the bass player, and I would like to use my big stick trademark. Kitty learned early in life to never back down. A scholar's stern word from her can cow most anybody. Once per story, Kitty can activate this trademark to gain 2 additional dice on a related roll. The roll provides the possibility of Kitty player to exert directorial control. So I would like to walk up, grab the wacky backy, and essentially berate him into asking, where did you get this from? What do you know about this fish creature? Is this Joe that you know? And just like the camera, like slowly my voice gets distorted, I just get larger and larger, towering over him.
Excellent. And what did you get on your Anyway's roll, Mary Jane?
Oh, I got 4 successes.
Okay. So yeah, you start. So we're gonna go ahead and add that as enhancement to the roll that Kitty's gonna make as well. And so
And Mary Jane just has like the full-fledged like anime blush like all the way across her cheeks, like as she's watching this whole thing happen. And it's just like, oh. So yeah.
3 material, so I guess 7 in total.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So yes, you can exert directorial control, but also you will learn several pieces of information. He starts basically just going off. He's like, all right, look, I don't know what was going on. I know that Sonny's got this new batch of homegrown that he's growing up by his place. I bought a joint so that I could relax after the show. And these fish people came out of nowhere and they attacked him and attacked me. Maybe he sold them a bad batch of weed. I don't know.
Who's he?
Sonny.
Sorry. Like then after I get as much information as I can, I want to turn much nicer and just kind of touch his face and be like, you have just the right number of eyes, and then slowly walk away.
Excellent. So that will stack as enhancement. So yeah, and that will still leave you. So you'll still have 3 enhancement for future investigation, plus the 2 more from the photos if you develop those. If you all head to the lab. Now, is there anything the doctor and Mitchell are doing during this?
So after some contemplation and kind of watching the investigation unfold, I will turn to the doctor and say, look, you're probably the closest thing we have to some sort of qualified analyst in this area, doctor. So much as I don't necessarily approve of your methods, your experiments, we're going to have to work together here. You with me on this?
For the good of the city, absolutely.
Then I will once again offer him the pack of cigarettes. All right, why don't you get in? We can head to your lab. We'll see what the intrepid reporter and her bodyguard are doing.
Yes, she does seem to hang out with quite the Spitfire.
I will honk and kind of wave at them.
You're pretty sure you've gotten everything you can out of the bassist, who then produces the joint from behind his ear and says, speaking of which, and lights it.
Mary Jane makes just kind of like a face and starts like backing away and like kind of like turns off her little recorder and puts her stuff away and starts, tilting her head for Kitty to come along.
I would like to try to snatch it before I come along.
Okay, you snatch it. There's no.
Okay.
What the?
You fish, and then I'll just walk away.
What am I missing? So you walk up to the car of the former police officer with the burning joint in your hand.
Miss Kitty, I'm gonna need you to put that out.
I thought we should analyze it since it's somehow connected to fish.
Look, we've got a few unlit already. If the doctor feels compelled to burn one, we can burn one at his lab.
Dr. Perez, do you?
Not in my car. Not in my car.
Then I'll drop it in.
I will stomp it out with much vigor.
You extinguish the marijuana cigarette with extreme pressure.
We were gonna take the aforementioned contraband and the fish to the lab in order to get an idea as to what might be going on. Miss Jane, I'm sure you're very interested in what's happening here, and it seems that you've acquired some assistance in one of Darian's finest athletes and or cheerleaders. So you all are welcome to come along and
I
continue.
also
to,
have photographic evidence in case we need to compare it to anything.
sure, there's plenty of advantages to having that on hand for research. Look, I just want to make sure we get through this alive.
And it works out well, Doctor, as you have, all of the necessary chemicals in your laboratory to make a dark room, obviously.
Excellent.
Go ahead and squeeze in the back. I don't care what you do with the fish. There's enough room back there for 3. Give him a window seat, put him between you. I don't care. And I slide into the driver's seat.
I'll slide in the back with the fish person.
Look,
marveling at
let's
its
see.
anatomy and probably poking and prodding at it as we go.
Now, after we drop this stuff off at the lab, I'm going to want to get a look at Sonny's cabin. If I can't talk to Sonny, I'll at least see what he has.
Right, so you're going to the lab first.
Yeah, we're going to the lab. We're going to drop all this stuff off, get the fish out of my car. There's pictures to develop or whatever. So, and when we get there, I'm going to see if the doctor has a phone. I'm not going to ask him. I'm just going to see if there's a phone here.
There's a phone.
While they start playing around, I'm going to make a phone call. I'm going to call Jesper Calhoun, my gun nut connection.
Excellent. Hey, what's going on there, buddy?
Jasper.
Yeah.
I got some good news and some bad news for you.
All right, go ahead and give me good news first. Been a bad week.
All right. Good news is I'm going to need a whole lot of firepower.
That's the best dang news I heard all month, dang.
Bad news is, well, actually, I guess there isn't any bad news for you.
Well, hell damn. All right. So where am I dropping living off?
I'm at some lab belonging to that wackadoo doctor.
Oh, yeah. I know that Dr. Wackadoo. No,
Dr. Wackadoo.
Where that's at.
So seems that the things we're
that's
dealing
over
with,
there by the north lookout, isn't it?
I believe so. Yeah. Down the hill, second
Down the
right.
hill, second on the right. All right, got you. What all you need with just tell me what you need.
Probably gonna need a couple shotguns, a couple sidearms.
All right, got that. Yep.
Maybe a harpoon.
Harpoon. Just like the harpoon, or do you want the harpoon gun? There's
a harpoon.
Two different things here. We need to be specific.
Specifically, the harpoon and the harpoon gun. Maybe
harpoon gun. Some rope.
Maybe a couple rope nets if you got them.
You don't need an armor. You need a fisherman.
Kinda. Yeah. Kinda.
I got a cousin I could talk to. I don't know quite.
Not that cousin. Okay, we don't want access to that
just
stuff.
because the guy fished with dynamite a couple times does not make him a bad person.
I'm not going to argue with that, Jasper. So go ahead and bring over what you got, and I'll owe you one. All right.
All right, I got 10 minutes.
Yeah, best of the family. I'll hang up the phone.
I don't know if I hate Jasper or love him.
I love him. Best character in the game.
That brought back some dark flashbacks, Travis. My God.
Oh. Okay. So yeah, you got about 10 minutes before Jasper gets there. Would you like to use some science? We're going to just go ahead and presume, with all the successes so far, that you will be able to develop the film, no problem. Those successes can be spent on clues.
Okay.
So in terms of like actually analyzing the cigarettes that you have found, that's going to be a science or a technology roll. So what would you like to rely on there, Doctor?
I'm going to rely on science.
Science. All right. And maybe intellect
works for me.
All right.
Let me see.
Can I have a conversation with Kitty while they're doing all their stuff?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm gonna find Kitty doing whatever Kitty's doing.
You said 10. Oh, I apologize. Go on.
Go ahead. No, do you roll? Go ahead.
Tens or
you said
two successes.
Okay, so that's 4, 5, 6 successes.
All right. Continue your conversation.
Look, Miss White, Kitty, what do you prefer?
Kitty is fine, detective.
Look, I'm not a detective right now. You can feel free to call me Joe.
Is it a private investigation thing?
No, I'm on administrative leave. Okay, it's a long story. Sonny's kind of look. It's irrelevant right now. Look, you seem like a very well put together person. Okay, you seem like you have your head screwed on straight. So I'm gonna be honest with you here. In case things go sideways, I need to know that there's another cool head that will prevail in dire circumstances. Now, I don't know if you ever fired a gun before. But I'm going to trust that one of the most coordinated athletes that Darien High's ever seen can point and shoot.
I've never fired a gun, but I was number 1 on the archery club.
Well, we're not getting any bows.
So I figure can't be very off.
Actually, you know what? Maybe we'll arrange for that as well. But anyway, we're going to be getting some stuff here. I want to know if you're comfortable carrying a firearm, because you're going to be carrying a firearm.
I'm definitely comfortable. I mean, I have no intention of killing people, but those fish.
It's gonna be us or them, and I'll point to the fish thing again,
Yeah.
and then I'll like reach over, just kind of punch it again, just to make sure it's not moving.
Well, after you do that, I'm going to just do like an axe kick and drop it into the other eyeball. Be like, yeah, no problem at all.
So while they're mutilating the corpse, Doctor, you come up with the following pieces of information. This is not a typical marijuana cigarette. It's a strange crossbreed of marijuana and chlorophyte algae. While the marijuana has no unusual effects on humans, it seems that certain enzymes in the mixture might cause aggression when ingested by marine life. And the genes of the plant show damage indicative of radiation exposure.
What madman?
It's seaweed.
That was amazing.
It is. They're giving off low levels of radiation. And based on the radiation readings that you're getting, it seems as though it may be something that's used like a uranium, or like something that's used in like refined nuclear processes. So perhaps the nearby naval base, for example, probably be the closest place where that radiation might be occurring. In the pictures, Kitty, that you developed, you see a couple things. One of which is that this device, this creature thing that they shoved into Sonny's face, appeared to send out like feelers into his mouth and then open like gills on its side.
Ew.
So you're guessing that it might be some sort of like a symbiotic rebreather.
Like to make him so he can breathe underwater.
Right, which may have also caused him to run into the ocean because he couldn't breathe the air anymore.
Yeah. Who is it who's with me at that point? It's just me at that point?
It would be probably like you and the doctor, because you're working in the chemical-y parts while the other people are working in the punchy thingy parts.
Yeah. Hey, Dr. Perez. Do you know anything about people being turned into fish with a jellyfish?
No, but then again, about 3 minutes ago, I didn't know anything about people turning into fish from marijuana.
Wait, marijuana makes people fish?
That's just another thing to add to the list that it does to the poor youth.
Gosh. I have to write an essay on this. Oh my gosh, I'm going to make an A. And so she's just like, but yeah, look, this thing, it's like it turned it into a natural scuba jellyfish thing. You can scuba dive with it. These are gills, right? I know I took that in bio.
I'll take the jellyfish, and if possible,
or it's a picture of the jellyfish.
Gotcha. I'll take a picture of the jellyfish and if possible, use the trope Eureka.
Okay.
Gain an in-depth understanding of a clue once a session.
Yeah, absolutely. So this thing looks like some sort of a genetically modified symbiote that the Gilkin would use to be able to bring surface dwellers down into their subaquatic domain without risking their lives.
My God, the water dope fiends have mastered science.
Science fish.
Meanwhile, I'm teaching Kitty to shoot outside while I wait for Jasper. Bam!
Jasper rolls up with a pickup truck full of shotguns and ammo. Just hops out, opens like a tarp off the back of his truck. He's like, I just brought this along just to figure it might be enough. And he's like dragging the tarp along. There's like boxes and crates with guns in them. He just keeps walking and drags the tarp so it drops onto the ground. Anyway, gotta go pick up the kids from softball practice. I'll be seeing you later. And he just hops in the car and drives away.
That's amazing.
Hi, Jasper.
Bye, Jasper.
So you have shotguns and anything else you may need.
Kitty will pick up 2 shotguns.
like Judge Reinhold in Beverly Hills Cop.
As God
Has she still got the towel on?
Towel, bikini top, bouffant hair.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna go that route, I will go ahead and outfit her with a, tactical ammo vest to make sure that she's kitted out properly. She's kitted out properly.
Get it?
I will also arm myself, and I will bring in some gear for the nerds.
Yeah.
Excellent. So you have this collection of clues now. Basically 2 places that you can investigate at this point. Well, 3. You could either go to the beach and see if there's anything you missed. You could go to the cabin that Sonny's been living in, or you could go check out the naval base, which is the only source in the area of this kind of radiation.
So I want to make something very, very clear to you all right now. I am obviously not operating under any sort of police jurisdiction, and I honestly don't know if they know what's happening on the beach. So it's just us. So what happens, happens. I'll do what I can to keep you all safe. But this is definitely an off-the-book situation.
And best to keep away from the American government.
So you're saying I can't publish this later?
I didn't say anything of the sort. All I'm saying is right now, we're going to be basically flying under the radar.
Already under the radar, and I want to grab some kind of like tactical knife thing.
Yeah, and Mary Jane is just like... Mary Jane starts whispering these types of things into the microphone of just like, we've been informed by the authorities that this is a highly undercover mission. I may not make it out of this alive, but if I do, and if you're listening to this, find the truth. And like just being super dramatic into the microphone.
The truth.
I will once again reinforce the restraints on the gill monster thing. If there's chains, like this thing is just getting tied to this pole and it's never going to move.
Right. There's chains on it. You've laid like a kitchen sink on its chest.
Yeah, pretty much. So I really like Sonny. Sonny's a bit of a personal matter for me, so I would like to check out his place first. Beyond that, I don't really have any concerns.
All right. Any objections to that?
No objections. Let's
I
keep
like
away
it.
from the naval base for now.
All right. You go head over and start checking out Sonny's place. As you arrive there, it's not far from Weed Beach. The cabin itself is set back in the woods about a quarter mile from the highway with a simple dirt driveway that leads up to the property. As you get there, the grass looks like it hasn't been cut in months. There's a rusty Studebaker sitting on concrete blocks with all 4 wheels missing and various engine parts strewn across a moldy tarp on the ground next to it. Several broken windows covered with propped up cardboard. Porch has several missing or broken boards, and the door enjoys a loose relationship with its hinges.
Cabin.
The inside looks worse than the outside. What would you like to do to investigate as you're looking around in this place? There's sort of detritus on every flat surface. It just smells horrible, like gym socks and hot garbage inside this whole place.
We're gonna have to treat this. We're gonna treat this like an active crime scene. So look, don't touch. If you do touch, make a note of where you found it, what it was, where it was laying, what condition it was in. Hold your breath.
Mary Jane like pulls up her shirt to do this, but then starts snapping pictures of just random crap around the house. Probably not even relevant to the thing, but I'm sure she gets something that she thinks might be useful.
I guess I'll start at the front porch and work my way in. I'm just gonna keep looking around for anything.
If you'd all like, you can go ahead and make integrity plus whatever resilience attribute you would like as you're trying to search for clues through here. And all these rolls are going to have a complication of 2 because of the gross nature of the place.
That's gnarly.
Yeah, it's funky.
The integrity's in what? Like a different attribute?
It's a skill.
Oh, okay, no, but integrity and other skill?
Any one of the resilience attributes.
Okay, any resilience attribute. Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Yeah, 5 successes,
yes.
Alex? All right.
Yes.
2 here.
All right.
1. 2 successes.
All right. So those of you with 2 successes can decide if you want to find clues or if you want to avoid being grossed out, because there's a complication of 2 on this.
I'm gonna avoid being grossed out.
All right. So you don't like throw up or anything, but like it's you're snapping pictures, but it's too gross for you to like move anything. You like go to move,
like they're blurry and terrible.
Yeah, you go to move like a Dorito bag once, and like a liquid falls out of it, like a chunky liquid.
A chunky liquid.
Thanks, I hate it.
How many successes did you get there, Gilbert?
4.
Excellent. So you 2 can buy off yours. And was Kitty going to avoid being grossed out and not learn anything, or was?
Yeah, Kitty's just gonna leave.
It's like, no.
I'll go out and stand out there with Kitty. Like if Kitty is like standing on the porch to breathe.
Yeah, go outside, like shotgun at the ready. We're protecting the house, but we're not going in.
Yeah. And Mary Jane's like, yep, me too. Yeah.
All right.
Got it.
What the doctor and Mitchell are able to come up with inside is that you are not the first people to search Sonny's cabin. Someone else was in here today, and they left rubber gloves in the trash can. You also notice that someone placed a radio transmitter inside the mouthpiece of Sonny's phone.
They bugged his phone?
Yep. And you can see that there are, out the back window, you can see various strange-looking plants growing along the creek bed that runs behind the cabin.
Okay. Is there anything inside that makes any sort of indication about the boathouse or like the whole smuggling operation thing or anything like that?
Nothing whatsoever, no. There are very few things that have writing on them that aren't in some state of like stickiness and like just general funk. Like doesn't look like.
I've been in this house before. I've been in this house before. Okay, you just kind of like you tuck everything in and you just look around. I'm gonna gesture to the doctor out the back. I'm guessing where the creek is.
Yeah.
And we'll head that way.
All right. They come walking out and point to the plants, and sure enough, these plants are growing along the creek, all the way down by the. You see like a drainage pipe that leads up into the base area. These plants.
The naval base.
Yeah, these plants that are growing look like marijuana, but they have like a layer of algae over all of the leaves and buds.
Doctor, what do you make of this?
That is an excellent question. I'll take a look at the materials gathered. Um,
Anything else going on back here? Like, does this look like where is this like where it's being cultivated?
Looks like this might be where Sunny is cultivating. Yes, but like I said, this plants run like all the way down the creek, and as you go further away from the cabin, going further toward that drainage pipe, the plants are getting taller.
What the hell? How long have these been growing here?
I would need time to study them to answer that question.
Well, by my estimation, if Sonny's been dealing for at least the past couple years. Do I recall the last time he was hauled in? Actually, you know what? I know that his phone is bugged, but I don't care. I'm gonna go back in and I'm gonna use his phone.
All right, who are you gonna call?
I'm gonna call Officer Rogers with the local law enforcement.
Okay. Mitchell, what are you calling me for? Aren't you on suspension?
Administrative leave, Rogers. Thank you very much. And yeah, by the way, this conversation is being recorded by an unknown party. I just had a question. I'm actually calling you from Sonny McGee's place at the cabin. I have reason to believe that he's missing. So the reason for my call is I was hoping you could let me know whether let me know what the oldest drug offense you have on record for him is.
Well, his oldest offense is during his juvenile years, which is sealed.
Well, sure. I'm not. This is in an unofficial capacity, though. I mean, I have reason to believe that if we can figure out when he started dealing, it might give us a better idea as to who we should be talking to about how to get him out of the game, if you will.
I see. Let me look. Give me just a minute.
Sure thing. Don't worry.
Like some papers shuffling around. As you're hearing the papers shuffling around, the rest of you who are now still on the porch, or are you by the creek looking at the plants?
Yeah.
Okay. You see a car pull up. Black car, reflective windows.
He's got a shot, dude. It's amazing.
Door opens. The two doors open. You see two guys get out wearing matching black suits, black sunglasses, black hair slicked back.
I immediately take a picture of them.
They walk up, pull out badges.
Hi?
I'm Agent Jones. This is Agent Richards.
Hello,
Central
agents. From what
Intelligence
agency? The what?
CIA.
Doesn't CIA operate outside of the United States?
Generally speaking, yes.
If I'm not mistaken, Connecticut was one of the original 13.
You have an amazing command of history, man.
Thank you. Graduating in the top 10. Thank you very much. So, what you doing out here?
We've come to let you know that you have stumbled inadvertently, I assume, onto a government investigation, and we're going to need you to stop poking around at this.
Interesting. I'm curious. What are you investigating? And I've clicked on my little
I think you know what we're investigating, ma'am.
What makes you say that?
Because you have worked your way here. You've uncovered the nature of this strange plant. And your friend is inside
All
right
we
now.
uncovered in there was some liquid Doritos. I'm not sure what you're trying to say that we discovered, sir.
You think she doesn't know? I guess she must not. He opens his coat and starts reaching underneath it. Pulls out his pistol. I thought you knew. Sorry.
Wait, why are you aiming a gun at me?
So
I thought you knew about the drugs, so
Wait. I could know about drugs. I could know about drugs if it's gonna get you like I'm a smart cookie. I could know about drugs. You need me to know about drugs if it's gonna keep you from shooting me. What do you want to know about drugs? I can tell you about drugs. I took a chemistry class.
I'm aiming the shotgun at them.
He says, I'm just messing with you. Relax, put it away. He puts the gun away. He says, listen, this is an ongoing investigation, but you've done a fine job of putting together some missing pieces for us. So what I would like to do is offer you all a chance to learn the real truth.
Like the sound of the truth. I'm
You're-
listening.
Your friend inside gets back on the phone and says, Mitchell, get out of there. You're compromised. Click.
Shit. Doctor, go out the back.
What's going on, Joel?
Just go out the back and be quiet. I'm going to go out front.
I will go out the back and be quiet.
You out the back, you can sort of see around the front this conversation taking place.
I will look through the grimy ass window, the crud covered screen, the three bushes.
Detective Mitchell, please join us.
My eyes narrow. I will walk out, kind of like my jacket kicked back so that, you know, the old pistol and my groin is exposed. And I will walk out pelvis first, chin up, sunglasses on.
I'm Agent Jones and this is Agent Richards. We got news that you had hopped onto the tapped line, and we've managed to put together that you have solved a significant portion of the mystery behind this strain of marijuana algae that we've encountered. Now, normally, we would let you run a little bit further with this investigation, but I just received word from the studio that we're running low on film stock. We need to bring up an ending in the next couple of minutes. So I would like to offer you an opportunity to join us at the Central Intelligence Agency, where we can fill you in on everything about these aquatic threats.
On one condition.
Yes.
I get reinstated, no questions asked. She gets to publish her story as she sees fit. Katie gets to keep her guns. The doctor gets to have firsthand participation in any experiments that you do forthwith.
That is 4 conditions, sir.
1 per person. It's in my union contract.
I can promise at least 3 of those conditions.
Do we get to pick which 3?
Kitty may not be able to publish her story, but I can promise a chance at it.
I'm married. Yeah, Kitty cannot publish her story. Kitty sure cannot publish a story. That is very true, sir.
Mary Jane may not be able to publish her story, but she will get a chance to earn that right in the sequel.
I'll fight for my right to publish.
How's that sound to you, Doctor? We yell from around the house.
From around the corner. Sounds excellent to me, actually.
Shake on it. Fed.
He shakes your hand. Welcome to the feds, Fed. And that's where we'll wrap up this installment of They Came From Beneath the Sea.
We sold out.
Hey.
I was just trying not to get shot. He pulled a gun on me.
I was legit about to shoot this.
I had no doubt in my mind. I was
Straight
like,
up shoot the CIA.
Kitty went full Lara Croft. I was ready for it.
I loved it. And I love that she's still just wearing the towel. Like she's never established shoes or anything.
Exactly, just a towel and a bikini. So any questions, comments, complaints, or concerns about tonight's installment of They Came From Beneath the Sea?
That was super fun.
That was a lot of fun.
This is super great. I love this.
I'm glad you've all enjoyed it. Those of you who are watching with us right now, please stick around. We're going to have a brief intermission, and then They Came From Beyond the Grave will be live with director Joshua Deitch. who is an amazing author, worked on a lot of this stuff, and a dear friend of mine, and he's awesome. So hang out and shoot him some bits and tell him how much you love his storytelling. I want to take a moment to, again, thank my cast. If you could, just real quick, tell us who you are, what you do, anything you promote, pronouns, and then we will move on to the next show. Let's pick this up this time. Let's start it off with Alex.
Hi, my name is Alex. I was playing Joel Mitchell, the former disgraced cop, now agent of the CIA. Normally, I will just be working full time and playing with my dog, but occasionally I have been known to dip into the online role-playing streamosphere with Travis as he sees fit to invite me. So this was super fun. I was happy to always play with Gilbert and Chaz. It was great to meet you, Mir. Say thank you for Mayor.
Mayor. Yeah, like Meredith. But
Gotcha.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Mayor. Oh,
Hi,
hello,
Mayor.
It's always
Hi, Mayor. No, it was great to meet you. This is super fun. I look forward to catching the second half in the VOD. I will be off to watch Spider-Man after this. So
nice.
We'll see you
Enjoy.
later.
Bring tissues.
It's really good.
By the way, I would like to just point out, I know we're short on time, but I would like to point out that it's very hard for me not to do my Tommy Wiseau impression every time I read your name.
Well, hello, Mayor.
Hello, Mayor.
Exactly.
It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not.
I did not hit her. Oh, hi, Mayor.
Because there hasn't been enough bad cinema yet tonight. All right, so that brings us to Mayor. Please give us your pertinence.
Oh, hello there. My name is Mayor. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Oh Hello Mayor. You can also find me on Vorpal Tales on Thursdays and Fridays, 5 o'clock on Thursdays, 6 o'clock on Fridays. I'm playing Vampire's Requiem and Masks of Nya Nya Nya, a Call of Cthulhu tale. And so then you can also catch me streaming on my own channel, Oh Hello Mayor. On Twitch, I do some comfy, cozy morning streams. Lately, we have been going through and making Hero Forge characters of some of the fan favorites from over at Vorpal Tales. So come on by, just grab a coffee and get cozy. We'll see you there.
Excellent. Next up, Chaz, please give us your pertinence.
Hello, so I am Chaz, he, him, PhD student who does video games, music, storytelling, all that fun stuff. And I played Kitty, the Beach Bunny, who gave up a promising career as a student at Harvard, apparently, to become a bounty hunter because she apparently loves guns and knives, and she just went full on.
She was a beach bunny. No, she's a gun bunny.
Yeah, she's a gun bunny.
We could make this movie with $100 a pack of cigarettes in a dream.
It would be the greatest movie.
We pay everyone in Four Loko.
And it's not like I haven't made a similar movie before. That Reckoning is now on Amazon. Go look it up. Anything else? Sorry, I didn't mean to get you.
No, I think that's it.
Gilbert, please get us out of here.
The term gun bun will live forever in my head, rent free, until the day I die. I am Gilbert Ramos, he, him. I've been playing Dr. Humberto Perez. You can find me everywhere on Twitter, all TikTok, all the social medias is at Ramos the Nomad. I stream on my channel at Rolling Nomads on twitch.tv every Sunday at 9:30 a.m. Mountain Time for a Vampire the Masquerade V5 Chronicle. Taking break off for the holidays, of course, as people do. And then in January, we're kicking right back up on January 2nd with Scion at 1 o'clock p.m. Over on twitch.tv/Onyx Path with a Scion Godsend. Going to go through Origin. I'm sorry. I forgot the names of the Scion books.
Origin,
wow.
Hero, Demigod?
I was doing so good. Origin, Hero, Demigod. We're going to go through a process. We're getting close. I might as well tell you guys that we're doing, we've got 3 people right now. One of them is a Scion of Sun Wukong. Another is a Scion of the Great Khan himself. And then another is probably best not named now that I think about it, but they may have a close relation to Nya Nya Nya.
Oh, right.
It'll be a very interesting game. I also stream Fridays, again, taking a break off for the holidays. Stream Fridays with Chaz, where we just kind of do random video games, whatever piques our fancy at the moment. That's me in a nutshell.
Excellent.
I did good up till Scion book names.
You did a great job, and I'm very proud of you. All right, and that leaves us with me. I'm Travis Legg. He, him, they, them, both fine. I have been your story guide. I apologize that we had to cut things a little short for time because I got so busy having so much fun with everybody that I forgot what we were actually here to do. So perhaps one day we will visit these characters again in their oddly convenient and specific role in the CIA, hunting down the hybrid between marijuana and algae. But if you want to solve this mystery yourself of what caused all this, you can head over and pick up Party Beach Creature Feature, available right now in pre-order or in, advanced PDF over at DriveThruRPG. And it's officially available tomorrow, including the print-on-demand version if you want to have a copy of it on your bookshelf. Having said that, feel free to hang out. We'll be back shortly with They Came From Beyond the Grave with story guide director Josh Deitch, and we will see you real soon. Thank you all so much for being here.
Don't do drugs, you'll turn into a jellyfish.
It's true.
Or do.
Get your shots. Get your shots.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. Promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go!
It's intermission. Rise and stretch time. Time to refresh yourself and visit our snack bar. Got a yen for hot popcorn? Your favorite soft drinks are sparkling cold. The juicy Frank sizzling hot. There's delicious coffee, freshly brewed, and all kinds of ice cream and candy to tempt you. Showtime will be announced loud and clear to get you back to your car in time. So stretch your legs. Come to the snack bar now.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
And now, on with the show.
Mr. Projectionist, stop the show. Here's great news you ought to know.
The time is here. Now's the time for a bite of cheer. A tasty light where the price is right. Well, look here, you'll dig this sight. The moment's handy for a piece of candy. Just name your brand, they're all so grand. Hey, what do you think of a nice cool drink? Or a big box filled with a popcorn thrill? Let your taste buds meet with an ice cream treat. Refresh yourselves, it's time to eat. So come on, folks, let's join the band as we all head for the refreshment stand.
We hope you're enjoying your visit here this evening. Now, on with the show.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. Promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go!
It's intermission. Rise and stretch time. Time to refresh yourself and visit our snack bar. Got a yen for hot popcorn? Your favorite soft drinks are sparkling cold. The juicy Frank sizzling hot. There's delicious coffee, freshly brewed, and all kinds of ice cream and candy to tempt you. Showtime will be announced loud and clear to get you back to your car in time. So stretch your legs. Come to the snack bar now.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family, bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
And now, on with the show.
Mr. Projectionist, stop the show. Here's great news you ought to know.
Oh, the time is now, the time is here. Now's the time for a bite of cheer. A tasty light where the price is right. Well, look here, you'll dig this sight. The moment's handy for a piece of candy. Just name your brand, they're all so grand. Hey, what do you think of a nice cool drink? Or a big box filled with a popcorn thrill? Let your taste buds meet with an ice cream treat. Refresh yourselves, it's time to eat. So come on, folks, let's join the band as we all head for the refreshment stand.
We hope you're enjoying your visit here this evening. Now, on with the show.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go!
It's intermission. Rise and stretch time. Time to refresh yourself and visit our snack bar. Got a yen for hot popcorn? Your favorite soft drinks are sparkling cold. The juicy Frank sizzling hot. There's delicious coffee, freshly brewed, and all kinds of ice cream and candy to tempt you. Showtime will be announced loud and clear to get you back to your car in time. So stretch your legs. Come to the snack bar now.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family, bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
And now, on with the show.
Mr. Projectionist, stop the show. Here's great news you ought to know.
Hello and welcome, boils and ghouls, friends and enemies, scapegraces and lumplings, to the second B-movie madness in our double creature feature show tonight. My name is Joshua Deach. I will be your game master, in this case storyteller, as we introduce to you The Haunting of Abbeyham Priory. Cue lightning. Let's introduce my cast tonight. I'll call you off. Tell us your name, tell us a little something about yourself, and a little something about the character you're going to play tonight. Let's start with James.
Hey, my name is James, he, him. Tonight I will be playing Christopher Hearn, and he has it so good. Everything's great, and it always has been, and it always will be, because privilege.
Dixie.
Hi, I'm Dixie Cochran, pronoun she, her. You've probably seen me here before. I'm around a lot. I am currently playing Diana Basu-Hearn, who is Christopher's aunt, and also something of a psychic.
Excellent. Chris.
My name is Chris, he, him. Tonight I will be playing Professor Roland Masterson, Oxford-educated professor. In many ways, the leader of this little band, or I'm certainly going to, imagine so. I'm excited.
Angie.
Hello, I'm Angie, pronouns she, her, and tonight I will be playing the very intelligent grad student, Rosemary Quinn.
Chris, we love you so much. We had to hear you twice.
Yeah, I'm sure the audience can't hear it,
Get
but we
it.
can all hear the stream on Travis's audio right now.
You mean the
Tech
voices of
problems.
ghosts haunting our set?
And once again, I don't know if the watchers can hear this, so it might just be us being real weird right now.
Yeah, you might just see us looking around like we have voices.
It finally got around to where I said we could hear the audio, so maybe it'll get fixed now.
Gilbert.
Hello, I'm Gilbert Ramos, he, him. You probably have seen me on Onyx Path. I bounce around a lot of Travis's games and whatnot. Also stream on Sundays. Now moved over from Onyx Path to over on my channel. But yeah, very excited. I'll be playing Gregory Beckett tonight, former police officer. Just happy to be here with everyone.
Excellent. Once again, I'm Joshua, he, him. I'm a writer for fiction and games, including the game system that tonight's show is set in. They Came from Beyond the Grave, which takes players straight into a campy horror movie from the 1960s, 1970s era. Your Hammer horror films, your Amicus horror films, Vincent Price, Christopher Lee, Ingrid Pitt, all that campy, hammy, melodramatic wonderfulness. And it's a horror comedy game. The horrors are real, but the comedy is in the very serious delivery. This is an era when you have actors with serious chops just fully committing to ridiculous scripts. And that's what we're going to do tonight. We have a title, we have a director, we have a cast. Now we need a trailer for our movie, which we will construct right now using one of the rules in this game, quips, one of my favorites. If my players look at their character sheets, you have, I believe, 3 quips selected on your sheet. As I'm running us through this movie trailer, when I call your name, I'm going to pause for a moment, and you can over dramatically deliver your line for the trailer. Pick any of them. All right. So that brings us now to you, dear viewer. Yes, you. You're watching this movie trailer. It comes up. We see darkness. Darkness is pierced by a stained glass window in the shape of a cross. In each piece of glass are various shades of immaculate blue shining through. And we hear a trailer voice say, Onyx Path Studios brings you a new kind of horror. The Haunting of Abbeyham Priory, starring Dixie Cochran.
I always believed human sacrifice had died out.
Chris Brookshaw.
There's your proof. The proof of your own eyes.
James Wright.
It's fine. Let's split up. The faster we go, the better off we'll be.
Angie Quinn.
There are many things even those of learning don't understand.
And Gilbert Ramos.
If you want them, you'll have to go through me.
And as this trailer is going, the camera is just tilting around in a circle until the cross is upside down and the blue panes turn blood red and we hear a scream. And that's our trailer. And you, dear viewer, you saw that trailer. You don't remember where. Maybe it was in some grindhouse. Maybe it was at the drive-in, but it's stuck in your head. For some reason, you have to see this movie. And you looked and looked. It was not running in any of the major theaters near you. Eventually, a friend of a friend had a tip, and you took that tip, and you ended up in a strange part of town. Stranger still, because you know this area of town, but you'd have trouble describing where this theater was if someone asked you. The ticket seller is a little too over-enthusiastic about selling you a ticket. You go inside, and it is indeed an old theater that's seen better days, and it's completely empty. There's no line at the concession stand. There's no one working at the concession stand, just a box of popcorn and a hastily crafted sign that says honor system. You put a couple bucks down, you grab your popcorn, you go in the theater. The theater is empty save for one lone, very still person sitting in the very front row. You instinctively sit more towards the middle. Silence for a while. You sit in your seat. It's comfy enough, but it's haunted by hundreds and hundreds of cigarettes passed. The projector rolls. The house lights go down. And we see the title, The Haunting of Abbeyham Priory. And we get a bit of dramatic Gothic music, which inexplicably melts away into some vaguely 70s funky music. And we see a car driving. And at this time, I'll explain to the audience and to my cast a little bit of their background into this adventure. One moment. You are all playing protagonists who are a team of parapsychologists from the University of Portsmouth. You've arranged an overnight ghost hunting expedition in one of England's most haunted buildings, Abbeyham Priory. A medieval priory famous for an abundance of ghosts, mysterious disappearances in the surrounding forest, and rumors of great predatory beasts roaming the land. Your goal is to explore the priory, catalog the hauntings, using the finest tools of 1970s paranormal research. You have tape recorders, but also a very expensive Kirlian camera that can photograph auras, ghosts, and perhaps other psychic phenomenon. And your other goal is to survive the night. You are driving over there. It's been several hours. I'm just going to go through everyone. Tell me describe your character as the camera pans over to you. Let's start with Chris.
Yes,
the professor.
Professor Roland Masterson. He's an older man, perhaps in his 60s or so, wearing not particularly fashionable, but sharply dressed all the same. If you knew him, he's very interested in the paranormal, probably stemming from his Catholic upbringing that he has since abandoned. He is a little frustrated with his career. He hoped to have become a famous ghost hunter and retired into luxury at this point, but there's still time. He's happy to do a little bit of verbal sparring when the time arises, and very, very unhappy to do any real sparring should that become necessary.
Camera pans over to Rosemary.
So Rosemary is a young woman with pretty sandy blonde hair. She's got very thick black rimmed glasses, pretty simple casual dress for the investigation, V-necked orange blouse, some wide-legged brown pants. Rosemary has had a lifetime fascination with the paranormal, and she is a grad student under Professor Roland, studying the physics of the paranormal.
Camera pans to Gregory Beckett.
Gregory is wearing a combination of yellows and browns. The yellow shirt, flared open collar, exposing the chest with red line work across the ornamentation of it. Brown leather jacket with brown flare pants. Black individual with facial hair that kind of goes down into the, I want to say it's called a devil's patch, but I'm probably wrong.
That's appropriate for this movie. We'll call it a devil's patch.
Excellent. Kind of a skeptic, but this is not his first brush with Abbeyham Priory. His fiancee Gemma went missing about 3 years ago, so this is a return.
The camera pans over to Diana.
Yeah, Diana is a statuesque, dark-haired woman. She is dressed pretty much like you think a movie would dress a psychic / medium in the 70s. So a lot of Stevie Nicks going on, a lot of scarves and bangles and things. She is a world traveler. She is very, like, actually well researched on matters of spirituality. She's not just a fakey psychic. And she's unfailingly polite, even when people are being incredibly skeptical to her, unless it's about her nephew, who she does not always understand why he's even here.
And the camera pans over to that very nephew by marriage, Christopher.
Christopher, first thing you notice about him is he's very handsome. He's got the classic kind of chiseled jaw, the pretty blue eyes, the long brown hair, and he's dressed as you would expect somebody from a handsome man from a wealthy family to be dressed at his age. Bell-bottom pants, a tucked in collared shirt, unbuttoned probably one more than it should be, bright collars, everything's crisp and clean. He's wearing a wide smile, and he's just, this ghost stuff, I'm sure something about it's real. If maybe we'll get some proof one day, but really I'm just happy to be here and it's gonna be fine.
For like a split second there, I thought you said disco stuff instead of this ghost stuff. And I was like, also appropriate.
Excellent. On this long drive, noting that this is the 70s, raise of hands on which characters were smoking. Of the ones who didn't smoke, raise of hands of who felt really strongly about that.
I did on my character specifically because it says that she came back from Goa a dedicated vegetarian. I think she's also weird about putting things in her body that shouldn't be there.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So there may have been some arguments.
She might smoke other things.
Right. Better,
not
more,
those.
Yeah, more natural things.
Yeah,
more,
that
things
man.
better for the body and the consciousness. The car parks, and you all get out. The trunk contains all of the professor's fancy equipment.
Mm-hmm.
And you look up and you see the Priory. Let's see here.
That's spooky.
It is spooky. It's a rather stark building. Stark and black. Black mostly because of the setting sun behind it. And that setting sun reveals a few things. First, the Priory is a great, imposing building retaining much of its original Gothic character, stone arches, long windows, and undoubtedly thick walls. Compared to the tiny village of Abbeyham, which the team drove through just moments before, it's absurdly large. Second, you see a mob clustered outside the Priory's front door. A fairly genteel mob by all accounts. It looks like they're more likely to shake placards than pitchforks, but still a mob all the same, grumbling and rumbling. It's about 24 men and women standing between you and the Abbey door. We can have our first roll. This is a jump start for They Came From Beyond the Grave, so we're gonna be going kind of rules light, and the most basic rule that can get you started on a story within 5 minutes of picking up the book is the roll system. You grab a handful of D10 dice. Sometimes I will call out a specific roll which combines a skill plus an attribute. Other times you can tell me what skill you think might be applicable, and then you tell me the attribute, which will describe to me the strategy you're using. And sometimes they mix together very strangely. If you wanted to go on ad nauseum about the occult until someone fell asleep, maybe you'd roll stamina along with the appropriate attribute for the knowledge. You can get creative. You can play to your character's strengths. You can hilariously play to their weaknesses. But for right now, I want everyone to make an empathy plus cunning roll. Find those two numbers, add them together, and that's your dice pool. On the dice, 8 through 10 is a success. 10s count as 2 successes. 1 from Diana.
1 and higher success. Yeah.
4 from Jane.
Christopher.
Now Christopher, yes.
My good for
I'm
nothing.
mixing names.
That's gonna get confusing.
1 from Gregory.
All right.
So just to make sure I'm doing this right,
Mhm.
he's got 0 empathy and then 5 cunning, so 5d10.
Yes.
Yeah.
5.
Yep.
So that's 29. What is that?
That doesn't
3?
matter. It's
Oh.
every 8 or above as a result.
Sorry.
is a success.
No, and this is good. And anytime there's any questions, feel free to
Yeah,
stop
yeah.
and ask. We can pause because this is a jumpstart adventure. Yeah. I'm sorry. You're not adding up the numbers. Each die is a potential success, and if a die rolls 8 through 10, that is 1 success. If it rolls a 10, that counts as 2 successes.
So 4 successes.
Excellent. All right. Well, Professor and Christopher get the most successes. You, at a glance, you determine that the group is unarmed, and they seem more stoic rather than enraged. This is probably not a violent mob. However, they are standing in your way.
So a second. And Dizzy, I just don't get it. It's how is what you smoked any more natural than it makes no sense. Hi guys, hi. Look, they threw us a welcome party. Hi.
Okay. You can calm down, nephew.
What are I shout to the crowd. Why are you all here? This is university business.
A large, rotund, upper middle-aged man with flowing white hair and a bushy beard and a pipe comes out of the crowd, squares himself up to the professor, and without any seeming knowledge of personal bubbles, he's a bit too close, and he just says, "Your mumbo jumbo pseudoscience has no place in a house of God. How dare you profane the Priory with your nonsense?"
If you are
Crowd
so
seems to be following his lead. You know, yeah.
If you're so secure in your God's presence and power, surely it'll stand up to a little bit of rigorous testing, don't you think?
Oh, that he turns red in the face.
I think at that point, Diana will literally, even though there's not much space, she will insert herself between them, facing the man, and say, "I do apologize for my colleague. I have studied the world's religions, and I promise you we intend no harm to your faith or your sacred space. We merely wish to experience it and see what we can see and what it can make us feel. You know, the exact same kind of thing you come here for."
What skill would you like to try and use to calm him down?
I'm gonna go with probably culture and manipulation.
Okay.
She's
Excellent.
well traveled. Knows how to
Well,
talk to people.
That is an excellent combination.
I like hearing the dice roll. It's fun. 3 successes.
3 successes. That's good. On most tests, 1 success, unless otherwise noted, is enough. In this case, this character is negatively has negative feelings at the start for the characters. So there was 2 complications, but you've bought those off. And he does not seem convinced, but he blusters, and you spoke very well and eloquently, and you seem to know your stuff.
Also, it's the 70s, so she does a pose.
Yeah, and he's just he just blusters and kind of backs down, and you see that the mob, which is not very violent, is just following his kind of lead. You do notice that they're good.
I'm gonna kind of shoulder bump Gregory and say, "I didn't know this town had so many libraries."
Yeah, I didn't know that it had so many interesting characters.
Well, that was quick-witted, Diana. Thank you for that.
People are more friendly, Roland.
People are still. Or go ahead. Sorry.
That's why you're here.
Wouldn't kill you.
It just might. It just might.
Well, it seems the tiny sea of protesters is parted a bit. They still grumble, and through their grumbling, you get the idea that a lot of them just don't think science should be, and that's what they're referring to your parapsychology, which makes you happy, Professor. Should be mixed with the sacred mysteries of the Priory. Someone else offhandedly mentions that parapsychologists poking around only going to lead to reporters, and they say reporters in the same way someone might say that'll attract rats. And the blustery man, St. John, which I just discovered, is how you pronounce St. John if it's a given name, apparently.
Really is.
He seems to legitimately, he still seems kind of angry, but he leans in and warns you that he thinks the Priory is actually dangerous, especially for those in the past who've attempted to pierce the veil.
What's dangerous about it, sir?
He sees others are looking, and that he's talking to you serious about this, and he puts on his angry face again and storms off. There is an exception to the crowd. There's a middle-aged woman in large scarves and a puffy jacket, which makes her at first look larger than she really is. She is standing off to the side, observing the mob more than being part of it.
Hello, dear. Don't need to be shy.
Hello.
Hi there. Like your scarves.
Oh, thank you. You're going into the Priory?
That is the plan, yes.
There's rumors surrounding the place of sinister occult practices in the 19th century. I don't believe them myself. My great aunt was a member of the Sisters of Vital Communion, and now my daughter Linda. Well, now she's Sister Mary Patience. She's there now, and she just kind of cuts herself off awkwardly.
What about her, dear?
She does not look like she wants to speak further, but if anyone wants to try and get her to spill more, I'm open to rolls.
Christopher will walk over and say, "Oh no, you can't just start such an interesting story and then leave us. I want to hear all about it."
You also must understand
please.
that my dear sweet nephew in here. I don't want anything bad to befall him.
The more
Christopher,
we know, the better.
What dice pool would you like to put together to get this woman to possibly spill some personal information?
Persuasion with manipulation.
Excellent. I'm going to give you an enhancement since Diana is helping you out in this. So you have one. You already have one success.
Okay, and then let's see. I rolled one more.
Excellent.
So 2 total then.
That buys off her non-anger but reluctance with the strangers, and she says, "Well, every few generations, one of us has the gift and comes here, and she notices some angry townsfolk looking at her, and she says, "Tell her I said hi," and she rushes off.
Dana will pat Christopher on the arm and say, "Well, you tried, dear. It's okay."
Yeah, librarians.
Meanwhile, Rosemary and Gregory are hauling out the professor's copious amount of gadgets. And joins you all.
Well, careful with that one.
The professor's very fussy about this stuff. Particularly that camera. That camera is the most expensive thing.
So I guess I'll go watch them lift all the heavy things and wait for them to gather that stuff up, and then bravely lead the way through the gates with empty hands.
The gates open with the correct amount of groaning. The sun is now fully set.
As the sun's setting, Professor Roland is gonna like take a step back and look at the look at the place, and he says, kind of under his breath more than anything, "All of your secrets will be mine."
Oh, I don't know why that one sticks out in my head. I don't know a lot of these.
That's
quips.
one of my quips.
That's one of your quips. If I don't catch it, let me know that you've said your quip. That is going to add to your rewrite pool, which we will get into a little bit later. That can be used to cause some really cool cinematic effects, but we'll dive into those later. For now, the pool can be tapped into by anyone as long as the rest of the group agrees. Besides the to be mentioned cinematics, that you can also use a rewrite to add a die to a pool, or to gain an extra roll during a complex action, which those will come later, but mostly for a die pool or to buy some nifty cinematics. I'm going to say your pool right now is at a 5 because all your quips during the trailer were so good. Does someone want to keep track of that for me?
Sure, I will.
You got it, Chris? Okay.
Yep. Excellent. You are at
It's
a
at
5
right now.
All right. As you approach the doors to the Priory, they open up with no groans. In fact, an eerie sort of silence, and a tall, very severe, very authoritative looking nun stands there. You're the ghost hunters.
Oh, no, I would never hunt a ghost. No, ghosts are, they're their own beings.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not. We're not gonna hunt
We're the
them.
ghost finders.
There we go. Ghost finders.
I see you got through the small-minded local idiots.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Everybody's got their own beliefs.
Deposit your equipment through the small door to the left there.
Does anybody else
Rosemary
know if she's about
reluctantly.
to- Sorry, go ahead.
Rosemary reluctantly carries equipment over to where she's directed her to place it.
What's your name, ma'am?
I'm Sister Agatha, prioress here at Abbeyham.
It's a pleasure. Are you going to stay the night with us?
Seems I have no choice.
Just warn us if we're going to burst in to climb every mountain at any given time. That scene always kind of scared me.
Oh, humor. How nice for you.
You don't like jokes?
Or musicals?
This way, please. She leads you in.
I like her. See, if you don't have something nice to say, you just do like she does. It's
Yeah,
great.
they're really working the creepy angle, aren't they?
Everything I say is nice. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's why you talk so much.
Right, because it's all nice.
The entrance hallway and reception room that you've been led into are dusty, poorly lit, and suffer from a lack of windows. Neither have been very decorated and possibly not deep cleaned for 50 years. There are cobwebs in every corner, and there is a chill in the air, which sets your parapsychology senses tingling. Is this a cold spot or is it just a cold spot? You get into the reception room, which contains a few shabby wooden chairs, 2 tables, a bookcase full of hymn books. A fireplace stands cold and unlit and very unwelcoming at the far end of the room. She lets you carry in the equipment. She offers absolutely no help. And she looks and says, Sister Faustina will arrive shortly to guide you around the Priory.
How many of you are here? May I ask?
13,
Oh, an auspicious number.
I suppose. You'll receive a quick tour. We'll have dinner. Then you can do what you do.
Work.
Yes.
There's no chance the maid's going to come interrupt us, is there?
She just answers a and walks away. And you're left in the room for some minutes, unless you want to go somewhere before Sister Faustina gets here.
I think that I would be immediately searching the whole room, just looking at everything in there that I can, and like holding a crystal up to it, you know.
As after she leaves the room for like a second after that happens, it's Roland kind of deflates as if he'd been holding his breath that entire time, and goes to go take out that what was it, the Curliman camera?
Yes.
He's gonna go start to take a few pictures. Says to Diana, I don't know why you bother with that crystal. It's never shown any provable effects.
Not to you, because you're unwilling to see them.
It's not how science works, my dear.
Parapsychology.
About this time, I'll find like another corridor or something, and like go wandering off looking to see what's in some of the other rooms. And as Diana walks off in one direction and Professor Ron gets out his camera and starts going the other direction, I just say, here, while we're setting up, let's just split up. The faster we go, the better off we'll be. And at that, and then I just kind of walk off.
I love how instigating that quip is. And yeah, in case I don't remember if I explained it specifically. Anytime you think you can work an quip when it's appropriate, or sometimes when it's hilariously doesn't fit, say it. And if we all think it's entertaining enough, you get to rewrite. And I'll say, since you're splitting the party up, I'll give you a rewrite for that. Does anyone follow Christopher?
Rosemary doesn't follow Christopher, but she is going to follow Professor Roland, kind of taking out some more of the equipment, probably something like a thermometer to assess the temperature. And she's just kind of following Professor Roland around with the additional equipment.
Excellent.
Yes, thank you.
All right, I guess I'll go watch the kid. You guys got all this? All right. I'll light a
down the hallway somewhere.
You hear whistling down the hall. Let's see here.
Each door, I'm like, knock, knock, knock. If you're a nun, put your clothes on, and then I try the door.
Oh boy. Yeah. Christopher, you knock on a door.
Only if you're a nun.
There. Let's see here. You open the door and you enter dormitory number 1. There are narrow windows that admit weak shafts of moonlight into this long, dusty room. There are still a few wooden beds, unmade, but this former dormitory is now home to countless scrawny black cats who watch you with unblinking, poison green eyes.
Gregory, I found the kitties.
Yeah, why don't we just leave the kitties be? No, don't
you make
do none
that
of that
sound, and 3 of them look up and hiss at you and make
Yep, nope.
hideous
Close the door.
face. You close the door. You do notice that Christopher, which side of the door are you on when he closes that?
I imagine I was like 3 or 4 steps in, like, and because he's kind of walking behind me. He's like, nope, and I'm like, oh, okay. And I take like a half step back and then go to spin, and the door closes.
Oh, I'll grab him if I can before I close it.
I like the bumping into the door. You bump into the door, and the door opens again as Gregory's realizes his mistake and is about to pull you out. As that's happening, while all the cats, most of the cats are scrawny and mean. One of the cats is better fed, but is missing an eye and walks with a limp. And he whines about your legs, purring.
Oh, I like this one. I reach down to pick it up.
Oh, give me a persuasion plus manipulation check.
I have so many dice for that. That's great. That's almost the most I can have. I got a 10, so 2 successes.
Excellent.
And an 8, so 3.
Excellent. You befriend the crap out of this cat, and it is he is purring, just rubbing his one-eyed head on you. You are ingratiated to him immediately, and you realize that in picking him up, in him winding about your legs, it spun you around a little bit, and you notice it's then that you notice, as you're turning around, a trap door beneath one of the windows.
Gregory, do we have to leave? Because that looks fun, and I'm going to point at it.
Why don't we just wait for Professor Roland? I don't think Diana would take too kindly to me letting you just wander into a dark hole.
But it could be just like me and you in an adventure. No, it'll be fun.
None of
if
that.
If we find something cool, we'll tell her.
Why don't we wait?
Not even the you and me.
No,
okay.
sound. I mean, listen. Right. No, that you're right. That does sound fun, but we should wait for.
See, fun.
No.
Okay.
I mean,
let's go back. I'm bringing the cat though, as I scritch it under the chin.
All right. Yeah. Compromise. Take the cat.
Okay.
He's very happy to be held.
We'll head back to the group, I guess.
All right. Meanwhile, back in the reception room, a stout, middle-aged nun who looks much more cheery than the last one comes in. She says, "Hello, I'm Sister." As I stumble, forgetting my characters' names. You viewer, as you're watching the movie in the movie theater, the film shudders a bit. You hear a curse word up in the projector room, and then things flow back to normal. And the nun says, "Hello, I'm Sister Faustina."
Oh,
Faustina. Jesus.
Faustina. That's an interesting name for a nun.
Thank you, dear. What's your name?
My name's Diana.
Hello, Diana.
It's wonderful to meet you. These are my colleagues, Professor Roland Masterson.
John,
Rosemary over there, the young one. And somewhere around here is my good-for-nothing nephew and our other friend.
Why is he here, by the way?
Sometimes he cannot be dissuaded.
You need to take a firmer hand with him, in my opinion.
I'm not his mother. He's a grown man.
Oh dear, did someone wander off?
Yes, just down the hall, I think. It hasn't been that long.
Oh, well, we should find them, and I can show you around.
Oh, that would be lovely.
There is, there's a library, dormitory number 1. There's a church, dormitory number 2. There's the cloister, the infirmary.
I do love
the refectory, the kitchen, the chapter house. Let's go to the library.
Of course.
I think our friends went that way. If we want to go pick them up first.
All right.
Yes, it's very important that we get Gregory back.
Yes.
Yes.
She leads you through. You guys go down the hall, and yes, you see Gregory, and you see Christopher. Christopher is holding a large, one-eyed cat, black cat.
Aunt Dizzy, isn't this just the most beautiful creature?
What's his name?
His name is Cat.
Cat. It's very creative, dear.
Oh, they're not normally that nice. They're good mousers, though. We haven't had the heart to move them on.
Good mouse is hard to find. But there are quite a few cats in here, are there not? There's lots of them. Okay.
The cat's now seeing many people. Some of them hiss, and most of them just kind of wander out of the room. Which this is, again, dormitory number 1. It's a narrow, cobwebby room, and
Sister, what's is that the basement or the wine cellar? And I'll point at the trap door.
Oh, that's just a crawl space, nothing down there.
Do I believe her?
Mental note taken.
Yeah, give me a what roll would you like to roll with your what skill do you think?
Empathy?
Empathy is an excellent skill. What attribute?
With probably cunning would be the
That
closest
works.
thing I would think.
Yep. Yeah, to catch quickly catch her intonation. Yeah, I like that.
All right. So that's my best roll. That's a 6d10 for that one. 2 10s, a 9, and an 8.
Well, hell.
and then a 1 and a 3.
Her favorite color is blue. She often wears perfume, but not today.
Smell it in the clothes, but not on her. It's odd.
She is definitely kind of nervous about you seeing that trap door, and she seems to be doing some mental calculations. Will she get in trouble if you open that door? And she's having trouble remembering.
Say, crawl spaces are the most tempting kind of trapdoors.
Also, in a place like this, there's often some kind of grave down there, maybe a catacomb.
Oh, that sounds ghastly.
It's very normal Catholic practice.
A lot of Catholic practice is ghastly sometimes.
I mean, it can.
Yes, well, I mean,
it can be.
No.
It's okay. We won't tell that you told.
Thank you,
sister. Before we stumble over anything we shouldn't, is there anywhere that we're banned from that we shan't be looking into?
Well, if you just stay with me, I can tell you spot by spot, what is what is allowed, what isn't, and she starts prattling on to the professor, which has turned her back to the trapdoor. If anyone wants to take an opportunity for that, but you don't have to.
I think I want to open it. I'm just gonna lift it and look in.
Yeah.
I feel like Gregory's already taken my permission away, so.
He did say wait for Professor Roland, and I'm here.
Plus, you're a cat daddy now. You got to be careful about what chances.
Yeah, responsibilities.
Also, my eyes are starting to water.
I'm going to turn towards Sister Faustina. So you'll be accompanying us for the entire investigation today?
Oh yes. And she starts talking to you, Diana. This gives you a chance to open the door. It is dark down there. I'm going to say you have a flashlight because the professor makes sure everyone has a flashlight.
Mm-hmm. It is the only piece of technology I will allow on my person.
I mean, a torch. You have a torch.
Yes, of course. Yeah, shine it down there.
There are bones.
Ooh, an ossuary.
But they seem to be animal bones.
Oh, so not an ossuary or a catacomb. It's just kind of like a pile of bones.
Well, like some of them are kind of into it's a dirt floor. It's a very small crawl space. Different animals, like some large birds, maybe cats, maybe some rats. One of them that you swear is a cat skeleton. Your light shines on a spot, and dear viewer, dramatic music plays as the light catches on a disturbingly human face in that cat skeleton. Dun dun dun.
Oh my! I always believed human sacrifice had died out.
What was that? And Sister Faustina.
It was a quip that I said to myself under my breath.
Oh, it was a good dramatic moment to do it. I will add a rewrite, Professor, to the pool.
So yeah, like as I hear her talking again, I will very carefully shut it and just kind of look very spooked and start kind of trying to catch the eyes of my companions.
Yeah. The rest of you. You can see that she saw something that was spooky.
Well, sister, thank you for that explanation. We put ourselves entirely into your hands, and please do point out anything, any other places that are barred from us. We would hate to disrespect your institution.
Oh, yes, thank you. And as she was talking to you, Professor and Rosemary, amongst the information she told you about was that the Abbey was once a place that women accused of witchcraft sought sanctuary from wicked and violent men. She leads you on. She leads you to the library. The Priory's library is a modest collection with most of the books on the shelves elderly and bound in cloth. The titles range from books of services and theological discourse to folklore of the area and texts on exorcisms and demonology.
Anything look like it should be out of place in a monastery, like especially like some of the weird demonology stuff?
Yeah, well, as you look at the books, you see that the philosophy and theology books occupy the upper shelves, and there are no ladders in this room, as if those books are very infrequently used.
Do I recognize any of the texts as things I might have studied on my own?
Yes, you see some books on hauntings, on exorcisms, some demonology. Nothing like nothing as famous as some book that will drive you mad if you read from it for too long, but definitely texts that go deep dive into those subjects. And Sister Faustina notices that you're looking at those, and she's like, well, as haunted as a place as this is, of course we keep a few handy exorcisms and rituals about. Better safe than sorry.
Oh, the abbess seemed to disdain the idea that it was haunted.
Oh, well,
Sister Agatha, was it?
Oh, yes. Well, she's very stern and a commendable leader.
Are you worried somebody might overhear you, dear?
What was that look for?
Was not lying part of your vows?
Her eyes go up as if she's like trying to remember.
You can speak freely. God's not here.
Of course. But have a look at the books. They've been collected over the years. Very interesting titles. Yes.
Are there any books we're not allowed to read?
Nope.
Well, terrific.
I'll pull the most esoteric looking demonology text off the shelf and start flipping through it.
All right. As you're all going through the books, anyone who wants to may make a larceny plus cunning check.
Yes.
Larceny.
Got one success.
Okay, and cunning, so 4.
One success.
Mm-hmm.
One success.
4 success.
1 success.
0.
Professor, you're going through the books, and in classic horror movie fashion, you pull a book with no title, and that's suspiciously heavy. You pull it, and wait a second. You pull a book, and a secret passage opens up.
Oh my!
Oh yes. This is an old building, and there were secret passages. Some of them are accidental, just doors being painted over. Some of them were to protect people seeking sanctuary.
So you knew that was there?
Yes, I forgot about that one, but
should probably mark those.
Remember it now.
Should probably mark those books, don't you think?
But then they wouldn't be secret anymore.
Yes, exactly. What the young man said.
They'd just be normal passages.
But why would you need a secret passage in today's day and age?
Well, you don't.
Because it's so neat.
Well, yes.
Come on, you didn't just look at that and be like, man, I need a secret passage in my house.
I don't think I need a secret passage in my house.
Well,
I think at this point, Diana is actually a little
know if
weirded
that's-
out.
I don't know if
And
that
she will-
speaks more about me or you.
And she will just like point straight at the sister and be like, You're hiding something from us. I know it. There's also a clip, by the way.
Oh. I will give a rewrite for that. Add it for the pool. We will make an ungodly big pool. She just kind of smiles at you and gives kind of a non-committal. Professor, the odd thing about when you found that book was that you swear it wiggled a little bit before you even touched it. It kind of drew your eyes to it, and at that moment, Diana, your crystal cooled off for a bit. And Rosemary, you picked up a little like a little bit of a voice. You think it's hard to tell on some of these tapes. You swear you heard Wolfram, maybe Wolfram. You're not sure.
Wolfram. I make a note of that in my composition pad.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. And yeah, the sister doesn't seem to be making a move to stop you from going into the secret passage. She seems a little bit flustered right now.
Shall we take a peek?
What you think, Kitty? You wanna go take a peek in the creepy passage? Cat says yes.
Roland is kind of like waiting for someone to go in front of him. He's just kind of
Starts
looking.
walking to Simon. Christopher starts walking.
I will take an opportunity that I have where Faustina isn't close enough to us to lean into Roland and kind of say, like, that trapdoor was full of bones. Just bones. Not in any ossuary or catacomb,
Human?
just bones. Maybe
Human bones?
And animal? A bit of both. We should be on our guard.
That's worth looking. That's worth looking back into when we have a little bit more distance.
Yes, I thought you
Thank
should
you.
know.
Thank you.
I'll head in alongside Christopher.
All right, you guys head up a tight winding stair, which let's see where that takes us. Takes us to the Gothic Tower. This close, cramped, secret staircase behind the library bookshelf leads upwards, following the walls of the tower. Of this tower. It emerges into a drafty stone room with a commanding view over the moonlit woods and fields.
Oh, Kitty, it's so pretty.
Is there anything else up here, like in the actual room, or is it just?
It's just really a passage, but as you're looking around, there is a trap door in the floor. It appears to be locked, and guessing by the way you've wound around, it seems like it. I mean, definitely leads down, but it leads to a. Oh, wait a second. So it leads into this little room that has a cross on the wall, just outside of it, and in that room is a trap door that, to the best of your guesstimation, it leads down to a room that is below this, but above the library, in between there.
Sister Faustina.
You turn and you notice that she is not coming into this room.
Oh.
She's just standing outside.
Sister, are you permitted in this room? Are we?
Oh, yes.
Would you like to join us?
Oh, just look around.
What's in the trap door? Lots of trap doors in this place.
Oh yes, it's riddled with passages and trapdoors and such. That leads down into the records room. Maybe.
Seems to be locked. Do you have the key to open it?
Nope. she says as she's patting a pocket. Nope.
Who does have the key to open it?
Oh, I'm sure. Sister Agatha would know or has it.
Because if it's the records room, it would be incredibly useful in our research to know what kind of things happened here in the past.
That would be useful.
Yes, very.
What are the odds that I have like a skeleton key or something like that, or something effectively like that?
I feel like either you or the ex-cop would
Yeah.
have something to get into places.
I will. I will allow you to spend 2 rewrites to have such a key.
What's our pool? What's our pool up to right now?
8.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. What are we doing here?
It's a one shot. Use rewrites whenever you want to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull out of my pocket. I acquired this, and he starts to go into some story about some other haunting, and it had the unusual capacity to unlock all the doors. And let me see if it works here.
It does.
All right. Opens up. No need to bother, Sister Agatha, with something as trivial as this.
You notice Faustina kind of has her back to the room. She's standing politely outside of it.
Are you afraid of coming in here?
No.
Are you guarding us from something?
I'm just here to show you about.
Then
Okay, well, we're gonna go look at the records room now. Thank you.
Coming with us?
I'll just wait here. Please come back right after.
Okay. After
Maybe.
you, Roland?
Sure. And he kind of awkwardly climbs into the records room.
I'm gonna lean into Rosemary. She's definitely gonna fucking seal us into this room. I guarantee it. I can guarantee it.
As you turn towards her, you just kind of see the back and the side of her face, and there's a single bead of sweat going down her head.
But do you want to wait with her just in case?
Everything about this room feels like work. Spending a lot of time in a room with a lot of papers, it's an orgy of horror.
Also, you can't smoke in there.
No. So I'll stay up here and scritch the kitty and smoke the second half of what I brought. And
was that one of your quips, by the way?
Yes, it's an orgy of horror is in fact one of my quips.
Oh, nice.
I like that you used it to apply to paperwork.
Yes, fair enough.
An orgy of horror. Apply to paperwork. Yes, you get a rewrite.
All right.
And for following your character, what he would like and not like so well. So for the rest of you, you go down from the trapdoor from the Gothic Tower into the records room. Inside it contains boxes upon boxes of moldering Priory records dating back hundreds of years.
Does there seem to be any sort of a sorting system?
You're looking around and it's pretty. It looks like it's a slightly ordered chaos, but maybe it's 5 different ordered chaoses stacked on top of each other, which makes it a little bit different. But as you're looking around, Rosemary, you notice that one box contains diaries and calendars going back decades and centuries even. You notice on those calendars, tonight's date is frequently, but not always, circled in red ink. And as well as the boxes of decaying paper, one soft, sagging box holds assorted clothing in fashions that chart a course back in time to at least the 18th century.
This is tonight's date, like including the year, or just the?
Sorry, not the year. Yeah, just tonight's date.
Yeah, it's like every October 13th or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Something
Is there any like astrological or significance that I would know about this night? Is it a full moon or a new moon?
As you ponder that, I will allow anyone who wants to make a, what would be a good roll for that? We'll say intellect plus
Enigmas usually for this kind of
yeah,
thing.
that's a good one. Intellect plus enigmas. And just shout out your successes.
Rolling dice with sound on because it sounds fun.
About this time upstairs, Christopher's like, "Do you smoke?" and offers to the sister.
She absentmindedly and just as an automatic reaction reaches out, and, and then she pauses a moment. No, we don't.
Or successes.
out.
4 successes. 5 successes. Yeah, Professor and Diana, as much as they verbally spar sometimes, they work off each other, and they're throwing out theories to each other and adding to their own unique perspectives. And yes, this is both pseudo-scientifically and mystically, you come to the conclusion that this is an important date for well, Diana would say parting the veils, and the professor would say that interlocking realities align. And yes, highly theoretically, but yes, this is an important date for that kind of a thing.
Rosemary is a little fixated on the Wolfram thing. Right now, that's the only piece of evidence that she's acquired and has to go off of. So she's probably going to start looking through the records and seeing if she can make any type of connection with anything that's in their diaries, what have you, and that name.
Do you make it known to Roland that Wolfram was the name that you heard?
Yeah, I'll approach Professor Roland. Professor, back in the library, I think I may have caught a piece of evidence. It was a little hard to make out, but I think it may have said something like Wolfram.
Huh. Wolfram.
Does that ring a bell to you at all?
It does. Would my ancestor's name it wasn't necessarily an answer. Let me
I don't think he's an ancestor, but for some reason beyond the rules of this fiction, that the name does stick out to you, and the two of you do indeed find a cross, actually a silver cross, etched with the name Reverend Barnabas Wolfram.
I'm gonna take a picture of it with my camera.
Ooh.
Does
you
it?
You set to work on that, and it takes a little bit for the film and gadgetry to work.
Yep.
Let's see. Anyone who's down there may make a humanities plus intellect check.
Yeah, I think while this is going on, while they're doing the, science-y part too, I'm probably going around with either a crystal or an orb and trying to figure out if there's a certain box or piece of clothing I should be looking at more closely using the mystical arts.
Ooh.
And I got no successes on that check, but I'm still doing my thing.
All right. You're looking
it's only 8, 9s, and 10s.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, I rolled 6 and I got 0.
It happens.
Oh,
yeah, 1 success.
1 success. That is enough. You find that a set of records from the 1940s in which the number of nuns plummeted from 24 to 3. A margin note reads, lose another 1 to 2 and we cannot fulfill our duty. Recruitments required! !
Recruitments required, and what was the first part of that?
Lose another 1 to 2 and we cannot fulfill our duty.
Well, I'll go ahead and make that known to the rest of the group.
Does it say why the membership plummeted so much? Was it a string of tragedies or? Were people leaving?
It does not indicate.
As much as I might hate to do so, we might need to inquire with one of the sisters about that. That seems important. I just need a few more pieces of this puzzle.
Agreed. Do
That's
you
one of my
think we should
quips.
take this cross with us?
Pertinent.
Yeah. I think so. I think so. I kind of like glance up, see if, make sure we're not being looked at. I think
She,
so.
from her angle outside that little room, she cannot see down.
Yes.
You just see Christopher smoking.
Mm-hmm.
Also, do you want to go through the clothes on the box? The like weird, like 19th, 18th century clothes over there.
There are some great items in there from a variety of years.
They seem worn, new. Are they torn, bloodied, anything?
Are
they actually old, or are they reproductions? Like what are we looking at?
It seems like they are indeed old. Some of them have survived decay pretty well. Others are pretty much in tatters. Only one looked like it was bloodied. But they're kind of haphazardly put in here.
Do they appear like genuinely old or like recreations of older style garments?
They seem to be genuinely old.
It's an odd thing to keep in the records room. No notes or anything on them?
No notes.
Well, it would take us ages to go through all of this here, so we should probably figure out the best what we can and get back up before we get, suspicious. Oh, also while we're all down here and everybody else is like, and like she can't really hear us, I make sure everybody knows about the bones in the trapdoor. So I have now told Rosemary and Gregory as well, even though Christopher still has no idea, but he has a cat, so he doesn't care.
Yeah, Sister Faustina says, if I could show you the rest of the rooms, this is just a quick tour. You can do your ghosty things tonight after dinner.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Sorry. And I climb up. We have a habit of getting carried away a bit. It's fascinating. We'll have to come back here.
Right. Well, let's go back down. And she leads you. Let's see, back down to the library, right? That's where we found, the secret door. You've been to the dormitory. She takes you to the church. The ancient stone pillars are cracked and worn, and the vaulted ceiling looks far from safe. No fundraisers for this church roof. Stained glass windows depict the deaths of saints, and lavish red cloths drape the altar and pulpit.
What a Gothic church cathedral area, is it not?
Oh yes, it's a bit.
Could do for a few repairs.
Yes. Funding's, Well, your lot, your university sent the funds, which is why Sister Agatha let you here. So I'm sure that'll help.
Well, I should hope so.
Also, these are rather macabre windows.
Why, thank you.
I understand that. I understand that martyrs are important, but usually there's, the resurrection, the light, the happy parts too.
Yes.
You didn't grow up Catholic, did you?
I said usually and two. I didn't say there's never any blood and gore.
As you're all looking about, some of you notice that there are disturbing carvings on the choir stalls and pews, horns, teeth, and claws, occasionally eyes.
Take out my torch and look at them better. Like actually get real close.
They're
Christopher's like
carved.
Finds a pair of eyes and like leans down, just kind of stares into him for a minute, scritching the cat.
Yeah,
It's a really nice close-up shot that plays very well with
yes.
mass audiences.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, and it's really well carved. Good set designers on this film. Got the best set designers. Just making wood look disturbing.
It is. Are they like skilled carvings, or does it look like scratched in graffiti or something?
Very skilled. Very skilled.
Very skilled. Okay.
Yeah, not like haphazardly scratched in.
Can I do a roll to see if I recognize any of this as like not Catholic, since I'm a scholar of religion?
Sure.
Like,
may I assist?
Yeah. What do you culture?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess intellect probably.
Sure. Yep, that works.
Just because like this seems wrong,
And the professor, I'll say, gives you a 1 enhancement with his interpretations.
Thanks, professor.
Absolutely.
All right, so that ends up being 3 successes then.
Excellent. It seems kind of devilish, diabolical-ish.
Yeah.
We're like, on one hand, well, yeah, that's part of the theology, but it seems a little emphasized.
Yeah. Also, Satanism does borrow very heavily from Catholic imagery. So part of me sitting here like, I'm not seeing the Catholic part of this anymore.
Right.
Like, where's the baby Jesus? Where's the crosses? Where's the resurrection? Like, where's?
Yeah, and a lot of the church looks like a classic church, but yeah, when you're taking a closer look, they just these carvings just stand out the more and more you stare at them. And meanwhile, Rosemary and Gregory, behind the altar, you find a trap door. Another trap door.
Is there a trap door in every room? I love it.
I hope so.
I'll kind of signal over to Sister Faustina, and is this something that would be appropriate for us to take a look at, Sister?
She kind of walks over, and we get another close-up shot, dear viewer, of the trap door, and you swear this is just the same shot of the other one, just re-spliced in, and it's shot so that when the character's standing around the altar, it's never pointed down. It's just the character's talking to the altar, and then that same shot.
I love knowing that we have seen the same trapdoor shot 3 times now. We're really, really good at reusing that.
Yes. She comes over. Let's see here. Oh, that's not safe to use. That goes down to the basement. And the basement's flooded. It's structurally unsafe. And as she's saying this, she stands on the trapdoor. She's like, I'm afraid I can't take you down there for the tour.
Has it rained recently?
It has, because this is a 1970s horror movie.
Yes.
It's raining right now.
In fact, now that you said that,
lightning strike. Cue lightning
you're
strike.
wondering that lightning, and now sheets of rain coming down.
You hear that? Am I just imagining things?
Oh no!
Which was a quip.
Christopher, look at the windows. It's clearly raining. Come on, dear.
Yes.
Establishing shot of storm outside. And back into the trap.
And like, really, it's somebody like spraying a water bottle against the stained glass window. Like,
someone's got like a hose pipe with their thumb over it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The establishing shot looks like a different quality of film to the interior shot. It just goes from that to that, and just water splashing against the window.
It's clearly stock footage that they bought to use.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Right. So this door is not a place that we can go with you on this tour.
That's right.
Okay. Moving on.
Diana, Rosemary, and Professor, you can give me a culture plus intelligence roll.
Culture plus intelligence. 5.
2 successes.
Ooh.
0.
Two successes.
Oh. Diana, you're looking and something is bothering you, and Rosemary kind of horns in on this, and you both realize, talking to each other, that in most English churches the altar should face east. This one is inverted with the altar at the west end.
All right, because it faces the sunrise.
Gregory and Christopher, you can give me a medicine plus cunning check.
Ooh, that is a cunning check.
That is savvy for me
It
too.
is.
Quick question. It doesn't apply on this one, but some of my skills in the write-in spot have letters O, A, and D.
Yep.
What did those mean? Did those mean anything for me
I
right
can
now?
tell you if you're not sure, Josh.
That's an excellent question. And
They
Dixie should answer.
actually, yeah, they actually tell you which path they correspond to, whether it's your archetype, your origin,
okay.
or your dark agenda path.
Okay.
Okay.
So, like, if you have to do anything for your path or exhaust a path, it's good to know. We probably won't use them in a one shot, but also when you're making a character in Beyond the Grave or Beneath the Sea, it really helps because your paths are what give you your skills. So, like, knowing which ones they're associated with is helpful. You probably won't use that mechanic during this playthrough, honestly.
All rules, dear viewer, that are expanded upon in the full main book, which will be out sometime soon.
One success, by the way.
One success.
Also one success.
All right. Yeah, you two both at the same time notice that there's some kind of grody nastiness between some of the flagstones, like in the crevice. And as you both look down, you're like, this is some old blood. You think.
Kitty?
All right.
This is Kitty.
The cat smells it and does that stupefied cat look when they open up their mouth because they're education moment kids. They have the Jacobson's organ in the back of their mouth, which helps them better detect things, and that's why sometimes they're smelling something they look up like this.
Yep.
They're actually being smart, even though they look stupid.
It is literally my favorite thing. My favorite thing that my cats do is go. I'm like, what are you doing?
The cat
it smells bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that's great. I'm gonna lean over to Rosemary also and kind of go like, do the villagers around here really not realize that this church is completely wrong? Like, this seems incongruous to the mob we found outside when we got here.
I would agree with that. And there's
definitely something going on here. We should continue on the tour.
Aunt Dizzy.
This way to dormitory number 2.
Maybe they just murder everyone who comes in here and sacrifice them to their dark gods.
I think the townspeople would have noticed by now if everybody that showed up here got killed.
They're in on it.
The whole town.
Just the ones that were outside.
But all the other people that live here don't realize that's happening, including the woman whose daughter is a nun here.
They don't go to church.
The woman whose daughter is a nun here, I think would know what happens at this church.
Maybe she ran away from her mom. I don't know.
Also, it is a priory, so the church might just be for the sisters, not the townspeople.
I could have thought of that eventually.
All right. Sister
Professor.
Faustina, you've been so lovely so far. Shall we continue on?
She says, yes, this way. Professor, while they were having their little discussion there, you're looking out the window and lightning flashes and you see a face in the window. And then lightning flashes and no, you see the back end of a bird flying away.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of just file that away.
And Sister Faustina leads you all to dormitory number 2. This disused dormitory still has a couple of dilapidated wooden beds, but has largely been converted to a junk room holding broken furniture and an entire civilization of spiders. Other than that.
Hey sister?
Yes?
If there's only 2 dormitories and the cats live in one and spiders live in the other, where do y'all live?
Well, there's some other rooms. These are mostly the unused dormitories. But the cloister's out here. And she leads you. And in the darkness, this unlit stretch of grass enclosed by a column of walkways looks like a rippling, especially with the pouring rain, looks like a looks like rippling black water. Signs warn to keep off the grass, and there is a white stone in the center of the cloister that all but glows in the moonlight.
I take a picture of it.
Oh yeah, your last picture. What was your last picture of?
The cross, I believe.
Yeah.
Ah, you swear there's a little bit of orbs around the cross.
I definitely want to go investigate this stone. I know that one of Diana's little peek is that one of her background things is that she's pretty sure there was like a pagan cult that was here before the Abbey, so she wants to go look at that.
Very good. Yeah.
Is there a pathway to the stone, or is it just completely surrounded by grass?
Yeah,
there is. Okay.
The various pathways that kind of lead, and then the stone's kind of at the center of things.
Okay.
It is raining, but the stone does look rather fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
I will pull one of my mini scarves over my head since I have
put my hat back on.
Excellent.
Do that thing where you
yeah,
like hold it up with one arm, so you're like, what is this?
keeping the camera safe.
Yeah.
And well, in your case, the torch. Yeah, you go there, and an ancient mossy standing stone, roughly 1.5 meters tall, in the center of the cloister. It contains sprawling patterns suggestive of a horned beast, perhaps a goat, which are etched deeply into the rock. Oh, that Sister Faustina says, she's come out into the rain. That predates the Priory by hundreds of years, and none of the sisters know anything more about it.
That's fascinating, Sister Faustina. That actually lines up with my research on the place.
It's strange that it's given such a place of prominence.
It's rather pretty.
Fair enough, I suppose.
You're aware that a horned goat has been a symbol of Satan for hundreds of years, yes? Black Phillip? Anybody? No? Okay.
I do believe you're right.
I'm surprised you haven't sanded it away or anything. Leave the stone, but you know,
we would hate to destroy history. And
you're the Catholic Church.
Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't sound Catholic at all. Hold on a second.
Well,
look, if there was any doubt,
and that's the moment.
but to be perfectly honest, it keeps people coming and donating and examining it.
That makes a lot more sense, actually.
Oh,
it
no,
does.
That is fascinating.
Yeah,
we're back to the Catholic Church again.
Also, the dichotomy of having such a stone in the middle of a place of God must be very interesting to people.
Mm-hmm.
So with her,
that.
I've listened to a lot of what this woman said. Does she seem like a nun? Like, I realize it's a weird question, but does she seem like a nun at this point?
Roll for nun check.
Does I can't remember. I want to say one of your characters like has a background, a Catholic background.
Me.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Gregor, you're wondering that, and the professor comes in on that same wondering. Yeah, you spent time with nuns. Simultaneously, yes and no. There is definitely someone who lives in a cloistered place, but like a lot of habits just seem off.
Habits just seem off.
I'm gonna give myself a rewrite.
Please give yourself a rewrite for saying that.
If any of you could at some point turn to the camera and say, "It's time to drop some bad habits," I would be eternally grateful. I'm just throwing it out there.
This is all nonsense.
I am now looking for the opportunity.
That's now a quip available to everyone.
All right.
These nuns have developed some bad habits.
I'm gonna
I need glasses for this game. I definitely yeah. I totally just or they came from beneath the sea, because a scientist turning just be like, oh my god.
Yeah. At any point I could just like whip these off and seem way more dramatic. Just
yes.
Where were we? Oh yes,
goat
the
statue.
stone, the goat statue. Yeah, sister seems kind of off to those who have grown up around nuns.
All right.
You said she stepped outside into the rain. The
Mhm.
sister did.
Yeah.
When she steps out in the rain and like the pounding rain and the loud thunder and all that, I'm gonna like pull like my jacket up and like with one hand and kind of run out and bump into her and try to like cover her up a little bit and be like, oh, don't, it'd be it's, are you an umbrella? And at the same time, I'm gonna try to pick that pocket she was patting.
Oh, bold of you. What skill are you gonna use for this?
I assume larceny.
That makes sense.
And then dexterity for this one.
That also makes sense. Yes.
Can I get an enhancement from the distraction of the weather and the thunder and her talking to other people and
that is a good use of that rule. So I will say yes. You have one enhancement. I'm going to roll for her.
That's also a very good use if you want to ever use a cinematic of the dramatic weather cinematic.
Oh, there is a dramatic
where you
weather.
can make a big crack of thunder happen.
Happen at the
exactly. When
you know what? Now that you've mentioned that, I'm supposed to show it at a certain.
Okay, I'm gonna. I don't know if I can make this. I rolled 5d10 and I got a 1, a 6, and 3 10s.
So you rolled 6 successes. Excellent.
6 successes with 5 dice.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna make
like I wanted to try to, but it's not. It's not
yeah,
doing.
because you got the blur effect on.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's really good. So you grab a key.
Okay. I'll slip that into my pocket. You're like, come on, let's get back in the dry. Goodness.
While we're talking about cinematics, and since you guys have such a big writer's pool right now, I'm going to go through some cinematics. And to the viewers at home, there are a whole number of cinematics in this game, and all the games in the line have different combinations of them. And you can pick several, let's say 5 this time, for any given adventure that you can offer to the players. And this is sort of a meta. You're in this game. You're playing both the characters and the actors, so you have some sway on certain production things. So here are 5 that are going to be available to you all. And if you want to know what any of them do, just ask me again at any time. But one is called deleted scenes. Once per story, the player with this cinematic can declare a deleted scene. This allows the character to replay or add onto the scene that has already happened in order to introduce a new element, set up a future advantage, or provide enhancements to an action. The character using the cinematic must have been present in the scene that they wish to replay, or make an appearance in some direct or indirect way in the now expanded scene. For example, a scene now includes a phone call or a cutaway to a character using the cinematic.
Yeah, it also that's a really great way to give yourself a weapon that you need.
Yeah.
To be like, oh, there's a deleted scene where you saw me put the shotgun in my coat at the car.
There's a deleted scene where I got cured of whatever. That costs 3 rewrites. There is what we were just talking about, dramatic meteorology, that costs 1 rewrite. You can affect the weather in some dramatic way, a crack of thunder at the right moment, water to put a fire out and with the rain suddenly stopping if that's advantageous. Alternately, you can give yourself a weather-induced +1 enhancement for your character, or a complication to an enemy, which is something they have to buy off with successes. There's also, I'm a serious actor. When a player activates the cinematic, she describes how her character is using her more illustrious acting chops to elevate this film. This is where you have those Shakespearean actors that are doing horror films, and they are just.
I literally just watched Christopher Plummer in an MST3K film called Star Crash.
Really?
Terrible. Yes, he apparently took the role specifically to get a free trip to Italy. It is Christopher Plummer.
Right.
Really bad Star Wars knockoff.
Holy crap.
Valid.
And this is an exact use of that. Like suddenly you have like this gravitas in this cheesy movie.
Yeah.
And in game terms, what this allows you to do is you use those acting chops to give a rousing speech to an angry mob, make a plea to a villain's humanity, or enter into a battle of wits with the devil himself. The player treats her character's social dots and social attributes as 2 higher than the current value for the remainder of the scene. That costs 1 rewrite. Montage. This is 2 rewrites. As a player, you kick the movie into a montage sequence. You have 20 seconds to describe what's happening in that montage sequence, and I will generally be favorable to making that happen.
Is that one as well?
Yeah, that is 2 rewrites.
2 rewrites. Okay.
There's same set, different movie. This one costs 1 rewrite. Player using the cinematic declares this piece of the set was used for another movie. Characters in this scene can take advantage of the old set secrets, even though there's no way that their character would know. They may slip into a secret alcove, discover a secret drawer and a decorative table, pull the same fake candelabra controlling a revolved bookshelf, or there was some action movie, you pull a gun. That was a prop in that action movie, that kind of thing. Alternatively, the player names an item that was present in the game's other era, which we'll get to, but shouldn't appear in this scene, but just does because continuity went out the door during the production. So those are examples of cinematic powers. Those are the ones available to you guys. That one is 1 rewrite.
Okay.
And if you want me to repeat any of those.
Quick question, because I want to follow up while you're explaining those things. Something I remember reading earlier today that I don't know if it's applicable since I rolled so many successes on that one. Stunts. Like when you have something about leftover successes and you can put those into a stunt. Is that something that would apply to the thing I just did, or is that something else?
Oh yes, stunts, which we have not gotten into, is that is when you have more successes than you need. So you've succeeded, you've bought off any complications, you have extra successes. You can put those into a stunt. Your character sheets have some personal stunts that the characters have, although I did not find those in the actual adventure. I'm not sure if that's a rule that it goes into or not. But if you have one and you'd like to use it, we'll just wing it based on the wording.
Okay. I think it has like 3 stunts, but they're not the ones on our sheets.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There's also some combat based stunts that we'll get into during a combat. Cool. You can do things like disarm, increase the damage, blind, knockdown, trip, things like that. If you get more successes than you need and you're reading a stunt on your sheet that just sounds like that's applicable, shout it out and we'll see how we can make it work.
Okay.
And if anybody actually needs the text of their stunt, I have the Word files.
Oh,
and it looks like it just got cut off the character sheet, but it's still in my files. So I can tell you what all the stunts do if anybody has a question about one.
Okay. I don't think mine would have applied to the scene, so.
Probably not, but you never know.
And dear viewer, while all that was going on, once again, there was problems in the projector room. The projector starts back up, although this time with the light of the projector, you notice there's not just the one person sitting in the front row, there's 2 more that you didn't notice before. Back to the movie. Let's see, Christopher, you just plucked a key. And she did not notice at all. It's loud out. She's looking at everyone at the stone.
Yes.
You handily take the key.
Yep. So that's like, come on, back in. It's cold. It's cold and wet. I don't want to be cold and wet. Come on, let's go back inside.
That sounds reasonable.
And I'll back up.
Where were we?
Anything cool on the rock, Aunt Dizzy?
Just the thing I mentioned, the satanic goat carving.
Your crystal grew warm while you were examining. Feverishly warm.
Which is weird because it's cold and rainy out here.
And we cut in, and for some reason the characters are not as wet as they should be. Again, another continuity thing.
Also, there was at least one shot of me just going, "It's warm." Because how did anybody know?
It's warm.
Yeah, those scenes were totally filmed on different days.
Oh yeah, after we've gone back to hair and makeup and gotten a wardrobe change. So we're not
you're all dry. Dear viewers, you're sitting going like this, and you're.
It's 100% a different bow tie that I'm wearing.
Yeah.
Somebody messed up and put your wardrobe in the wrong place. Yeah.
Like, just film it. No one will notice. We cut now to a completely dry cast in the infirmary. The infirmary is one of the few rooms that is neither dusty nor disused. 3 beds, each surrounded by stiff white curtains for privacy, consume most of the floor space, and the walls are lined with wooden cupboards crammed full of brown glass bottles.
Seems well stocked. Do you just tend to the nuns here, or do you tend to others as necessary?
As necessary, mostly the other sisters.
Hmm. How many sisters are here, by the way? I
13 total. 13.
That's an auspicious number.
Why are you saying exactly what I said not an hour ago, Roland?
I forgot.
I don't know if it's a suspicious number.
Auspicious. Auspicious.
Right. As you're talking, one of the bed curtains rattles open, revealing a yellow document atop the sheets.
No person.
Pluck it.
No person. Just it just goes, and there is a letter.
Don't worry, Gregory. I'll protect you.
Does that happen
Crystal-
often, Sister Faustina?
You know, it's storming out.
I go and read it.
Should not be that funny, but it is.
Yeah, you. It is.
Look at Gregory, and I'm like,
it is. It is a letter written by Reverend Wolfram. Describes a group of travelers arriving at the Priory in the 19th century. The account is incomplete. More pages exist somewhere.
Was it like folded in with the sheets? Or did it just like appear?
It's just sitting on top there, and it is old, and you're looking at it. And the movie, dear viewer, fades away and fades in. Meanwhile, in the past.
dun 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 dun.
They came from beyond the grave often exists in two separate timelines, the vague 1970s and the vague 19th century. Sometimes just exists in one, could exist in other timelines for whatever movie you're doing, but a lot of these games will travel back and forth as we're doing right now. As the action changes and we see the same Priory on another dark night, not raining this time. Or no, it is raining. It is raining just like back in the present 70s. But we've entered the 19th century. It is very foggy out. And there is a sequence that dramatizes a physical pursuit. As a carriage containing 5 individuals is rocketing along. I'm sorry, not a pursuit, but a hurried carriage. 5 travelers are in there, and a driver is operating the carriage. Everyone's in a hurry. You were supposed to be much further along than this. There were weather delays back in the last town. You were supposed to be past this town, but oh sure. I'm going to work in a
scene if we need.
Okay. I'll introduce the scene and then we'll work in a 5-minute break.
An intermission, we'll call it.
Yeah, we'll give me time to switch time tracks.
Gotta change reels.
Yeah. Actually, this is a good spot. 5 characters are in there. They all look towards each other. The camera comes in, and we see the same, dear viewer, the same exact actors with like just some additions of like different period costumes, mutton chops, maybe a mustache where one wasn't before, but otherwise the exact same actors.
Mustache.
Yes. And we will use that to take a break. Take a bio break, take a moment to process the horrors you've experienced so far, and we'll get back to it.
yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. Promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go!
It's intermission. Rise and stretch time. Time to refresh yourself and visit our snack bar. Got a yen for hot popcorn? Your favorite soft drinks are sparkling cold. The juicy Frank sizzling hot. There's delicious coffee, freshly brewed, and all kinds of ice cream and candy to tempt you. Showtime will be announced loud and clear to get you back to your car in time. So stretch your legs. Come to the snack bar now.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
And now, on with the show.
Mr. Projectionist, stop the show. Here's great news you ought to know.
Oh, the time is now, the time is here. Now's the time for a bite of cheer. A tasty light where the price is right. Well, look here, you'll dig this sight. The moment's handy for a piece of candy. Just name your brand, they're all so grand. Hey, what do you think of a nice cool drink? Or a big box filled with a popcorn thrill? Let your taste buds meet with an ice cream treat. Refresh yourselves, it's time to eat. So come on, folks, let's join the band as we all head for the refreshment stand.
We hope you're enjoying your visit here this evening. Now, on with the show.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. We promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go!
It's intermission. Rise and stretch time. Time to refresh yourself and visit our snack bar. Got a yen for hot popcorn? Your favorite soft drinks are sparkling cold. The juicy Frank sizzling hot. There's delicious coffee, freshly brewed, and all kinds of ice cream and candy to tempt you. Showtime will be announced loud and clear to get you back to your car in time. So stretch your legs. Come to the snack bar now.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well...
Hello and welcome back, dear viewer. There was apparently an intermission for the movie, but you felt too uncomfortable to get up and use the bathroom because there are 5 people now sitting in weird spots. They're completely motionless, and you'd have to go past one of them to get out of here. So you just sat. You're holding your bladder. And
Question.
Continues.
Are any of them robots made of gumball machines?
It's too dim in here to tell.
Okay.
They could be on closer examination.
All right.
But the film starts back up, the house lights lower, and where we left off, meanwhile in the past, in the 19th century, we're in that carriage. The camera is, after the establishing shot of the carriage riding at breakneck speeds, we go into the carriage with some nervous looking folks. These are past, not all of them are necessarily past versions of the characters, but the same actors are playing similar spots. On your character sheets in italics, there's a little description of those. I just want to go around and everyone read that to catch up the audience quick on who you are in the 19th century. Let's start with Chris.
Me, Chris, or him, Chris?
Oh shit!
I'm not Chris anymore.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah, I'll be using. Yeah, for this I'm using the regular names because give us your new name and the whatever description it has there.
Reverend Barnabas Wolfram is a scholar and a believer. He sits in the carriage with his hands clasped around a silver cross, and he is our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. And it's loud enough that it's kind of for everyone else, but it's also very much for himself. He looks distraught, and there is along his side there is a tear in his clothing as if he was in a scrape or something, but no obvious wound.
And the camera takes a very obvious close-up of the cross to show audiences that is indeed the cross in the present.
Yes.
Camera pans over. Angie, tell us about your 19th century self.
Oh, Anne is a young woman. She looks a bit disheveled. She's wearing some very moth-eaten but plain clothing. She's trying to appear calm, but she's very clearly putting up a farce. And she's a bit on the outspoken side, comes off a bit bossy, but nonetheless, she is apparently traveling across the country, escaping a scandal from her past.
Camera pans over. Dixie, tell us about your character's 19th century self.
Yeah, so even though she's played by clearly the same 35-year-old playing Diana, this is a young, beautiful woman named Elena Hearn. She's a seer and a witch, though she keeps her gifts a secret from everyone except her beloved husband, Hugo. She's led an extremely sheltered life and longs for excitement, contact with others who share her gifts, and a chance to spread her wings.
Camera pans over. Gilbert, tell us about your 19th century self.
Lieutenant George Arthur of the Queen's Army. Not a speck of dirt on his clothing. Again, more of a skeptic than the 1970s counterpart. Seen every permutation of human evil, so very, very confident that no other evil can exist aside from that made by man.
Camera pans over to James, your character.
You're talking and we can't hear you.
Yeah.
So Hugo,
there we go.
Mute. So
my
Hugo,
beloved husband nephew. Yes.
it is. Yes, my beloved niece wife.
Aunt wife, I think.
Aunt wife. Apparently, Hugo's from Arkansas. So he looks much like Christopher because it's the same actor, but with a bit of the makeup and a different clothes. He also somehow looks a little more matured, though equally carefree. Despite the concern on his face, his mouth still curls into a smile. He does, and he's wearing pristine white suit with cufflinks, or at least it was pristine at one point. Probably when he put it on this morning, it's covered in muck and dirt now, and he holds in his hands a small, roughly cat-sized black Yorkie with one green eye and one fresh bandage around the other.
Aw.
Is the Yorkie's name Cat?
Yes. Yes,
Cat
it is.
Stevens. Excellent. Yeah, the carriage is hurtling about, and you hear Henry, the coachman, cracking his whip and saying, "Wolves! Wow, wolves!"
They're wolves. Sorry, I couldn't.
Excellent.
No, the wolves are here. Who's on second?
You look out and indeed see where the wolves are as you look out the windows, and you see a pack of 4 hellhounds, huge gnarly beasts with baleful green glowing eyes and mouths that are just entirely too large for even their huge frames, are loping after you, and the 4 overtake the carriage, an attack. Henry, they start tearing into Henry, the driver, and one of the 4 horses. Another horse breaks free and gallops off while the other 2 struggle in their traces.
Mm-hmm.
We enter an action scene where you guys can decide what you're going to do about all this. Up ahead, behind you is dense forest. Up ahead, in a clear, not very distant run, is the Priory.
Make for the Priory.
Wolfram is going to take his silver crucifix in his hand, kind of, with the longer end, kind of pulled out between his fingers, and again, it's gonna try to just knock one of the wolves away.
Excellent. All right. That will take us into combat. Everyone needs to make an athletics, or actually look at your athletics plus cunning and your empathy plus dexterity, and whichever is the empathy, whichever of those is lower is the dice pool you use to roll for initiative.
Athletics and cunning, or empathy and dexterity?
That's right.
Okay, so then the lower.
No successes.
0.
Right, so.
Oh, I should write this down somewhere.
Not a combat focused character, I don't think.
2 successes.
I am most certainly not either, but I also got 2 successes.
1 success.
No successes.
Angie, you got 1 success, you said?
Yeah, 1 success.
And how many did you get? Not Christopher anymore.
2.
2. Okay.
You mean my beloved husband Hugo?
Yes. Yes. All right. Oh, and I should roll for the hounds. I'm gonna roll some dice.
The director gets to roll dice? What is this, man?
Yeah.
What are the chances, director, that this young, wealthy, daredevil adventurer has a snub-nosed 38
Oh,
tucked in his breast pocket?
I would say they're pretty good.
Chance can I have like a Gatling gun with silver bullets?
That is less likely. Okay. All right. We enter combat.
Actually, can I ask a question as we're in combat?
Absolutely.
As a witch, can I roll to see if I know anything about hellhounds or a way to maybe defeat them? I have
Yes, you
studied
may.
the mystic arts.
I'm just going to say you know some stuff. You are aware of this. You know that these are nasty things. You don't want to get bitten by one, and you know that pouring out a circle of salt can ward off against hellish creatures. And you suspect that hurling salt might bother or hurt them, but you're pretty sure about the circle.
Excellent. Thank you.
And we will start with Professor.
Yeah,
not
Professor.
Sorry, Reverend.
Reverend. Yes, Reverend Wolfram. Yeah, like I was saying, he's going to take his his protection from God and the cross, and he is going to try and inflict that protection upon one of these wolves.
Excellent. Are you holding the cross out or clubbing him with it, or?
Definitely would try to club him with it.
Excellent. Yeah.
Yes. A combination of faith and physics, specifically, bludgeoning.
What dice pool would you like to assemble for this?
Ooh. I hope I can use okay, this might be a little bit of a reach. Well, certainly might, I think, would be the most appropriate, but I was also hoping if I could use like science and try to find a way to get more leverage out of it from the swing. Might be a little much.
That might be a little much. If there's a trait that you think would be more fitting into your faith, I will allow it to be like a holy smite.
Oh, let's see. Would that be like a humanities, maybe? Like knowledge?
You could use that. Mm-hmm.
All right. So that's that'll be a nice old 4. Oh, that's 2 successes.
2 successes. You bring it up and scream a prayer in Latin that comes right to you, and you smash the cross down, and the others you swear for a split second. Maybe it's the lightning, maybe it's faith. The cross flashes a bright momentary light, cracks the hellhound on the head, and there's a sizzle, and it makes a terrible sound that neither animal nor human should be able to make, but borrowing from both. And there's an awful smell, and the creature rears back its head. And which were you doing that to one of the hellhounds attacking the horses, or the one that's or the 2 that are attacking Henry?
I would do it to one of the 2 that is attacking Henry.
Okay.
And I'll kind of gesture to our resident skeptic, Lieutenant George, and I say, "You want proof? There's your proof. The proof of your own eyes."
Is that a
Yes, that is.
Sure sounds like it.
All right, we'll add a rewrite into there, and yeah, two of the hellhounds. One has Henry by the neck. The other one is just nuzzling through his innards and his stomach, and you smack the latter, and it comes up with a glistening face and backs off a bit. That will bring us to not. That brings us to not Chris, Christopher. It brings us to Hugo.
How prepared or how aware were our characters that we may run into some sort of occultish foes?
Not very. This is you were just traveling
Cool.
and the night went to
Okay.
shit.
All right. All right. So that I'm gonna pull that little snub nose out. Say, my God, it's an orgy of horror, and then point at the other one attacking the driver and shoot.
That is a rewrite, and it ties the two characters together nicely.
I like to imagine that it just like close-ups on your face and uses the same shot from earlier. You said that?
Yeah, it's like an extreme like close-up.
My God, it's an orgy of horror. Like literally just beat for beat, the exact same.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess aim and dexterity.
Yes, I believe that is correct. That sounds correct to me, so it's correct in this moment.
That would give me 5 dice. I got a 10, so 2 successes.
Excellent. Which are you aiming for? One of the or for the remaining one on Henry, or one of the ones on the horses?
The remaining one on Henry. A hero saves the person first.
Excellent. Yeah, you hit it, and you have 1 extra success. I'm going to allow you to do a combat stunt if you want to. That you can increase the damage by 1. You can blind it. Disarm isn't really applicable. I'll say or no, that's two more successes. Yeah. So you can add 1 more damage. You can blind it. You could do a trip if you shoot its leg, I suppose. And
let's just add the damage.
All right. So yeah, you shoot it, and the bullet, you believe, hits the head, and the thing shakes and lets go of poor Henry, who is still clutching to life, even though he is horribly, horribly mauled, and it backs off a bit.
And then is anybody else in position to take the reins with his now that he's been eviscerated?
The professor, I guess, is the closest.
Okay.
But you're all still pretty close. You've just exited the carriage.
I'll turn to the lieutenant and be like, "Get up! We're gonna crash!" And then that's it.
All right, that brings us to the hellhounds. Two of them are just gnawing on a horse, and that horse is dying horrifically. And the other 2, one is gonna try and attack the Reverend, although it's a bit timid, so it has, because of that burning faith, so it has a complication. All right, it gets 4 successes. Oof. It's going to go for upping the damage. So I believe that will take 4 tracks off your health, which will take you from just a flesh wound to that'll leave a scar.
Where are the information about health tracking?
That is the bottom left, shows the tracker.
Little track in the corner.
Yep. That'll leave a scar. Okay, I see that there.
That also adds to archetype dice pools, which we haven't really been playing with that rule. But in general, in this game, getting injured, like in a movie, leads to a glorious scene. So you get bonuses for particular things. But yeah, you've been bitten, and the other one is going to charge at Lieutenant George Arthur. It does not know who
Hellhounds are
shot him.
sexist. I mean, I'm kind of okay with it, but hellhounds are sexist.
I mean, they're just awful. They're the worst.
Myself and young Anna here are completely unscathed.
You can take two health, Lieutenant, and that covers all of them. So that takes us to. Wait, who had one success?
I think Anne did.
Yes. Yep, and Gorman.
Do you suppose Anne has maybe a pointy umbrella?
I think she does.
I don't know why Anne wouldn't have a pointy umbrella.
Okay.
You actually also have, and this is going to be just me trying to help out a little bit. One of your stunts, if you get some successes, is called Spot Weakness, where you can point out a weakness to your allies, which gives everybody else +1 enhancement on their attacks.
Ooh.
Which
That would be great. And how does that mechanic work? How do I?
So whatever you end up rolling for your action, I think you need like pretty much if you get any extra successes, you can use those to make the stunt happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you essentially go like, go for the eyes or whatever, like while you're attacking. And yeah.
Okay. So Anne sees everyone else getting attacked, and she's going to cover her face in horror and scream, "Nobody's going to help us." And just kind of looks at her umbrella, and she's going to charge. There's one left gnawing on the horse.
There's two gnawing on a horse.
Okay. She's going to charge one of them gnawing at the horse. So that'll be with her umbrella, probably, let's see, maybe athletics and might, or the close combat. Would that be applicable?
We can go with that.
And they're both the same, actually, so that'll be fine.
And that was was that equip you said earlier?
That was equip. Yes.
Excellent. Add a rewrite to the rewrite pool, Chris.
All right. Brings it to 10.
Dang.
Awesome. And that is one success.
Excellent. Yeah, you poke it, and it shakes and growls at you. And that will bring us to Lieutenant George.
We still have one gnawing on the horse, or
there are two. Well, yeah, I guess, yeah, one that's still gnawing on the horse.
we've got to clear that before we can keep making our way. So I'm gonna try to take a strike at one of the hellhounds going for the horse.
Excellent.
Just with close combat and might. Yeah.
Cool. That sounds good.
That is 4 successes.
Excellent. What are you doing to it?
I've much like the good Reverend said, I'm now grappling with my own belief now. So I'll just abandon all decorum and just strike at it with my bare fists.
Excellent. Yeah, you just go magnificently in the rainy night. You go off and you take a big haymaker punch. Would you like to add any combat stunts to that? You could increase damage by 3. You could blind it.
I would love to increase damage by 3 and then pulling back my fist. So just if you want them, you'll have to go through me.
Excellent. Yeah, you punch and you break its lower jaw with your mighty fist. And it takes 4 damage.
Is that a
yes, that is equip.
Oh, excellent. And that brings us back to Hugo.
Nope, I haven't gone yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got to put this in actual order.
It's okay.
Diana, not Diana. It's so confusing.
Elena.
Elena Hearn, yes.
So I like to think that during this whole scene, there have been cuts, or you see in the background, Elena going through like pouches on her dress and stuff and trying to find the right thing. And at the finally she pulled out a pouch, haha, I found it. And that is when I would like to make an enigmas plus composure roll to make a salt circle.
Ooh, okay.
Around us, the carriage, whatever.
Excellent. Give us that roll.
Maybe I've been working on this whole time, but now I get to roll for it. That's my biggest dice pool. So, so 4 successes. And with my 4 successes, I would love to use my magic stunt.
Ooh, yes.
To create a field around us and the carriage with a complication equal to the rating of the skill used to trigger the stunt, which is enigmas. So a 3 complication field for the hellhounds to attack us.
Nice.
Because there's salt and magic everywhere now.
All right. Elena.
I probably also just horrified the priest and a bunch of other people, but it looks cool. So
it looks cool. Elena enacts some powerful mojo, putting a salt circle around the
raise
group.
a hand up and lightning strikes,
Lightning strikes, the salt goes around in a circle, and all the hellhounds shake their heads. They do not like this, and in fact they back away, and they are now outside the circle, which gives you some time out of combat turns to do something really quick, although you hear more, you'd call them howls or screams, you're not sure, coming from the woods.
Can any of you drive this carriage?
I don't.
With faith, anything is possible. I'll step into
you can
it.
drive anything.
2 horses are still good.
Yeah.
Yep, we're all gonna die.
Hugo, take the reins.
I don't know. We have drivers, dear. I don't know how to drive a horse.
5 more hellhounds emerge from the tree.
I'm already stepping into it, and
Okay, I'm
say,
going back in the carriage and saying, somebody drive this damn thing.
yes, one day we will die, and God will greet us at His gates, but that's not today. And I'll start. I don't know if I know how to do this, but I'll start driving the horses.
I'm just gonna say with that line, yeah, you do it. And dear viewer, you're treated to a disturbing scene of the carriage moving forward with 2 horses dragging the mauled horse under the wheel, and it's kind of jammed there, and it's obviously like a rubber horse, but it still is just a grotesque, nasty scene of this dragging as you guys make your way all the way to the Priory. And as you get to the Priory, you do notice a clue. The hellhounds are tearing after you the whole time, but once you get to the Priory, they calmly wait outside. They don't look like they've been warded like the salt circle. They just look very obedient and calm.
We're not. It's not keeping them out.
And with that, meanwhile, in the present, we go back to the 1970s. And
I have realized as we were talking and I was looking at the character sheets that I am actually the only person that has any pilot skill. So actually, I should have probably driven the carriage. I did not realize that.
Look, it's a stressful situation. We all forget,
Yeah.
I just forgot how to drive for a second. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's quite all right.
It was just funny. I was like, doesn't one of them have pilot? And it's like, nope, just me. Just me. Awesome. Great.
We're gonna speed up some scenes for time. We're back to where you guys are looking at that note.
Everyone talk double speed. Just figure it out.
And the sister happily shows you some more rooms. She shows you the refectory, which is actually pretty cozy and well lit. There's a fire burning in that hearth. A table set for a dinner for 10, and leaded windows let out into the gathering darkness outside.
I would like to ask her about the table being set for 10 when there are 13 nuns and 5 of us.
Oh, not everyone will be here for the meal.
Oh, why?
Some of them are much more. They like to isolate themselves.
Okay.
I have a question / request. When we get to the roaring fire, can although the continuity was dropped, can we have wet clothes again so we can finally be like, oh, good to fire?
You now have wet clothes again. Yes, I like it. I like it. I've got a cat on the desk, which may or may not have a human face. Yeah.
I'm gonna go like lay down in front of the fire and put the cat on my chest and just give it scritches and lay in the floor and be like,
he is purring, he is happy, and he seems to be he hops off you after a moment and shows you guys or it seems to lead your gazes to a cork board on the wall, which holds clippings and mentions of the Priory and local newspapers. Many are innocent, taking part in local events and things, but many more refer to hauntings and ghost stories, and several are about missing persons reports in the area.
You all seem very proud about this. People.
Oh yes, it wouldn't be more appropriate to let them be forgotten.
It's strange that you put that next to the community service event that was in the papers.
Fake sale, unexplained disappearance, same import, I guess.
Well, the thing about that is, and the scene just weirdly cuts, and you guys are in the kitchen now.
What an excellent meal.
There's a single bulb flickering and fills the room with a threatening hum of startled, wide-eyed. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Fills the room. Oh yeah. Okay. Who enters the kitchen first? Who's my volunteer?
we were unconscious. I'll go in first.
Of course you do, Christopher. You go in, and a single bulb flickers and fills the room with threatening hum, and a startled, wide-eyed woman turns towards you and reaches out a hand. The light stutters off and back on, and she is gone. All that remains is an antiquated kitchen, 100 years old or more.
So Christopher walked in first, but seeing like the flickering bulb, and walks in prepared to get like a step in and then scream as a practical joke. So already has like a deep
already has a scream
and then when that happens, it because it was already going to be a scream, that kicks it up, and it's a shrill.
Oh. You guys are treated to that scream.
Is it a Wilhelm scream though?
Is it a Wilhelm?
Yes.
It's gotta be. Excellent. We get our Wilhelm scream in there. Sister Faustina looks in. She says, "Oh, yes, that's one of the apparitions. We call her the Scullery Maid. She's well recorded. No idea why. No idea who she really is. Perhaps you'll find out tonight, eh?"
I have even more questions about why Sister Agatha seems so skeptical.
Yes.
Also,
I don't think she was skeptical. I think she was just angry.
Christopher, dear, don't scream at the ghosts. They're not.
I didn't
not
scream.
Bothering you.
It never happened.
Oh, it happened. We were all right here.
My ears are ringing still.
Yeah, it's a very echoey room. Lots of metal in here.
You should have Anne check her equipment then.
You do find
that was recorded.
Do you mean Rosemary?
Never happened. Yes, Rosemary.
Dear, I think you're a bit addled.
The actor actually trips over this, but this is apparently the best take they got.
Oh, I'm definitely going to take a picture of the space that he indicated she was standing in.
Okay. Yeah, there is like, man, this is your best aura shot you've ever gotten. It is like an outline of a woman reaching out.
Yes. I kind of mumble under my breath, and I say, Professor Henry, there's your proof, the proof of your own eyes.
I believe that's a quip.
It is, yeah.
All right.
Wait, did you say nobody knows who she is, but we'll find out tonight?
I think she said maybe we'll find out.
You're doing your ghosty stuff tonight after dinner.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
In that room, you also find an open chest in one corner of the kitchen containing maintenance equipment, including wrenches, hammers, and nails. You're then led to the chapter house. This meeting room is outfitted with a round wooden table marked by the rings of teacups, many, many rings. The scratches of pens and other signs of wear and age has lights that flicker and stutter. The floorboards groan at every step.
I feel like you should all get an electrician out here. It's quite flickery.
Yes, they flicker a lot. You hear, when you're all in there, you swear you hear the sounds of whispering coming up from the basement beneath, and heavy objects being moved, and occasional grunts of exertion.
Did you hear that? Am I just imagining things?
No, what's going on in the basement? Are they cleaning out the water, Sister Faustina?
I would have to ask Sister Agatha.
Let's go find her then.
Is there a trap door in here?
There is no trap door. However, anyone can give me you can give me a humanities plus intellect check.
I am not smart.
You got one success.
One success. Well, that's enough. So between you
I got
all,
7 successes.
holy shit. Okay, well, you identify this right away. There's traces of chalk on the floor, and you kind of kick the rug over a little bit, and there is the remains of a ritual circle.
Mhm. I have a question. I've got favored stunts, simple, uncover the truth.
Yep.
Oh.
Would that let me do anything extra?
Yeah, why
looks like
not?
it. I was gonna tell you, but
Yeah.
It is a summoning circle.
Mm-hmm.
You think for a familiar spirit.
What kind of spirit was this to summon?
What?
This is a summoning circle for a familiar spirit.
yeah, it's quite a common one. I've
It's
seen it before.
in chalk, so it must be not fairly recent.
I don't know. I don't play with the chalk much. We should ask Sister Agatha.
So again, we should go talk to her immediately.
Yeah, let's go find her. And she leads you around some more. You've been in the records office. You've been in the Gothic Tower.
What time of night is it at this point?
It is. It's not very late. We'll say it's like 10ish.
I have a question. The question was brought up earlier, since one of the dorms is filled with cats and the other is spiders. They have to sleep somewhere. Are we pointed out to where they sleep?
Yes, in the second floor, this time taking the normal stairway up to the second floor, or one of the normal ones. You do go by the Mother Superior's bedroom, which she says she's not allowed to bring you in. You are brought by a series of bedrooms. The doors to these bedrooms are all locked except for one. The room is Spartan, holding nothing but a twin bed, a nightstand, and a wardrobe. A young nun sits by the window gazing out over the fields behind the Priory while she smokes a cigarette. When interrupted, she turns to face the door, brows arched, looking put out at being interrupted.
Hello.
Hello. This is a tall, voluptuously built nun, a rather young nun. And after she sees you all, she looks a little less put out by the interruption. And she just continues smoking her cigarette. Sister Faustina does not react to the cigarette until she looks back at you and then thinks about it for a moment. She says, "Oh, we're not allowed to do that." And the other nun sighs and stamps out the cigarette.
She goes to stamp it out. I'll just kind of reach out to take it from her.
She says, "Hello."
It's like, I mean, if you can't smoke it anyway, share, right? Yeah.
Why not?
And I'll
And
take
what's
it.
your name, dear?
Sister, our names, Sister Mary Fortitude.
Have you been here long?
Few years. A long roundabout road. Used to be a showgirl in London.
Oh, lovely. Maybe I saw you.
You might have. I'm sure you would remember.
Maybe not with your clothes on.
I like this one. I also have a history degree, by the way.
Excellent. Do you know anything about
Yes, I'm
the
a little
pagan
studied.
sect that used to be around here, or the demonology books, or the chalk circle, or any of the other strange things in this abbey?
Oh, you noticed those?
Yeah, the incredibly demonic church. You
It's
know,
not as boring here as one might think at first glance.
no, it's quite fascinating. But Sister Faustina is strangely close-lipped.
Yeah, Faustina looks very nervous.
And you've seen the world, so surely you know that we can
I've
talk
seen
to
the
you.
world. If I spoke about half of it, poor Faustina over there would have a conniption fit.
Well, we sent her into a fit, and she can't eavesdrop anymore, right?
It's true. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll see you all at dinner, and maybe some of us can strike up some more interesting conversations.
You have dinner quite late.
Yes, we do, don't we?
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock.
Faustina, dear, you can close your mouth now. And she's like, and Sister Mary Fortitude struts out of the room. Lasciviously, just because I want to use that word bad.
As she walks by me when the sister that's escorting us around isn't paying attention, I'm just gonna kind of hold the cigarette out in front of her so she can take it from me as she walks off.
She takes it in stride, and yeah, that raises her social estimation. Helping your social roles in the future. Yeah, Faustina kind of gets her
finesse is my preferred approach. So
she had a lovely conversation with one of you and had got the cigarette back from the other. So that is a good combination. Oops.
Oh, hey, cat.
Oh, perfect, black cat.
This is Vesper. She wants
Hello,
to
Vesper.
stream.
Vesper is a goddess.
I'm gonna cut into some faster scenes. Yeah, the other bedrooms are locked. Angie, out of your man, my character names are all over the place now. Rosemary, you as you guys are trying to figure out what to do with these doors, you peek into one of the keyholes, which you realize is an old style keyhole that you can peek through, and you see a young lady back there, not very clothed, cradling something like a baby very tenderly. Seems to be nursing, but when she turns, the camera zooms into your viewer on a horrific scene as what looks like she has nestled there is a cat, and there's blood streaming down her chest, and the cat slowly turns its face, and it's the face of like an old man with big teeth.
No.
And it's obviously the director loved this shot and poured every ounce of dramatic horror in it. All the scarier because the movie's been fairly campy so far.
This entire scene is why they couldn't pay union actors.
And dear viewer, it's kind of a disturbing shot because the medium shot is obviously a cat with just like some rubber face on it, but that itself looks really spooky because its tongue is hanging out of the mask. And then the zoom in is a human actor face surrounded by cat fur.
Mm-hmm. Can I call for a weather event to have lightning strike the entire church and burn it down?
No.
We do have a lot of writers' points.
A lot of writers' points. It might take a little more than
God
the
himself
for that.
hates this place.
But when you call people over, you don't see anyone there.
All right.
I wonder if the key that Christopher got is going to be used for this.
Oh yeah.
What type of a room is this?
I mean, do you say anything?
This is one of the bedrooms.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Rosemary tries not to lose it. She's going to calmly approach the professor. Professor, there are things happening behind that door, do you happen to have that key on hand?
Of course. He takes it out. He knocks on the door. We heard someone was all right. Can we come in? Someone was having an issue. Can we come in?
There's no answer.
I'll unlock the door if it works.
It does. It's one of the bedrooms. It looks pretty normal. You don't see anyone in it.
I kind of like step away from Sister Fausta.
You actually look to where she was, but she is actually she's actually by a window having a hushed conversation with Sister Mary Fortitude. So she is distracted for the moment.
Okay. What did you see in here?
Honestly, a very disturbing sight. I swear I saw someone nursing a cat. And this is going to sound a little odd, but the cat maybe had a old man's face and was aware of her presence, very clearly aware of her presence.
That's fascinating. Where were they standing, best you saw?
Was it in the center of the room, approximately?
By the window, I think.
Mm-hmm.
By the window?
By the window. I'll take a picture of that space, see if I see anything.
The picture is horribly distorted, and just something about it unnerves you.
I'm gonna like step down a little bit and like I'm walking away from people to smoke a little bit. But I'm gonna try to position myself so that I can eavesdrop on the sisters talking while they're looking in that room.
All right. It's not actually that hard. They're pretty engrossed with it. They're talking about proper behavior, this and that. Sister Mary Fortitude is just mostly throwing soft jibes at Faustina and putting her off her game. But she's talking about Sister Agatha will be mad about this or that. But it's just kind of short speak back and forth without much explanation. But something about pissing off Agatha about dinner and this and that. We will cut ahead to the church tower. You guys wander up there on your own because Faustina is really busy right now in her discussion. And the top of the church tower is dominated by a huge tarnished cast iron bell. And anyone who stands up here has a strong sense of being watched by someone just behind their shoulder.
Do you hear that? Am I just imagining things?
Here, anything.
If you're imagining things, I am too.
And looking at the inner rim of the bell, you find inscribed with a Latin prayer for protection and safety.
I will speak it out loud.
I'll say, hey, Professor, there's some that old gibberish stuff you read on the bell.
It's Latin. It is the base
To
of
you. To me, it's gibberish.
that is because you lack knowledge.
Rosemary, you pick up something on your tape recorder.
Pretty though.
Does it sound like?
And playing it back, it's that hissy, garbled speak, but you swear it says something about be closer to heaven for safety and trust in iron.
Okay. Rosemary has done some reading prior to coming to the Priory about this church bell. She's already super fascinated in this. She's going to share this with the professor. Professor, I heard something about this bell. I did some reading before we came here, and it's said to have some maybe spirit warding properties to it. I picked up this on the recording, and I'll play the recording for everyone.
Listening to that recording, I'll turn to Diana and say, um, is this have you heard of any tales of the way iron interacts with the the multitude of resonance of existence, or as you might say, the spirit world? And can we kind of try to go back and forth with a few different theories?
Yeah, you do. And as you do, the camera makes a meaningful close-up of that prayer. And yeah, you decide that the ringing of an iron bell is indeed either protection or even antagonistic or damaging to otherworldly entities. Perhaps the Fae, or especially perhaps demons. And it is. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to ask, do we know if this bell is rung at a particular time or regularly, or does it look like it hasn't been in a good while?
You look at it and you don't think it's been rung for a long time.
We should ring this bell.
Should ring this. He's like, as he says the words, I'm like, we should. Yeah. And I start looking for a rope.
And at this point, the filmmakers really wanted to license the disco song "Ring My Bell," but
Yes,
they could not afford
yes, but they couldn't. There's a song plays that is like similar lyrics, but not quite, and just very badly produced. As we break into a montage, and dear viewer, as you're watching this montage, suddenly the film stops, and then you just see it bubble and melt on the heated lamp of the projector.
Oh.
You hear rustling above in the projector room. Because in the interest of time, I'm going to speed things forward. And this is one way you can do it. And They Came from Beyond the Grave, or any of the They Came from games. The film gets strung hastily back, and but very messily, we get a series of scenes. We see the 19th century again, where half the group is in the basement being offered up in some horrible ritual. We cut back to the present, and there's the awkward dinner scene with the nuns, where one of you look. Professor, you look very suspicious when you take a taste of the soup. We see another scene where you're all arguing over Gregory, who's unconscious. We see another scene where you are up in some room, and there is a bird cage, and inside is an owl, but it's got a face of an old man, and it looks like it wants to say something. And when you come closer, it just says, "Ah!" We cut out of that. And then we skip way ahead. Obviously, shit has happened to all of you, and I want you to describe your physical selves at this and emotional selves at this point. Shit has happened. You are all down back in the dining room. The sounds of chanting from the basement are unmistakable now. The smells of strange incense are seeping up. And it's the final attack. You have to stop this ritual. You have to stop it now. Let's start with Christopher. What state is Christopher in at this point?
So his clothing is.
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, Christopher Hearn. I'm sorry. No, I've switched back and forth, so
yeah,
okay.
I love it.
You really could have just changed your character name for Christopher.
Yeah. Or I could have played Christopher.
Sorry, I will use the full name, Christopher Hearn. Descendant.
Thought about this when I saw the characters, and I was like, this is going to be funny. He is ragged. He's still holding the cat, whom has taken much less wear than Christopher, who you imagine has probably made himself a human shield more than once to protect this cat. Still has a wide grin, deep breathing, mud and dirt and blood all kind of smeared in, and a bruise under one eye. He's like, it's fine. We're gonna be okay. It's okay. We're gonna be fine. It's all okay. Should we ring the bell?
And then we go. The camera cuts to Diana.
Yeah, I would say that Diana, still has all of her scarves and her large hair and everything, but a lot of them are ripped and tattered. And for some reason, her hands up to just past her elbows are just covered in blood. There's just no explanation. She's just bloody, and there's like a little bloody smear on her face where she clearly like touched her face. And she's gone from being this very composed person to looking a little shell shocked. She's like a little like seen a lot of shit in the past
shit tonight. Yeah.
3 hours that the audience didn't see because we couldn't afford it.
Trust us, dear viewer, that destroyed film had some amazing scenes.
Yeah. No, it definitely had what could have gotten me an Oscar nomination, but it got cut. So I will resent the director for the rest of my life.
Let's go with Rosemary.
Rosemary, she's got the crazy eyes. Her hair is rumpled. She is clinging to her recorder, her knuckles white. And she is just resolving in this moment that her years of studying and practice can do absolutely nothing for her in this moment.
Also, Rosemary, inexplicable now, but the details of which must have been in those past scenes, you have a goat head growing out of your left shoulder, and it is just constantly screaming in Latin.
Oh, that too.
That's where they blew the special effect budget.
That was a choice the director could make.
Director had a thing about animal and human heads relation.
Very creative.
I remember filming this scene, and I really thought it was just a big practical joke.
You were serious about that? Camera cuts to Gregory Beckett.
Gregory is walking with a limp, shirt off, bandage, using it as bandages across his arms. Now, taking the jacket, trying to silence the goat head, just tying the leather jacket around his mouth, sort of.
I love it.
Shut up! Shut up!
I
Shut
love
up!
Mm-hmm.
Blood seeping from his head, just clear wounds.
I'm just picturing you as just Ash from Evil Dead.
Top notch.
Ash versus that deer head on the wall.
Also, like you got a shotgun for an arm now. I don't even know.
Sure, yeah. He's got a shotgun for an arm. I like it. And Professor.
Yes, the professor. You notice his glasses are broken, and he has a large bruise on the side of his face. His clothing is very roughed up. You also notice he's clearly had like blood coming out of his mouth. And when he opens his mouth to speak, you notice there's no tongue.
Ooh, that is brutal.
Little cuts over here.
Rough.
That is wonderfully gory. Oh,
I want to add one more detail to mine, and that is that she has been given the like whiteout contacts now.
Okay. I like it.
So she is clearly a seer now.
Mm-hmm. She's seen beyond. It's just then that your plan does kick into effect because you did discover the bell and its secrets. The bell starts ringing, even though none of you are up there, and it must have been Sister Mary Fortitude, whom you all befriended. Perhaps one of you seduced in a prior scene. We'll never know. We'll never know which one. But she's on
all of us.
She's on Team Protag. Maybe all. Yeah.
Because
there are group roles that can be made, but
this is not an orgy of horror, just a regular one.
This is an orgy of
war.
Depends on if it was before or after the goat head shoulder.
Oh my god!
Switch that and say this was a horror of an orgy.
Yeah,
that's it.
And the bell rings, and you hear
split up. The faster we go, the better off we'll be.
The dolorous tone of the bell sounds true. It vibrates every surface of this priory, and you hear screams, both human, nun, definitely the nuns, and something demonic down below.
Is nun and human separate categories?
As someone who was raised Catholic, absolutely.
As you get down there, it's a little mixed. Some of the nuns, specifically Sister Agatha and Sister Bernard, who I've not gotten to use yet, unfortunately, because she is creepy as heck, look less than human, but they are shrieking at the bells, the bells, the bells. They're holding their ears, and the great smoke of the incense is coming up, and there is a shape in it, but it cannot coalesce with the bell ringing, and finally it dissipates, and the nuns are all weeping and going on about how the sacrifices weren't made. Satan, their master, was not summoned. A protection was not put on this place to keep out outsiders and protect them. We cut the sun up as all of you leave the place. You're walking out, and I will, on the count of 3, I want you to give me whatever pose your character is in on the freeze frame as we fade out. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. We fade into credits. More funky 70s music, inexplicably. We go back to you, dear viewer. You're sitting in the theater. The credits finish. The house lights come up, and the theater is rather full. The theater smells rather rancid. The other figures in the seats, you didn't see them come in, but they slowly turn, and they seem a bit waxy, a bit yellow greenish, but it's hard to tell in this light. And they all turn at the same time to look at you. They all stand at the same time, and they all start moving towards you, and your eyes close in dread. And that will end our session tonight.
Bravo.
Oh,
Thank you
I want
so
to thank
much.
everyone.
That was so
much
Oh,
fun.
you guys are awesome.
I love that game from so
I
much.
had to cram this thing into my head, but you guys helped out just by being awesome cast members to just take it running. I want to say thanks to the cast. Let's go through everyone. You can once again tell us who you are, how, if you want people can reach you on the webs, and if you want to plug anything. Let us start with Dixie.
Hi, I'm Dixie Cochran, pronoun she, her. You can find me on most social media at Dixie Cyanide. I'm one of the in-house developers of Onyx Path. I did write a bunch of stuff for They Came From Beyond the Grave, although I will yell at whoever developed the Jumpstart because they didn't use any of the monsters I wrote for it. So clearly, although I am the person who said that we could put the devil himself in all caps throughout the entire book.
That's one of my favorite.
And so
It's my absolute favorite.
Thank you. Sometimes I abuse my position as the editor in chief, being able to go like, no, we were always going to write that in all
The
caps.
devil
It's very funny to me.
himself.
But yeah, find me anywhere, Dixie Cyanide. I'm on the Onyx Pathcast every week. Hanging out. Always have to stop myself from ending everything I say on the stream with Many Worlds One Pathcast, because that's usually what I end when I host. So thank you so much for having me. I was so excited to play with Josh. As Joshua knows, I've been a fan of his creepy tie-in fiction for many years, since before I got this job. So definitely read Joshua Deitch's books. They're very good.
Thank you. Let's go with Chris, the actual player, Chris.
Thank you. I'm Chris. I'm not on any social media or anything. I don't have a following or really want one, but I had a ton of fun tonight. Thank you all so much.
That's incredibly psychologically healthy to neither have one following.
Yeah.
Good,
No,
good,
but no,
good
if you
job.
play these games just for fun, it's
Yeah.
How do you do that?
I've lost.
Y'all make it really easy.
Aw, well, thanks. You've been awesome. You've been an awesome professor. Angie.
Yes, I'm Angie, pronouns she, her. You can chat me up on my Twitter at Doki Doki Angie. I am
Great
just
Twitter
a
handle. That's amazing.
Thank you. I am a lame brand designer for a tech company by day, but by night I am a geek and a gamer and a self-proclaimed gremlin. And I am also a dice maker. If you want to see lots of pretty handmade tabletop dice, you can check those out at the.dicery on Insta or just the Dicery on Twitter. And yeah, I had an awesome time meeting you all tonight. And it was truly a great time joining you all.
Oh, thanks. It was great having you. I'm going to check out those dice. Gilbert.
I'm Gilbert Ramos, he, him. I am found on all social media, Twitter, TikTok, all that good stuff, at Ramos the Nomad. I stream every Sunday over on my personal Twitch channel with my play group, twitch.tv/Rolling Nomads, a Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle for V5. We're on season 3 now. Things are getting crazy. In January, I'll be back on the Onyx Path channel with another game for Scion, titling it Scion Godsend. There's going to be some cosmic horror. There's going to be some good old-fashioned coming of age stories, all that good stuff. And as always, I'm very happy to meet new people here. The Onyx Path is just full of great people to talk to.
I think so.
Yeah,
I'm not biased though.
I love the cosmic horror and coming of age story. It's like
that is
Cthulhu, you're 5 million now. You got to get out of the house.
We've got three of the main cast so far. We got a Scion of Sun Wukong, a Scion of the Great Khan himself, and then one of them I'm leaving a little bit secret, but
is the Scion of Sun Wukong just playing Goku, or has he gone?
He's literally
have they gone a different path?
Literally just like saw it and was like, I want to be Goku, and I was like, all right, I'll get your.
That is often what happens with Sun Wukong. Yeah.
We're doing a Journey to the West style type of deal.
So Goku, yeah, that's
basically perfect.
Yeah. Awesome.
With
James, tell us about you.
My name is James, pronounced he, him. I also don't have any social media accounts of any kind.
Good on you.
But
please don't have them. They're bad.
No, that's yeah. I am a infrastructure architect. I work with Amazon Web Services stuff to make pretend computers do real stuff for people. And I do that mostly to fund an egregious tabletop RPG habit that I have. And so
why do you think I joined the industry? Because they just give me books now.
I know.
Be like, ha! I figured it out.
Fools.
But I have had a blast tonight. I love this. It's been a while since I've gotten to play anything in the story path system. Actually, I don't think I've ever played anything. I think I've ran some stuff, but I haven't gotten to play in story path before. So it was a lot of fun.
Awesome. I'm so glad.
Yeah, it's a fun system. I'm Joshua Allen Deach, he, him. I write for various games and tabletop and fiction stuff, but the thing I'll plug tonight is They Came From Beyond the Grave. We've barely scratched the surface here. There's all kinds of interesting rules, different modes of play, different scenarios. The main book is coming out in the near future, but you can get the adventure you just saw, The Haunting of Abbeyham Priory, right now, I think for just $2.99 on Drive-Thru RPG. Makes a handy last-minute Christmas gift because it's digital, comes right to the person. It's a pretty quick read. You could be playing in a day, and no two sessions are alike, even if you watch this, because you can add whatever little horror you want in it. For example, this director had a thing for some reason about human faces on animals, so I stuck that in. And
I would also like to point out that one of the adventures in the core was written by Josh Deach.
Oh,
and
yes.
That is all about every single Edgar Allan Poe reference you could cram into one thing.
I crammed every possible Poe.
And didn't you write a Deviant novella for us recently too?
I did. Dearly Bleak, which is kind of cosmic horror coming of age, as there's a little kid possessed by a godworm. He likes lunch boxes, he likes bullfrogs, and he likes brains.
Yeah.
That's all children do.
My little niche is like horrific touching, like horror with a heart. So he's
Joshua read a story in the Pugmire anthology that made me cry.
That's true.
And it was also creepy as hell. And I'm like, how did you had 5,000 words and you made me cry and also were creepy as hell. I'm so mad at you. Like I'm a utility writer, and I'm very aware that I'm a utility writer. Like you give me an outline, I can write to the outline. I'm quite good at that, but like I'm never going to be a novelist. So I'm in awe of people who can do that. So since Josh is hosting and therefore cannot shout himself out, I will shout Joshua out as a very, very good writer.
And it's been a blast playing with all of you. I was nervous at first because I have not run Story Path before. I've played it, I've written for it, I have not run it, but you guys
I know
made
that
it
feel.
all a breeze. Yeah. Yeah, once we got into the groove of it, totally enjoyable. Yeah, everyone take care of yourselves out there. Be healthy during the holidays. I have been your devoted and humble director saying good night out there, whatever you are.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. We promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go!
It's intermission. Rise and stretch time. Time to refresh yourself and visit our snack bar. Got a yen for hot popcorn? Your favorite soft drinks are sparkling cold. The juicy Frank sizzling hot. There's delicious coffee, freshly brewed, and all kinds of ice cream and candy to tempt you. Showtime will be announced loud and clear to get you back to your car in time. So stretch your legs. Come to the snack bar now.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family, bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's